Our story begins somewhere in a temple, where someone was praying to the Lord, asking him to save this world. But the next moment, he woke up in a completely unfamiliar place. At first, the main character saw his reflection in the water and wondered in confusion who he was and where he ended up. Then he noticed that his left eye was engulfed in flames. Then he immediately tried to put out the fire with water, but suddenly a female voice was heard from behind. The girl respectfully addressed him as Her Majesty and asked with concern what had happened. Sebastian immediately turned around and wondered with bewilderment who was standing in front of him. In front of him stood a girl with pink hair, a small horn on her head, and impressive figures. Meanwhile, the stranger noticed that he was trying to use water to extinguish the magical flame that never stopped burning. The hero was completely confused and tried to understand what was happening. Suddenly he learned that the girl's name was Cassandra, she was the captain of the security squad, and her soul limit was 15,313. All this information seemed extremely strange to Sebastian. Moreover, Cassandra clearly did not speak Chinese, but for some unknown reason she understood his words perfectly. Then the main character looked to the side and suddenly opened his eyes wide, seeing his reflection again. On his head now adorned a real horn, engulfed in flames, and he himself was dressed in dark clothes decorated with fur. After this, Sebastian finally looked around. He was inside a small tent, in the center of which stood a majestic throne. Cassandra called him again, then hugged him tightly and asked worriedly what had happened to him. According to her, he was acting very strangely, so she assumed that perhaps the seraph had actually managed to do something. Sebastian was puzzled as to what the seraphim had to do with it and why he saw such inscriptions above their heads. Furthermore, the soul threshold was mentioned again, 15,313. He wondered if that figure represented his combat power. At that moment, another voice called out to him. Raising his head, the hero saw several ghosts at once, and the main one especially alarmed him. His name was Nilbar. He was the commander of the 8th Army of Demons. He owned the death system, and his soul limit was 18,632. Nilbar immediately ordered Cassandra to show due respect to her master and watch her words. The protagonist didn't understand who he even was, and Cassandra angrily told Nilbar not to interfere in something that wasn't his business. However, the undead commander reported that he had already defeated the seraphim, so the entire army was only waiting for his order to deliver the final blow. He reported that the enemy general had already been killed, and now all that remained was to destroy the remaining soldiers of the army and capture the Holy Land. Meanwhile, Sebastian, who found himself in the body of the mysterious Prince of Darkness, was in complete shock from what was happening. He was perplexed by what all these incomprehensible words meant and what was going on around him. Then the hero grabbed his head and tried to remember the events that had happened before, but his head ached unbearably. Then the Prince of Darkness calmly replied to those around him that everything was fine with him and asked them not to pay attention. Sebastian continued to wonder where he was. Every time he tried to remember something, the headache only got worse. Then the guy looked closely at his palm and realized that this body was alien. It definitely did not belong to him. If you look closely, the creatures in front of him also looked completely unusual and more like some kind of creepy monsters. Gradually, he came to the conclusion that his soul had somehow moved into the body of an incredibly important person. Suddenly, Nilbar called out loudly to the Prince of Darkness. The protagonist shuddered and asked in fear what had happened. He thought that he had been silent for too long and had already managed to alert them. Then the Prince of Darkness asked if he should talk to the Archangel, and upon hearing this question, Nilbar was noticeably surprised. Sebastian immediately realized from his reaction that he had probably made a mistake, so he decided not to ask any more suspicious questions. The hero decided to continue playing his role and calmly ordered to show him the way. Having received the order, Nilbar immediately led the others behind him, and soon all three left the main tent. Once outside, Sebastian saw a huge number of demons kneeling before him. The protagonist was amazed by what he saw and thought that all these demons really obeyed him. Then Nilbar reported that the army was already fully prepared for the offensive. All that remained was to finally destroy the seraphim, after which the invasion of the Holy Land could begin. Sebastian looked closely at the girl standing at the very edge of the cliff. Information immediately appeared above her head. Her name was Miranda. She was the commander of the 7th Demon Army and belonged to the blood-drinking demon race. The Prince of Darkness looked at the girl again and involuntarily noted that the commander was very beautiful. As he passed her, the hero noticed that he was noticeably nervous. At that moment, one of the demons ran up to the girl and said that everyone was with her. Meanwhile, a loud noise was heard ahead, so Sebastian involuntarily became interested in what was happening ahead. Approaching the very edge, he literally froze at what he saw. A countless army of demons stretched out before him. There were so many of them that the ground underfoot was practically invisible. They were all already ready for battle. There were also several hundred more demons floating in the sky. Suddenly, Cassandra called out to her master again, and then the hero suddenly noticed that his legs were shaking from what he saw, which did not escape the succubus's eyes. Meanwhile, in the very center of the battlefield, a huge spear, which had once pierced the seraph, was glowing brightly. His faithful warriors sat next to him and bitterly mourned their leader. Sebastian thought that, if he was not mistaken, this very seraph was the very enemy that the Prince of Darkness had defeated earlier. Now, apparently, he had to finish what he had started, but the hero had absolutely no idea how he was supposed to get there. Before Sebastian could think it over properly, he suddenly saw a black feather fly past him. At that moment, a huge shadow fell upon his warriors. Then suddenly, a large black wing opened behind him. This left the main character completely confused and decided that something like this simply could not have actually happened. However, there was no time left for reflection. The hero pushed off from the rock and, rising into the air, thought with surprise that he could never have imagined that one day he would be able to fly. He looked at the endless sky for a while, but after a few moments he began to fall down and screamed in horror. His subordinates called out to their master in fear. However, the next second, the giant's huge hand caught Sebastian right in the air. Then she carefully placed him on her shoulder. The guy was slightly surprised, and the giantess Medini respectfully said that it was a great honor for him to deliver her master. Meanwhile, the demons respectfully parted before the giant. Soon Medini carefully lowered the Prince of Darkness to the ground right in front of the seraph. At the same moment, the rest of the Dark Prince's subordinates jumped down from the cliff. Almost simultaneously, John and Cassandra landed behind Sebastian. The Seraphim warriors pointed their weapons at them, their hands visibly shaking, but they still did not retreat and ordered the demons not to approach. All these fighters belonged to the Divine Light Squad and guarded the saints. The hero looked at his opponents and noted that even if there were several hundred more of them, they would not pose a threat to him. After that, Sebastian took a few steps forward and wondered if it was worth talking to them at all. Meanwhile, one of the warriors turned to his comrades and announced that they were all now about to face death. He then placed 2 fingers on his forehead and declared that they would fight to the very end. At that moment, the Prince of Darkness suddenly felt an incredible pressure, as if a huge weight had fallen upon him. Almost immediately after this, all the warriors suddenly became stronger, and the hero noticed that the numbers above their heads instantly exceeded 1,000. Cassandra suggested that they were increasing the number of souls by prolonging their own lives. However, she added mockingly that even if they died 100 times for their leader, they would still remain ants. Without wasting any time, the Seraphim warriors rushed into the attack, demanding that the Prince of Darkness accept his death. Everything happened so quickly that the main character barely had time to follow what was happening. Suddenly a voice sounded in his head, warning him that a mortal danger had arisen and advising him to use the protective flame. Sebastian was confused and asked who was talking to him, but his opponents were already almost on top of him. The voice again stated that this was the first level of danger and again demanded the use of protective flame. However, it was too late. One of the warriors swung his sword and wounded the Prince of Darkness. The hero froze in horror, thinking that he would die from such a severe wound. Even the attacker himself was surprised that he managed to leave a wound on his opponent's body. It was then that memories began to flash through Sebastian's mind, first seeing him win first place in the school competition. Then the hero remembered a message from his mother. It was the anniversary of his father's death, but she was in the hospital and could not go to the cemetery. After this, Sebastian bought a bouquet and went to the cemetery. However, on the way he noticed a small child who was playing right on the roadway. The guy warned him to be careful. And then he noticed a truck rapidly approaching. Without thinking for a moment, the hero threw himself under the car to save the baby. The flowers bought for my father scattered across the road, turned over, and quickly became stained with blood, after which he died. The next moment, the Prince of Darkness suddenly came to his senses and realized that the cause of his death was a car accident. John tried to bring his master to his senses, but Sebastian paid almost no attention to him. A thought flashed through the hero's head. Did all this mean that he had ended up in hell itself? Looking up, he saw a transformed Cassandra, tearing apart anyone who dared to harm her master. When she reached the last enemy, she let out a loud, piercing scream, her soul level suddenly rising to 13,626. The demons around screamed in delight. At the same time, the Divine Light warriors retreated back in horror. John quickly called out to Cassandra and asked her to stop. She should not have assumed such a guise in front of her master. Hearing these words, the girl immediately looked at Sebastian. Then she moved away from the bodies of the slain enemies. The succubus returned to her normal appearance and quickly approached him. Afterwards, she asked if he had received any serious injuries, but John replied that the bleeding had already been stopped. The main character thought with bewilderment that there were real monsters next to him. Then he rose to his feet and suddenly noticed that the wound did not hurt him at all. After that, Sebastian looked at the angel again and decided that he would have to meet him face to face anyway. Then the hero turned his gaze to John and asked him to help him get to the seraph, but he replied that he could not do this. The spiritual power of the 2 holy tears surrounding the seraphim was so great that only their leader could approach him. Sebastian paused for a moment and wondered why his opponent was so strong. Despite the warning, he still approached the seraph, and a familiar inscription immediately appeared above the angel's head. The hero learned that he was a 9th-level angel, belonged to the Divine Light group, and his soul limit was 36,472. Stopping right in front of him, the Prince of Darkness looked at the huge numbers and thought that they were incredibly high. Meanwhile, the Seraph took a deep breath, smiled slightly, and said that the great Prince of Darkness stood before him. It was then that the hero realized that the name of this body was Sebastian Red Flame. Moreover, the angel's voice seemed very familiar to him. The Seraph then said that he had been fighting in this war for hundreds of years without stopping, but in the end, he had still been defeated. After this, without taking his eyes off Sebastian, he turned to the Lord with a request to save this world. Hearing these words, the hero froze. He immediately realized that this was the voice he had heard before his awakening in the new world. Unable to contain his emotions, Sebastian shouted loudly and asked if it was he who brought him here. Cassandra asked why he hadn't attacked yet. John suggested that the angel was simply paying homage to his former adversary. Seraphim was one of the few beings in this world who could truly fight their master on equal terms. After this, the angel addressed Sebastian directly and said that he knew perfectly well where he came from. Moreover, he was sure that God himself placed his soul into Sebastian's body to save this world from imminent destruction. The protagonist was silent for a while, thinking about what he had heard, and then asked if the seraph really meant him. In response, the seraphim explained that for thousands of years there had been an endless struggle between good and evil. However, it was precisely in this era that the boundary between them was no longer so obvious. Among the army of light there were cruel warriors, but among the demons of the great Prince of Darkness, on the contrary, there were strong and worthy fighters. The angel explained that saving people was far from easy, but he was sure that God had a good reason for choosing him. Hearing this, Sebastian asked him to wait a little and honestly admitted that he was just an ordinary student. The seraph's face was contorted with pain. Although the divine power remained within him, his soul was almost torn apart. The angel then began to beg him to free him from what continued to destroy him from within. He just wanted to finally find peace. Sebastian stood there in indecision, unsure of what he should do. Meanwhile, the seraph continued to scream, and his voice sounded more and more heartbreaking. Cassandra merely chuckled and stated that he had shown too little respect for their Prince of Darkness, so it wouldn't hurt for him to suffer. In response, John noted that he might be wrong. Meanwhile, the warriors of divine light shouted indignantly that what was happening was already too cruel. Miranda watched closely what was happening and understood that the situation was becoming extremely difficult. At that moment, the seraph shouted loudly again and demanded that the protagonist finally begin to act. After these words, Sebastian resolutely grabbed the handle of the artifact, and at that very second it began to glow brightly. With each passing second, the light became brighter. The hero clutched it tighter until the strange glow surrounding his hand only blinded him more. However, it soon reached its peak and then disappeared completely. Suddenly, an incredible force pierced the protagonist's hand, and veins appeared all over his body from the tension. Almost immediately after this, the seraph collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Gathering his last strength, he thanked Sebastian and said that he could still make this world a better place. Then the angel closed his eyes, smiled, and in his last prayer asked God to save this world and guide the hero on the right path. Sebastian looked at his hand automatically, trying to understand what had just happened. The voice of the eternal flame sounded in his head again, explaining that the energy had entered his body and could no longer be removed. The hero asked who this creature was, and the voice answered that it was the raging flame, the same fire that burned in his left eye. The flame said that if the body did not have the ability to absorb the power, then there was only one way left, to release it. Sebastian tried to trust his feelings. Despite the severe pain, he decided to follow his own intuition. The next moment, a powerful stream of energy burst from his palm. It rushed forward several hundred meters and swept away everything in its path. Miranda and Nilbar watched in shock. All the Divine Light warriors who found themselves in front of this force died instantly. Sebastian himself was no less shocked than the others. He saw that the blow had even reached the city walls and that it had left a long, deep furrow on the ground. The hero slowly lowered his hand and thought with confusion that he had not intended to do anything like that at all. Meanwhile, the demons shouted joyfully and began to praise their master. They raised their weapons up. After that, he looked at his palm again and turned to the eternal flame that continued to burn within him. He asked if he was really the supreme commander of the entire demon army. In response, the flame clarified what exactly he meant, since Sebastian was the supreme commander of the demonic army. The hero sighed heavily and said that now he understood everything. He remembered the seraph's last request to save this world. At that moment, his face immediately darkened, after which Sebastian called Cassandra and John. They instantly appeared before their master, ready to carry out any order. The protagonist understood that he had already caused too much harm to this world, so he decided that he would not allow any more victims. Closing his eyes, the boy ordered that his order be conveyed to the entire army. All demons were to retreat immediately. However, at that very moment the air was torn apart by the deafening sound of a battle horn. Cassandra and John immediately reported that this was the signal to begin a general offensive. Sebastian looked around in fear. Within a moment, the entire army of demons rushed forward, without even waiting for their master. The hero watched in horror as the demons rushed to attack and began to mercilessly destroy the warriors of divine light. Sebastian himself was still behind, confusedly wondering who had given the order to attack. In response, the Eternal Flame explained that the original plan was to assassinate the enemy commander-in-chief. After this, the demons were supposed to begin storming the city, but the protagonist objected that he had not given such an order. Then he wondered who it was that blew the war horn. At that moment, a huge shadow loomed over him. Sebastian looked up and saw a two-headed dragon in the sky. On the back of the monster stood a rider who looked down intently. Judging by the expression on his face, what was happening did not surprise him at all. And then the hero wondered if this was the very person he was looking for. On the very first day after Sebastian appeared in this world, the holy city turned into a veritable sea of ash. The city, which had stood for many thousands of years, was completely destroyed in just one night. Demons filled its streets. Once inside, they began to destroy all the surviving buildings. Meanwhile, Sebastian and his companions walked through the ruined city. Looking at the numerous bodies of the dead, the protagonist thought hard that this is what real war looked like. He understood that war had always been cruel, but he could not even imagine that reality would turn out to be so much more terrible than his expectations. What he saw sent a chill down the hero's spine, and Nilbar immediately noticed the change in his face and asked what had happened. Sebastian replied that he was fine. He admitted that he felt a little dizzy every time he looked at the dead. Cassandra looked at him and reminded him that their master had previously personally executed 3,000 prisoners of war. He then cut off their hands and hung their bodies at the city gates so that the birds would gradually eat their remains. Suddenly, a small child ran right in front of them, asking for help. As it turned out, a huge bird was chasing him. Several demons began to laugh and ordered the monster to grab the boy so that it would be as painful for him as possible. The next moment, the giant bird grabbed the child by the shoulder and lifted him high into the air. The demons laughed loudly again, rejoicing that their prey had been caught. The boy screamed and begged to be let go, but the monster continued to rise higher and higher. Soon it reached the top of a high tower, on which several dead bodies were already hanging. The bird then released the child, releasing its sharp claws from his shoulders. He plummeted straight down onto a sharp peak and fell to his death. Eventually, another lifeless body appeared on the roof of the building. The demons were happily discussing what they had seen. One of them declared that the bird had hit the target exactly. The other laughed loudly and said that he had won the bet. After this, the pig-like demon, with obvious irritation, handed the coin to the winner. Soon the same demon suddenly pointed forward and shouted at the people to run away immediately. He warned that if they did not escape as quickly as possible, their feet would be burned, and otherwise he would personally destroy them. At that moment, someone shouted loudly that there was an insolent man here who dared to give orders right in front of His Majesty. All the demons immediately turned around and they saw Sebastian in front of them. Suddenly their faces lit up with joy, and then they respectfully turned to their master, awaiting his further orders. All the demons knelt before Sebastian. One of them declared that he had committed a grave crime that deserved punishment. Meanwhile, Sebastian looked at the building, on top of which the bodies of the dead were impaled, with birds circling above them. Then the hero turned to the demon. With an irritated look on his face, he said that he did his job well. Hearing these words, the demons looked at each other, as if they could not believe that they had heard everything correctly. After this, Sebastian turned to Nilbar and asked if he had money. The commander confirmed that he did. Then the main character asked to lend them to him. Then the guy pointed towards the civilians and stopped his gaze on a woman with a child. He declared that this particular woman would be the target, and then he ordered all the demons to catch her and bring her to him within 3 minutes. The hero added that if they managed to put this woman on the tower, then a generous reward would await them all. Meanwhile, the girl, with tears in her eyes, hugged her son tightly and, in despair, called Sebastian a real scoundrel. The main character did not react to her insults in any way. Instead, he called Cassandra to him. He carefully pulled the girl closer and asked if she would help him win. Cassandra was a little confused. Nilbar watched what was happening with surprise and noted that their master had never acted like this before. Cassandra agreed to fulfill Sebastian's request, and the hero himself approached the woman and ordered her to release the child. However, the boy pressed himself even closer to his mother and screamed, begging her not to harm her. Sebastian frowned at first, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. After this, he warned the woman that if she did not run, her son would die. The woman hesitated for a few more moments. However, she then had to let the child go. She started running, and the boy immediately began calling her loudly. At this time, Cassandra focused her magic on the woman. In an instant, the spell reached the woman and touched the back of her head. Sebastian asked the girl to keep a close eye on the time. The demons screamed loudly and rushed in pursuit. One of them mockingly asked where she was planning to run off to. One of the people exclaimed that she had deliberately gone to meet her death for the sake of her own child. Meanwhile, the boy cried and continued shouting to his mother that she would definitely succeed. Cassandra began to read the spell. Almost immediately, the woman felt her body become much stronger. Her legs sped up, the veins clearly visible on them, and then suddenly she jumped forward. Now the girl moved much faster than the demons. People watched in amazement as its speed continued to increase rapidly. The demons, completely perplexed, asked each other how such a thing was even possible. Sebastian merely reminded them to keep a close eye on the time. Meanwhile, the woman continued to run. Her son suddenly shouted at her to raise her head. She looked up and saw a huge bird circling right above her. The next moment, the monster suddenly rushed down, but the woman managed to dodge in time. As a result, the giant beak closed just a few centimeters away from her. The bird miscalculated its blow and fell to the ground, and the girl instantly ran straight over its body and continued to run away. Seeing this, the demons tried to block her path. However, the woman slipped between them with lightning speed. After this, one of the pursuers screamed in horror that she had managed to escape. Almost immediately, the huge bird rushed after the fugitive again, roughly pushing aside the demons in its path. The woman continued to run away with all her might. However, suddenly another huge bird, resembling a real demon, flew at her from the side. Turning back, the girl screamed, demanding that the monster disappear. At that moment, the bird's expression suddenly changed. Having failed to even touch the girl, the bird abruptly changed its direction of flight. People watching what was happening literally stopped breathing from the tension. Cassandra looked at her master and reported that 5 minutes had passed. Hearing this, Sebastian replied that it was enough. He then noted that the abilities of his subordinates were indeed quite amazing. After this, the hero turned to the demons and stated that there were 2 of them, but they still couldn't catch just one woman. Hearing these words, the demons immediately turned pale and began to justify themselves, claiming that this woman was completely unusual. Sebastian looked at them menacingly and said that if they were going to bet, they should have been able to accept defeat with dignity. Meanwhile, the child immediately ran to his mother. Cassandra looked at Sebastian with disbelief, clearly not expecting such a decision from him. However, suddenly a huge fireball fell from the sky onto the woman. The next second, her body was completely engulfed in flames. The main character froze in fear, not expecting such an outcome at all. The boy screamed for his mother with tears in his eyes, but it was too late. Her whole body was ablaze with fire, and tongues of flame were even bursting out of her mouth and eyes. At that moment, the child rushed to his mother, and Sebastian immediately ordered Cassandra to knock the boy unconscious. The girl hit him on the back of the head, and the child instantly lost consciousness right in front of his mother's body. The protagonist sharply asked who did this and who owned this fire, and Cassandra pointed up and replied that the attack came from above. At that moment, the voice of the fire demon was heard from above, asking whether His Majesty was looking for him. Sebastian looked up and saw a demon approaching them. His name was Yukon, and he had the ability to create elementals. Cassandra immediately looked at the commander with displeasure and angrily declared that he had allowed himself too much in front of His Majesty. Nilbar fully agreed with her words and demanded that Yukon immediately approach his master. The demon immediately landed on the ground and respectfully announced that the great Prince of Darkness stood before him. Sebastian looked silently at the woman's burnt skeleton for a while. After that, he asked where Yukon got such insolence from, how he even dared to touch his captive. Yukon was visibly surprised by this question. He replied that he did not see any blasphemy in his actions. He was only hunting for a valuable captive. After these words, the demon snapped his fingers and declared that he could not resist and decided to demonstrate his new abilities. As soon as the click sounded, a huge crowd of people immediately burst into flames behind him. They screamed in pain as they burned alive, and seeing this, Sebastian became very scared. However, Cassandra, on the contrary, admiringly declared that the firewall created by Yukon turned out to be very beautiful. Yukon immediately noticed the change in his face and asked if something was wrong. He then cautiously suggested that His Majesty had not accidentally begun to sympathize with these people. Sebastian quickly replied that such a thing was impossible. Then Yukon threw a small fireball straight towards the child, as if testing his master's words. The flames almost reached the boy, who lay unconscious on the ground. However, Sebastian suddenly put his hand forward and stopped the attack. Cassandra screamed in shock, turning to her master. The hero's hand instantly burst into flames, and he involuntarily screamed in pain, without wasting a second. Cassandra grabbed his hand and extinguished the flames and wondered why such a weak fire could harm His Majesty at all. She even suggested that there might be something wrong with him. Yukon watched what was happening carefully. At that moment, a suspicion arose in him, and he remembered that recently one of the warriors of Divine Light managed to wound the Prince of Darkness. After this, the demon carefully asked if his hand was really injured. Cassandra immediately objected, stating that this was impossible. According to her, the light could not harm their master. However, Yukon suddenly burst into a bright light and declared that His Majesty was indeed the strongest being in the world. Therefore, he found it hard to believe that even his new fireball technique was able to attract the attention of the Dark Prince himself. It was at this moment that Sebastian suddenly noticed that Yukon's soul level indicator began to rapidly increase. Cassandra glared at Yukon and asked if he had already forgotten that it was the Prince of Darkness who had personally subjugated him 3 years ago. Yukin was a little scared. He understood perfectly well that even in peacetime he could not openly challenge his master. However, now everything felt completely different, especially after the battle with the Seraph. Sebastian's behavior was not the same as before. However, the sudden increase in the Prince of Darkness's power surprised absolutely everyone. Many decided that the reason for this was most likely the accumulated energy of 2 levels of divine power. Everyone understood that the power of 2 levels of deity was almost impossible to imagine. In addition, many began to wonder whether the mysterious artifact could somehow influence Sebastian. However, Yukin was thinking about something completely different. He no longer doubted that now the Prince of Darkness could really harm him. After this, Yukin respectfully addressed his master and stated that he would be grateful for any instructions. However, almost immediately, he unexpectedly released a powerful stream of flame towards Sebastian. At the same time, he put up a fire barrier in front of himself. The next moment, the protagonist's eyes flashed brightly. A fiery barrier instantly formed around him, sending Yukin flying backwards with a powerful blow. The demon quickly rose to his feet. However, he was very surprised by the force with which he was thrown back. He said with surprise that it really was the fire barrier, an incredibly powerful technique. He then chuckled and added that the fire sword technique was also quite impressive. Sebastian looked at his hand and noticed cuts on his fingers, and Yukin stated that his fire blades were still able to break through the barrier. Cassandra looked at her master with concern, completely unable to understand how this could have happened. The protagonist felt pain and decided that he had simply reacted too slowly in defense. Then he realized that if this continued, his subordinates might finally stop respecting their master. It was then that a thought occurred to Sebastian. He wondered at what point he had begun to play the role of the Prince of Darkness so convincingly. Then the hero remembered that it was Yukin who had recently killed an innocent woman. Mentally addressing the eternal flame, Sebastian said that he wanted to explain something. Then the main character confessed that after the battle with the Seraphim warriors, his mind seemed to split. He lost his memories. He then asked if the flame could at least help him teach Yukin a good lesson, at which point the fire in his eyes seemed to smile. A blindingly bright light began to emanate from the hero's chest, and almost immediately everything around was plunged into darkness. Thousands of different constellations appeared before Sebastian. The protagonist raised his head and saw countless stars of all different colors above him. Then the eternal flame began to explain to him the foundations of this world. It told him that nature had its own energy. In addition, there were living beings whose abilities far exceeded the normal perception of natural energy. Such creatures were called synesthetes. The sole limit was the ability of synesthetes to conduct energy received from nature. In theory, everything was quite simple. The higher the limit of the synesthete's soul, the stronger the owner of this power became. Later, to make it easier to distinguish abilities and improve them, the ancients divided all the powers of the soul into 6 main systems. These included the stellar energy system and the life energy system. There was also the purgatory system. Then came the elemental system, and there was also an extremely rare death system. Finally, there was an even rarer system of intelligence. The eternal flame then explained that most synesthetes were only able to master a small portion of these systems. However, Sebastian turned out to be very special. He could understand the 4 boundaries of the soul at once: purgatory, the elements, death, and the mind. After hearing all this, the protagonist remarked with displeasure that now was not the right time for such lectures. He then asked how all this was supposed to help him, but at that moment a fireball exploded right in front of his face. The powerful blast wave threw Sebastian back several meters. All the demons were very surprised by what was happening. Yukin watched his opponent with interest. He tried to figure out if he had really figured out his weakness. The main character himself was extremely disappointed. Cassandra immediately called out to her master with concern, and Nilbar asked him not to leave him alone. Moreover, he understood that if he intervened now and helped his leader, the remnants of the Prince of Darkness authority could disappear. Meanwhile, Sebastian, gritting his teeth, thought angrily that the blow had been very painful. Then he raised his head and saw that his entire body was gradually becoming covered with strange flickering lights. Fire explained that this was the ability of the death system. Thanks to the power of flesh and spirits, all wounds should be instantly restored. Meanwhile, Yukin raised 2 fingers again and directed another wave of flame straight at his master. The eternal flame immediately warned Sebastian that the enemy was about to attack again. The protagonist quickly created a fire barrier. There was a powerful explosion, but this time the defense completely withstood the blow, and Sebastian remained unharmed. The hero stated that his opponent had only managed to leave a small scratch and had already begun to behave too arrogantly. Sebastian said that before that he was simply tired after the battle and deliberately weakened his defense to give Yukin a chance to prove himself. Moreover, the main character reminded that he was the true ruler of the underworld. Yukin understood that his body was still involuntarily afraid of the Prince of Darkness. But despite the loud words about strength, he realized that he had not yet demonstrated any special abilities at all. However, he still hoped that he could somehow win. Suddenly, Sebastian rushed forward, surrounding himself with a fire barrier. However, the attack was unsuccessful. He missed and crashed at full speed straight into the wall of the nearest building. Cassandra asked in complete amazement what kind of technique that was. Even Nilbar looked extremely puzzled. Meanwhile, the flame wondered why Sebastian had chosen such a strange way of fighting. The protagonist recalled that he had already spoken about his memory loss, and despite his enormous reserves of magical power, he did not know how to use it. Moreover, the guy understood that if he lost now, his future fate would be extremely sad. It was at that moment that a bright light illuminated Sebastian's face. Yukin declared that it was time to show his new skill to his majesty, and the protagonist immediately surrounded himself with a fire barrier. However, the eternal flame warned him that this was the highest level of the fireball technique. Such a barrier would not be able to withstand such a blow. Sebastian quickly asked what he should have done then. Meanwhile, the fireball continued to grow in size. Yukin ordered his master to demonstrate his true power. The next moment, a giant fireball was released and quickly crashed straight onto the building where Sebastian was located. Yukin thought with confidence that the target had now been hit and his master would no longer defend himself. Moreover, it seemed to him that Sebastian refused to resist at all. Meanwhile, Nilbar and Cassandra watched what was happening with great excitement, worrying about their master. However, the very next second, everyone around suddenly froze, suddenly feeling something strange. Nilbar suddenly felt a strange uneasiness. Meanwhile, Yukin stood frozen in place in horror. And then suddenly, from a huge cloud of smoke, a monster appeared, which was much larger and more impressive than the main character. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that there was a giant demon with a gigantic sword in his hands. Cassandra said in admiration that it looked truly magnificent. Yukin was visibly frightened, not knowing how to react. Sebastian walked up to the summoned demon and grabbed his huge sword. He then pointed at his opponent and ordered an immediate attack. The giant raised his head respectfully and replied that he had completely obeyed his master's order. Yukin immediately pointed his finger at him and indignantly stated that summoning such a high-level creature was incredibly difficult. Moreover, he did not understand why Sebastian took up the demon's sword, since such creatures usually only exchanged strength and experience. However, the hero replied that Yukin had recently tried to kill him, and therefore deserved the most severe punishment. Hearing this, the demon slowly stated that he had simply given up then. He then showed the scars on his body, and tried to convince Sebastian that using demons in this way was unfair. However, it was already too late. The next moment, the commander's huge sword fell upon Yukin with monstrous force. The blow was so powerful that the demon instantly fell to the ground. His entire body was covered in bruises, and he himself suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Prince of Darkness. Soon night fell. Sebastian stood on top of a high tower and silently looked at the night sky. Cassandra approached Nilbar and asked what their lord was doing here anyway. Everyone had been waiting for him for a long time at the festive gathering. Nilbar asked if she had noticed that today, His Majesty looked completely different. Before, he had not shown interest in those around him. Cassandra looked closely at Nilbar and agreed that Sebastian had indeed been acting very unusual today. She explained that previously, no matter what His Majesty did or said, he had always acted purely rationally. Cassandra added that no matter how strange their master was, he was still her master. She admitted that she now felt something unusual in His Majesty, but she could not explain her own feelings. Nilbar immediately asked her to be careful with such words. Meanwhile, Sebastian continued to look at the sky. Then he quietly said that for some reason, the moon in this world was red. The Eternal Flame immediately asked what exactly he meant. The protagonist replied that nothing special had happened. It just seemed more and more like what was happening was not real. Flame admitted that she didn't quite understand his words, but still found such behavior very impressive. After this, the protagonist asked why the Eternal Flame did not allow him to kill Yukin at the very last moment. Fire honestly admitted that he regretted it a little, despite all the cruelty of the demon army general. It also reminded him that there was still a real war going on around him, after which the hero fell silent for a while. After some time, he asked why the Eternal Flame kept appearing right before his eyes. The Eternal Flame explained that it couldn't be considered a full-fledged living being at all, but was a passive ability. It was one of the highest abilities of the purgatory system. Moreover, in the whole world only one person possessed this power. It also explained that it had incredible analytical skills and an exceptional understanding of what was happening. Thanks to it, the owner could see what was hidden from others, and also sense approaching danger in advance. Eternal Flame admitted that it had many other possibilities, but was not yet going to talk about them in detail. After a short pause, the boy asked if the Eternal Flame would be able to leave him if it noticed that his heart had now become completely different. Hearing these words, the fire noticeably darkened and asked with resentment whether the owner really wanted to get rid of him. The Eternal Flame angrily declared that the hero was talking complete nonsense, but he was still the master. It then reminded him that a huge number of beings dreamed of obtaining this ability, so Sebastian had to protect it. The hero decided that if he could find at least one truly loyal ally, life here would become a little easier. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his mother, and a picture of her standing at the stove and cooking food appeared before his eyes. Then Sebastian remembered his classmate, who had once invited him to study for classes with her. The boy sighed heavily and thought that he had to finish all his business here first before he could ever hope to return back. The Eternal Flame was surprised to notice that its master was saying very strange things today. The protagonist decided that until he figured out what was happening, all he could do was continue playing the role of the Prince of Darkness. Meanwhile, in the main square of the city, a dragon rider slowly made his way towards the captives. Soon he approached the installed guillotines and stopped next to the bound people. Information has appeared about one of the prisoners. His name was Anthony. He was the consul of the Holy City. He had the 5th level of magic, and his soul limit was 7,832. The elf noticed that in front of them were the true heroes of the Holy City, who had been doing their duty during the attack on Isidel. His name was Curtis. He was the leader of the elves, commanded a squad of the 8th level demon army. The limit of his soul reached 18,712. Anthony shouted loudly that their city was already destroyed, so if the demons were going to kill them, they could do it immediately. However, Curtis replied that all the captives were heroes of the Holy City, and his demonic squad needed new fighters. Anthony immediately shouted out that no one would join the squad of demons, that if the enemies wanted to kill them, then let them do it. The man sitting next to Anthony suddenly announced in a frightened voice that he had agreed to join the ranks of the demons. Anthony looked at him sharply and indignantly asked what nonsense he was talking about. The man turned to his father and replied that they had a chance to change their fate. A senseless death could no longer fix anything. Hearing this, Anthony became furious, called him a scoundrel, and declared that he no longer had the right to call him his father. Meanwhile, Curtis approached them. He noticed that the relationship between father and son looked very sad. He then added that he absolutely did not understand how a real father could push his son into the abyss with his own hands. Anthony shouted that he only regretted one thing. When Isidel fell, he should have killed the elf with his own hands. Curtis replied indifferently that he had already released the consul's son. He then gave the order to behead all the others who refused to surrender. The demons immediately began to carry out his order, but at that moment, John suddenly asked Curtis to wait a little. He explained that only the tension and will of His Majesty could keep such important prisoners under control. The demon standing nearby asked him in bewilderment if he had drunk anything wrong. John suddenly began to support Curtis's words. Curtis stated that this small brat, brought by the demon lord himself, was now as if specifically protecting humanity. John became angry and warned Curtis never to call him a human again. The elf stated that immediately before the battle, the demon lord himself personally appointed him as the commander of the operation. John slowly reached for the sword behind his back and replied that he was the one assigned to lead this operation. So if he was going to do something unacceptable, he would have to face him first. Curtis stated that the entire army had long since noticed how John allowed prisoners to attack him and acted contrary to orders. After this, the elf said that it was time to teach him a good lesson. As soon as he finished speaking, blue and violet flames burst into flames above his palms. John immediately recognized this magic and thought that it was the famous elven flame. He realized that Curtis was really going to kill him. However, it was at this moment that Sebastian suddenly ordered them to stop. Hearing the voice of their master, Curtis and John turned around instantly. Behind them they saw their ruler, who came to them accompanied by Cassandra and Nilbar. After this, they immediately bowed before the Prince of Darkness. John immediately lowered his sword and fell to his knees, bowing his head. Then the main character headed towards them. Along the way, he noticed the prisoners who were sitting, shackled in the guillotine. Anthony looked up and then shouted something loudly at Sebastian, calling him a monster. The guy just thought that the people here were not at all friendly towards him. Curtis turned respectfully to his master and asked him why he had come here in person. Sebastian looked at him and suddenly remembered the dragon rider. Then he realized that it was he who had previously given the order to attack the city. For some reason, looking at Curtis, the hero felt uneasy. He turned to the flame and asked who the elf really was. The flame explained that Curtis was considered one of the strongest generals in the demon army, and he was also the ruler of the elves. Sebastian asked if Curtis obeyed him personally, and the flame replied that the elf would not dare disobey the order of his master. Meanwhile, the hero stopped in front of Curtis and briefly thought about when he should be allowed to rise. However, he then simply walked past the general, saying that he had no intention of interfering in his affairs. The protagonist took a deep breath and admitted that everything that was happening was beginning to seem quite exciting to him. At that moment, Curtis turned his attention to Nilbar, who was carrying a child on his shoulder. He immediately asked why he was carrying it around with him at all. Nilbar was a little confused, but Cassandra immediately intervened and explained that this was His Majesty's personal will. Curtis looked at the girl and replied that he would definitely scold her for such insolence, but Cassandra only stuck her tongue out at him. After this, the hero turned his gaze to the other two generals. The flame explained that although John was one of the 13 highest generals, he had no right to give orders on his own. He was a young man whom the demon lord had once taken into his care. Sebastian then looked at the second demon. The flames told him that his name was Bandaquis, although almost everyone just called him Theon. He was considered the bravest among the spider warriors, was one of the 13 generals, and was the strongest earth element user in the entire world. At that moment, the guy noticed a man in a clown costume in the crowd. The flames explained that it was another general, the illusionist Shoduo. He was also one of the 13 strongest, commanded the 7th Division of the army, and possessed an extremely rare mind system. Sebastian then turned his gaze to the high tower, where another general sat motionless. The flame explained that it was Jianqiu, the strongest warrior among the arthropod creatures that had submitted to the demon lord. After that, it told about the old man Zieji, the old man who had been by the demon lord's side since the founding of the entire army. He commanded the 3rd Division and possessed enormous knowledge and abilities that surpassed even Curtis's strength. Meanwhile, Sebastian walked past the other generals and began to slowly climb the steps. Zieji immediately noticed the child on Nilbar's shoulder, and he replied that it was a personal order from His Majesty. He admitted that he himself did not understand Sebastian's plans. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to keep up with his master's thoughts. Meanwhile, Sebastian headed straight for the throne, and the flame explained to him that this place had previously belonged to the patriarch Anthony. The protagonist couldn't help but think that taking the place of the former ruler was rather awkward. It even seemed to him that such an act looked like a humiliation for the previous owner, but there was no time to think about it. So the boy sat on the throne and thought that perhaps emperors also experienced a similar feeling when sitting in front of their subjects. The generals were already about to carry out the order. But suddenly, an arrow whistled past Curtis at great speed. Everyone present immediately turned their attention to her. The eternal flame immediately warned Sebastian that this was a level 1 threat. Cassandra tried to dodge, but the arrow flew just a few millimeters from her hand. Then she continued moving straight towards Sebastian. At the last moment, the hero only managed to slightly tilt his head. The arrow struck the back of the throne with great force, just a few centimeters from his head. The powerful blow caused the throne to overturn, and Sebastian fell to the ground with it. All the generals stared at their master in shock. The guy continued to lie on the floor, and his subordinates immediately ran up to him and started asking if everything was okay. Sebastian was still in shock and didn't know how to react to this sudden attack. John then suggested that there was a killer lurking somewhere nearby. After this, the hero looked towards the city and realized exactly where the enemy was heading. The next moment, a powerful explosion thundered near the tower where John was. Cassandra immediately said that, apparently, the enemy was quite strong. She noted that her wrists still hurt from trying to dodge. The shooter was a true master of his craft. The girl then added that without an order, John would never have left his place, and then decided to go to his aid. However, Curtis held out his hand and stated that it was no longer necessary. He said that Cassandra was doing a great job of protecting her master, but they couldn't take any more risks. The next moment, his hands were covered in feathers, and the elf declared that he would personally deliver the killer. Immediately after these words, Curtis quickly soared into the sky. He headed towards the site of the recent explosion at great speed. Sebastian watched what was happening in surprise. Not much time passed, and the elf returned to the square again with John. He held 2 captives in his arms. The killers had already been caught. In one hand, Curtis held a young man, and in the other, a woman. The young man was unconscious and simply hung with his head down. At the same time, the blonde girl swore and demanded that she be released immediately. Anthony turned pale with fear. He immediately recognized the girl and exclaimed that it was Dolores. He was surprised why she decided to return. John turned to Sebastian and complained that Curtis had shamelessly taken all the credit. Curtis interrupted him and advised him to look at himself first. If he hadn't arrived in time, John wouldn't be standing here now. Cassandra immediately intervened and asked both of them to stop arguing. She reminded them that now they had to be judged by the ruler himself. Curtis unceremoniously threw both suspects to the ground. The girl started coughing heavily after the fall. A few seconds later, Dolores rose to her feet and immediately called Sebastian a monster. She turned out to be a saint of the Holy City, possessed 3rd-level magic, mastered the star energy system, and her soul limit was 3,874. The main character only wearily thought that they had started insulting him again. However, a moment later, a loud slap was heard. Cassandra slapped Dolores across the cheek with all her might and angrily declared that she dared to call their master a monster. The girl then added sarcastically that the captive seemed to be trying to seduce His Majesty in some way. Dolores grabbed her reddened cheek and asked again what kind of seduction they were talking about. Cassandra stated that the captive had just called the best man in the world a monster. She was simply hiding her true intentions. The girl raised her hand and asked how it was possible to make herself fall in love with His Majesty so quickly. However, Sebastian immediately stopped her. The hero declared that he would deal with this situation himself, and Cassandra immediately fell silent. Then Sebastian looked at all the generals and said that today they had managed to conquer the holy city. He then thanked each of those present for their excellent work and expressed his sincere appreciation to them. At that moment, all the generals froze simultaneously. Absolute silence reigned in the square. The protagonist looked at their faces in surprise and could not understand why ordinary gratitude struck them so much. Eternal Flame explained that it was all because of his unusual way of speaking. Sebastian was surprised and asked what exactly seemed strange. Flame replied that previously, when holding meetings, the Prince of Darkness almost always only scolded his subordinates and accused them of mistakes. He rarely praised anyone, and this was the first time he ever thanked anyone, which is why everyone was so shocked. The protagonist ran his hand over his face in embarrassment and quietly asked if everything had really happened exactly like this before. Sebastian decided not to continue the conversation any further. He turned to Nilbar and asked if he could conduct the meeting in his place. He reminded that Nilbar was a military advisor, which meant that it was high time for him to start performing such duties. After this, the protagonist loudly announced that today's meeting dedicated to the victory would be held by Nilbar. After this, Nilbar expressed the hope that the generals were grateful for the mercy shown and would continue to faithfully serve the army of the Prince of Darkness. He thanked his master, but still asked him to personally make a decision on 3 important issues. First, it was necessary to determine the fate of the prisoners captured in the city. Secondly, it was necessary to decide what to do with the holy city itself. And thirdly, it was necessary to determine the actions of the army, whose units were now dispersed throughout the city. Sebastian praised Nilbar, noting that he had indeed done an excellent job as a speaker, and suggested that he continue. After this, the protagonist stated that he wanted to hear everyone's opinion regarding the solution of these 3 issues. However, Nilbar still asked that all 3 of these issues be considered publicly. The hero thought that this skeleton was a real rogue, but in the end, he still shifted all the responsibility onto him. He also added that the discussion should not have dragged on for long and suggested that it be conducted as openly as possible. Cassandra asked again about the open discussion, clearly not understanding what exactly he meant. However, Curtis immediately intervened and asked why such issues were even discussed. In his opinion, humanity was the eternal enemy of demons, so the entire human army had to be completely destroyed. Sebastian replied that he understood his point of view, but then the hero asked what to do with the rest of the people. Curtis stated without hesitation that there could be no exceptions. In his opinion, the entire human race was destined to disappear. After these words, Sebastian began to become noticeably irritated. He reminded them that a general discussion was currently taking place. Having finished speaking, the hero caught himself thinking that for some reason, he was beginning to feel an increasingly inexplicable hostility towards Curtis. Curtis sighed and admitted that he couldn't argue with him. He didn't think the discussion really had much point. However, since their master wanted to hear everyone's opinion, then let all the commanders speak out about how to deal with the prisoners. Siege explained that he only held the child in his arms because his majesty ordered him to, but he had no sympathy for the people. Shuduo stated that when humans captured their comrades, they never spared anyone, therefore all humans deserved to die. After this, Theon added that the easiest and most correct way would be to cut off their heads. Cassandra crossed her arms over her chest and said that she would support any decision. For the girl, there was only Sebastian's order. Curtis noticed that Cassandra didn't care about the future of the entire army, and the girl replied that she had no need to worry about such things. John admitted that he belonged to the human race, but he hated people, so he asked Sebastian to severely punish the prisoners. Nilbar added that there had always been enmity between demons and humanity, so the decision had to be made by the ruler himself. The protagonist listened silently to the speeches and was perplexed. It seemed to him that his attitude to what was happening was obvious. Curtis chuckled and asked why the ruler was hesitating now. All that was left was to order the execution of the prisoners. Then the elf turned his gaze to the prisoners and suddenly remembered that the consul's son had previously come to them himself to ask for protection. So Curtis suggested making him the new warrior of the demon army, Sun. Anthony flinched in fear when he heard this. At the same time, Curtis looked at Sebastian, waiting for his answer. However, the hero remained silent. He thought that he was a complete stranger to these people and had no reason to interfere. Besides, he felt that he had no connection whatsoever with what was happening. Then Sebastian remembered Seraphim's words about saving the world and thought bitterly that perhaps he had made the wrong choice. Finally, in a trembling voice, he quietly said that, "So be it." However, Curtis did not even listen to him and immediately ordered the execution of the sentence himself. Sebastian watched what was happening with alarm. Dolores looked at the captives with horror. Anthony's son was dragged to the place of execution, and then his father cried out in despair, calling him a traitor. The next moment, one of the demons cut the ropes holding the blades, and the huge guillotines began to descend. Just before his death, Anthony managed to shout loudly that the holy city would never surrender. At that moment, Dolores screamed for them to stop. Then there was a heavy metallic thud, and the heads of the prisoners fell to the ground simultaneously. The girl could not bear the shock she experienced and lost consciousness. Sebastian slowly lowered his head and covered his face with his hand. Curtis then asked what had happened to him and suggested that perhaps he had felt sorry for the people after the execution. The protagonist looked up at him, not understanding where he was heading with the conversation, and replied that he simply had a severe headache. After that, Curtis recalled that Yukon had previously said that His Majesty had punished him today by summoning a high-level demon. He then pointed to the captive and explained that this guy was the saint's personal guard. After this, Curtis also recalled the boy whom Sebastian had saved and even brought to the council dedicated to the celebration of the victory. He then asked the others if they felt that His Majesty had behaved quite differently today. Curtis speculated that the seraphim weapon used during the battle may have somehow influenced the prince's personality. After this, he directly stated that it was not the real Prince of Darkness who stood before them. He demanded to know who he really was. Hearing this, Sebastian became very nervous. He frantically thought, could it be that all of this was a pre-planned trap? However, he then realized that he had nowhere left to retreat. The hero then showed Curtis the ring and explained that he had both the weapon and the eternal flame, so there was no reason to doubt his identity. However, Curtis replied that this proved nothing at all. Sebastian asked what could serve as evidence then. The elf explained that it was all very simple, after which he raised his palm. He declared that the prince must stop his fiery attack. Cassandra cried out indignantly that this was sheer blasphemy, but Curtis merely directed his fiery power at her and declared that the Prince of Darkness had never refused a challenge before. No one had been able to stop him before, so now he wanted to understand what exactly His Majesty was hiding. Cassandra looked visibly alarmed when she heard this. Then John reminded them that the real Prince of Darkness was still standing in front of them, so there was no point in doubting him. However, Curtis objected that the ruler should not have been afraid of this flame at all. Sebastian felt his insides tighten with anxiety. Meanwhile, Nilbar took a few steps back and admitted that His Majesty had indeed behaved unusually today. The hero noted how cunning Curtis was, then he turned to the eternal flame and asked what this technique was. The flame responded that this was the elves' most powerful combat technique. A simple fire barrier would no longer be able to stop it. Sebastian, in despair, thought that the whole thing was some kind of joke, and at that moment Curtis unleashed a fire attack at him. The hero instinctively covered himself with his hands, deciding that this was the end of it. However, suddenly a huge wave of blood appeared in the sky. She instantly stopped the destructive flames. Curtis froze in surprise when he saw this. Then Miranda stepped forward and asked if Curtis had really called it a routine check. In her opinion, it looked more like an outright attempt to kill his own master. Miranda was the Empress of the Vampires and also the Supreme Commander of the Demon Army. She possessed the 9th level of magic, mastered the Purgatory system, and her soul limit reached 28,637. Sebastian looked at the woman who appeared in front of him in shock. The girl then turned to him and asked worriedly if everything was okay with him. The protagonist blushed slightly and was surprised that she called him by name. Meanwhile, Nilbar greeted Miranda. Curtis asked why she was there, since she was supposed to be pursuing the escaped archbishop. In response, Miranda noted that it was no one's business where exactly she was or what she was doing. She then, in turn, asked Curtis why he decided to use such a dangerous flame against the overlord. Curtis realized that it would no longer be so easy to overthrow the Prince of Darkness, so he replied that he only wanted to test his strength. Miranda slowly moved down, then admitted that she had indeed noticed strange behavior in Sebastian. However, in truth, even she herself could not yet understand what exactly had changed in their master. Curtis stated that everyone should think again, whether they really were dealing with the true Prince of Darkness. At that moment, Miranda approached him and called the elf by name. When he asked what was the matter, the girl only smiled predatorily, baring her fangs. She stated that no one gave him the right to question the identity of His Majesty. Moreover, if Curtis wanted to die so much, then she was ready to end his life with her own hands. Meanwhile, Sebastian turned to the eternal flame and noticed that Miranda seemed to be very kind to him. The flame confirmed this and explained that the Vampire Queen and the Prince of Darkness had been allies for 100 years. Miranda was the only one who possessed power capable of rivaling Sebastian's, but she always remained his faithful ally. The protagonist inquired if they were more than just close allies, but the flame responded evasively. Curtis, however, stated that the owner of such a high level of power should have behaved more decently. John immediately realized that Miranda was completely serious and noted that Curtis should not have provoked her. Cassandra also thought that Miranda had already shown her true strength, and now a battle was about to start between them again. Then Sebastian intervened, calling out to Miranda and declaring that he and Seraphim were tired enough from fighting. Curtis simply doubted his strength, but he was not used to shying away from challenges from his subordinates, be it Yukon or Curtis himself. The guy noted that thanks to the help of some allies, he gradually managed to strengthen his position. Sebastian rose from his throne and declared that even if Miranda did not intervene, such an attack was no more dangerous to him than child's play. Miranda immediately turned around and said that this whole situation arose solely due to her own carelessness. Then the girl took a step forward and knelt before the prince. She asked His Majesty to first sort out all the issues after the capture of the Holy City. John then stepped forward and said that he fully supported the proposal. Nilbar also came out on Miranda's side, and Sebastian noted that his generals were unexpectedly unanimous. Then, one after another, the other commanders began to come forward, declaring that they also supported her opinion. Only Curtis continued to stand motionless, watching Miranda carefully and trying to understand what she was thinking about. After a few seconds, the elf took a step forward. He recalled that it was His Majesty who allowed everyone to freely express their opinion. However, since the majority had already made up their minds, he was no longer going to argue. Sebastian admired Miranda. He realized that it was she who was able to completely change the mood of those present. That's why he decided to take advantage of this opportune moment. He again addressed all the generals and stated that he wanted to express his own opinion. The hero stated that the war had been going on for 100 years. People were constantly fighting back and becoming stronger, so it all made no sense. Curtis replied that the best way to instill fear was to make an example of one person in 100 different ways. However, Sebastian stated that he was wrong. Curtis was surprised and then suggested that he explain his point of view himself. The protagonist replied that first it was necessary to defeat the enemy's heart, and only then his army. The heart was the first target. All the generals looked at him at once with bewilderment, and Nilbar asked him to explain the meaning of these words. Then Sebastian said that just recently, after much reflection, he had come to exactly this conclusion. Nilbar immediately wrote down these words in a special book and noted that His Majesty really thought incredibly deeply. Miranda repeated the words about the heart and the army thoughtfully, as if trying to fully grasp their meaning. Even Curtis was lost in thought. Sebastian had a hard time hiding his joy. He saw that they were all really trying to understand his words. The hero chuckled and decided that it was not surprising, because such ideas were significantly superior to the usual thinking of demons. He then ordered everyone to listen carefully. Sebastian ordered an immediate stop to the destruction of the city's inhabitants. Curtis objected that it was impossible to carry out the order and recalled the centuries-old hatred between humans and demons. Theon also supported him and noted that many of their comrades had died during the siege of the city. However, the protagonist firmly stated that anyone who dared to disobey this order would be immediately punished. After these words, Theon immediately fell silent, and Sebastian said that at first glance, the capture of the holy city meant a complete victory. However, in reality, it was just one religious center, while the real power of humanity remained intact. He reminded them that demons had been fighting with people for many years, after which the hero asked if they really knew their enemy. If you understand your enemy as well as you understand yourself, it will be much more difficult to suffer defeat. To achieve final victory, it was first necessary to understand the people, what they feared, what they strove for, and what they sincerely believed in. After this, the guy spread his arms wide and asked if anyone present had ever thought about such things. Human civilization was based on books. If their knowledge is destroyed, humanity will gradually lose hope of victory. Therefore, all the books had to be preserved so that they could be carefully studied later and the information obtained could be used against people. After this, Sebastian suggested that the generals think about his words. Everyone present was amazed by what they heard, and Zieji immediately declared that he would definitely seriously consider this idea. Cassandra nodded and smiled, noting that such a plan did indeed sound very reasonable. The protagonist was delighted. He realized that his words had been very convincing. Therefore, all that remained now was to maintain the image of a wise and confident ruler. After this, Sebastian ordered that the killers be interrogated and that he personally take charge of the investigation. In addition, he ordered that the bulk of the army be temporarily stationed outside the city and await further orders. Sometime later, Sebastian was already in the former imperial palace. Stepping out onto the balcony, he looked at the city and thought that its grandeur once truly resembled ancient Constantinople. However, in just one day, the army of darkness turned this beautiful city into ruins, and the boy understood that it would be incredibly difficult to restore it. Since his arrival in this world, he has been beset by so many events that he has not had time to process everything. Suddenly, he looked at the eternal flame and asked if it knew everything he was thinking. Flame explained that it could only respond when Sebastian spoke to it. At that moment, Cassandra came out onto the balcony and announced that a bath had already been prepared for His Majesty. Sebastian turned around and saw a girl standing in front of him wearing only a light robe. This made him a little embarrassed, and then he asked the eternal flame how to remove the wings. Flame explained that all it took was to relax and imagine the wings folding. Finding himself in the warm water, the hero thought with relief that this sensation allowed him to relax a little for the first time in a long time. Sebastian ran his hand over his back and was surprised to note that although his wings had already sprouted, there were no wounds left there. Then the protagonist thought that the ability to recover so quickly was truly amazing. Meanwhile, Cassandra came closer and said that this day had been very difficult for Her Majesty. Although this place was not a real palace, it still strongly resembled one. Then the girl came up as usual to take care of her master while he was bathing. After that, she took off her robe, and Sebastian's heart immediately began to beat much faster. The hero could not understand what was happening to him. At that moment, he involuntarily remembered his past life. One day his mother caught him watching adult films. She asked him what he was doing at such a time, and the guy, frightened, immediately turned off the TV and pretended that nothing had happened. In those years, he was an ordinary high school student. Therefore, his interest in girls and their beauty was at its peak. Sometimes he even involuntarily glanced at women's underwear when the girls walked up the stairs. So now, when such an attractive woman stood in front of him, it was very difficult for him to maintain his composure. Cassandra raised her hands, gathered her hair into a ponytail, and smiling, looked at the Prince of Darkness. Then she approached him and was surprised to notice that his nose was bleeding. Sebastian quickly wiped away the blood and replied that nothing terrible had happened. He had probably just gotten too hot. The girl thought for a moment and assumed that the bathroom really was very stuffy. After that, she unexpectedly hugged him and admitted that he looked especially handsome today. Then Sebastian asked her if he really seemed handsome to her, since people around him kept saying that he had changed a lot. Cassandra replied that if His Majesty remained as he was now, she would have much more opportunity to take care of him. The protagonist wondered if it was really that noticeable. However, at the last moment he stopped, the girl opened her eyes slightly and asked if he really didn't like her. Sebastian replied that it wasn't that at all. He understood that the previous owner of this body would certainly have reciprocated her feelings. However, he himself could not do this yet. At the same time, the hero decided that those around him should under no circumstances notice his doubts. So he firmly said that he was a little tired, so today he would let Cassandra do as she saw fit. He thought that they shouldn't have caught anyone in a situation like that. The girl licked her lips slightly, suddenly moved even closer, and said that she understood everything perfectly. Immediately after that, she dived under the water with Sebastian. But at that moment, there was a knock on the door. The girl behind the door asked if he had some time. Sebastian immediately recognized her voice and realized that Miranda had arrived. The woman came out onto the balcony in just a robe and asked him to spend less time with the goblin girl in the future. The protagonist immediately realized that they were talking about Cassandra and even wondered if Miranda was jealous, but he replied that he understood everything. The guy then reminded himself that he needed to pay closer attention to his emotions and act as naturally as possible. After this, Sebastian asked why she came to him so early. Miranda was surprised, as if it was already not early at all. The hero hastened to reply that he had simply misspoke, but he himself wondered what time it was. He also noticed that she was dressed rather loosely and acted as if they were in a very close relationship. Then Miranda remembered the words he had spoken at the meeting today. Sebastian was a little confused, coughed into his fist and confirmed that he really thought so. The girl then said that they had been arguing for many decades, but she always supported his final decisions. The thing was, the Demon Lord's army was their common force, and she always hoped that it would be able to achieve its goal. The protagonist asked the Eternal Flame what exactly the purpose was, and it replied that it concerned His Majesty's personal affairs. Miranda said that conquering the entire world was a great goal that even their predecessors had failed to achieve. If they could accomplish it together, it would be a great success, but before that, she had only been improving her own abilities. If we consider her as a demon, then she had almost no innate talent. However, due to her mastery of 4-system synesthesia, there were very few beings in this world who could compare to her. However, such enormous power also had its drawbacks. Although powerful beings gathered under the banner of the Prince of Darkness, each of them pursued their own goals. United by fear and power, they could fulfill any wish of their ruler, but the army had no common goal. From the outside, it looked more like a chaotic crowd, which became especially evident after the prince received spiritual power. His egoism became even more noticeable, and all the power of the demons was directed exclusively at the war against humanity. Then Miranda looked him in the eye and asked if he realized how much this war was draining the entire army. After that, she put her hands on his shoulders and said that in case of defeat, the demon army could very well fall apart. He himself had previously said that a state cannot be governed by military force, and that the army must have a much more solid foundation. The girl looked up, tears appeared in her eyes, and she admitted that she saw more and more clearly how she was straying from the right path. She couldn't stop thinking about how much she had disappointed him. Miranda noticed that his speech at today's meeting was very different from previous ones. Although it was not perfect, it could no longer be compared to what it had been before, and the girl was genuinely surprised. Then the main character said that he had been thinking a lot lately. So now he wanted to ask her for one favor. He needed only 3 days to strengthen his subordinates. Despite the halt to the attack on the city, there were still many dissatisfied people among the demons. In addition, he still had to deal with the child he had saved, as well as the 2 captured killers. He asked to be allowed to devote these 3 days to these matters, and at the same time, to carefully consider the future of the entire army. Miranda looked at him in silence for a moment. After that, she looked down and replied that she understood his request. Later, Sebastian lay down on the roof of the palace and thought that he was dead tired, but for some reason he still could not fall asleep. Then the Eternal Flame asked why his master had said such strange things today, and why he had changed so much. The hero asked if he had really said something wrong. Flame replied that not at all, it was just that demons did not need sleep, so such words seemed unusual to him. Sebastian finally understood why Miranda had reacted so strangely to his question. The hero then spread his wings and noted with admiration that they looked incredibly beautiful. Then the eternal flame asked him what he was going to do next, and the hero replied that he needed to leave for a while. At that moment, Cassandra jumped off the balcony and asked where he was going and if he was okay. Sebastian asked the flame why the previous owner of the body had learned so much magic, but none of the spells worked. Then he asked to be taught how to use magic as soon as possible, and the flame replied that it seemed he had forgotten that too. It explained that any complex magic usually consisted of 4 essential parts. It consisted of spells, magic sequences, basic spiritual power, and mental perception. Moreover, in addition to spiritual strength, all other components had to be remembered by heart. The hero asked how long it would take to master all of this again, and the flame said that with his talent, it would take 1 or 2 years. Hearing this, Sebastian only sighed heavily and thought that it had taken much longer than he had expected. Then the hero went down to the street, and the flame again asked what exactly he was going to do. The guy reminded that he had already talked about this. After this, he went to the library of the holy city, and on the way the hero reflected that it was not easy to restore his strength. In addition, he had to manage his own army like wolves, while simultaneously waiting for the tigers to appear. Once in the library, Sebastian looked around and asked the eternal flame how long the war between humans and demons had been going on. It replied that this conflict had lasted for centuries, and the hero asked if there were any books written by people about this war. After a while, he put a whole stack of books on the table, and the eternal flame asked if he really intended to read them all. Sebastian replied that he only had 3 days left, so there was very little time. Having opened the book, the hero thought that, despite the religious nature of the texts, they still contained important information. He thought that life experience, a person's character, his connections, economics, and politics were the basis for the existence of any state. The demon army and humanity created a unique opportunity for the emergence of a new demon lord. Therefore, before leaving this world, he had to get used to his new role as quickly as possible. As a result, the hero spent several hours in the library. The sky was already colored by the rays of the morning sun. Leaving the library, Sebastian was even surprised and asked if 3 days had really passed already. The eternal flame replied that during this time he had managed to read a huge number of books. Suddenly, the hero stopped, and a large cross towered in front of him. Tied to it was the body of a seraph, over which crows circled. Sebastian examined the body carefully and was shocked to realize that in front of him were indeed the remains of a seraph. Then he asked who did this. One of the demons answered that on Curtis's orders, people delivered the body here. The hero thought with annoyance that he had encountered Curtis again, but he realized that this issue could not be resolved hastily. Seraphim was of great importance to humanity as a religious figure, and was also an important figure for demons. Then Sebastian ordered that the body be first removed from the cross. The demon was about to carry out the order, but at that moment, Miranda appeared behind him and declared that this was not possible. She came with her maids and ordered her servants to change His Majesty's clothes. The maids immediately surrounded Sebastian, hiding him from prying eyes. The hero began to change clothes, noting that everything that was happening looked rather strange. After that, Miranda called him and said that she wanted to show him one place. When Sebastian finished changing, he noticed that her expression had changed noticeably and become much more serious. Together they approached a high tower, and the woman explained that it was a religious prison. The protagonist remembered that he had already read about it in books, but he was immediately surprised by the lack of windows at the top of the tower. Then Miranda suggested they go inside, and they began to slowly climb the stairs. As they walked up the dark steps, Sebastian reflected that this prison was considered a symbolic place where demons were put on trial. All this time Miranda remained silent, and her expression became increasingly gloomy, but the hero did not understand what was happening to her. Suddenly a sharp, heavy smell hit my nose. The hero mechanically covered the lower part of his face with his hand and thought that the stench here was simply unbearable. As we went up the stairs, there were more and more traces of blood. Looking up, he realized that the higher they climbed, the stronger the smell of blood became. He was coming from somewhere at the top of the tower. But Sebastian and Miranda continued their journey upward. Finally, they reached the heavy doors guarded by Miranda's subordinates. The women respectfully greeted their mistress and His Highness the Prince. After this, Miranda ordered the doors to be opened. At the woman's command, the maids obeyed, and the doors began to slowly open. Sebastian involuntarily froze, waiting to see what was hidden inside. As soon as the doors opened, the heavy smell became even stronger. The hero's eyes widened in shock. Inside the room lay the bodies of demons with horrific mutilations, and severed limbs were scattered across the bloody floor. Other demons were chained with sharp metal spikes, and some had their skulls almost completely split open. Sebastian tried his best to remain calm. He knew that he should never show his true emotions. However, his legs began to tremble treacherously. At that moment, he suddenly felt an incredibly heavy pressure. Slowly turning around, the hero saw that it came from Miranda. At the same time, the mark on his forehead began to move. The eternal flame immediately warned him of a level 1 threat. Suddenly, Sebastian's vision went dark. His legs began to shake even more violently, and he felt as if he was about to lose consciousness. However, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and thought that thanks to the high sensitivity of his soul, he could still resist. Despite the icy spiritual pressure, literally pressing him to the ground, he managed to withstand Miranda's power. One of her subordinates grabbed her mistress by the hand and said excitedly that she could not stand it any longer. However, Miranda seemed not to hear anything. Then Sebastian called out to her loudly. Only after that, the woman finally came to her senses. She admitted that she had momentarily lost control of her own power, and the maids breathed a sigh of relief. After that, they went deeper into the room, and Sebastian looked up at the ceiling, where he saw the hanging bodies of demons. One of the still living captives was chained, and tubes were connected to her body through which blood was pumped out of her. She begged him to let her go, barely audibly, explaining that she had almost no blood left, and then Miranda had wounded her own hand. She allowed her blood to enter the demon's body. After a few moments, she slowly opened her eyes. She recognized the commander and weakly addressed her. However, the girl only looked away, apologized, and painfully admitted that she could no longer save her. Then the tormented demoness asked her to put an end to her suffering. Miranda raised her hand to her forehead, continuing to avoid her gaze. The next moment, the captive's head exploded, instantly ending his torment. The vampire stated that even in this century, people still continued to believe that demon blood could prolong life. Sebastian began to wonder if such rumors really did exist, even though human encyclopedias had long since refuted them. However, even in his previous world, people also believed in the most incredible things. Then the hero looked around again. He realized that only by being there in person could he see how monstrous human cruelty could be. Everything that was happening seemed like a real abyss, and he did not want to stay in this place for a single extra second. Suddenly, a quiet sob was heard from behind. Sebastian turned around and saw Miranda standing behind him. She cried quietly, unable to contain her emotions at what she saw. Then the hero carefully placed his hands on her shoulders. He tried to calm her down by saying that it wasn't just her burden. These demons belonged to her race, but they were also his people, so he was also responsible for them. The protagonist asked her not to try to carry everything alone. However, the girl continued to hold back her tears. After this, in despair, she declared that she wanted to destroy all of humanity. Then she flared up and said that she would collect as many human corpses as possible and hang Seraphim's head on the city gates. Miranda also admitted that she dreamed of wiping the holy city off the face of the earth. Then Sebastian called out to her quietly. He hugged the girl tightly and promised that he would sort it all out himself. He only asked her to trust him, and Miranda eventually agreed, finally calming down. Soon, all the inhabitants of the holy city were driven to the main square in front of the gallows. People were talking to each other in panic, asking what was happening and why they were going to be executed. Some suggested that the demons had gone completely mad. Others said that they were planning to destroy all people at once. Someone asked fearfully where the soldiers were and when they would finally come to help. Meanwhile, Curtis and Yukon stood on the roof of a nearby building and watched what was happening. Yukon noticed that Sebastian had apparently recently banned senseless killings, but now he was going to execute people again. Curtis replied that the current Sebastian was no longer the same as before, and Yukon admitted that he felt the same. He explained that he had no doubts about his conclusions. Earlier, he wanted to expose the Prince of Darkness so that everyone would turn away from him. However, now he decided to act differently. Moreover, he was no longer sure that it was not the real Sebastian in front of them. At that moment, Sebastian appeared in the sky behind them. People immediately noticed him and began to talk fearfully, realizing that the Prince of Darkness himself was standing in front of them. Then the hero slowly descended onto the platform and addressed the inhabitants of the holy city. He declared that he clearly saw the fear in their eyes. Sebastian explained that he had gathered the people here only to tell them a few important things. He recalled that many believed that demon blood prolonged life, and the higher the level of a demon's soul, the more valuable its blood was considered. After this, the guy bit his own finger, noting that it was quite painful. He then showed everyone the wound and declared that if the rumors were true, then it was his blood that should be considered the most valuable. After this, the main character asked who of those present would really like to drink it. The crowd just stood in fearful silence. Then Sebastian called Miranda. The girl immediately used her power, and then suddenly a small drop of blood rose into the air. The hero explained that these people were the same as those who were in the religious prison and mocked the demons. If anyone truly dreamed of a long life, they now had the opportunity. After these words, a drop of blood flew straight into the mouth of one of the men, who involuntarily swallowed it. Then Sebastian explained that it was all completely useless. Even if a person held the blood of a soul possessor of such a high level in his mouth, his body would not be able to withstand the colossal force. Sebastian explained that such a person would not only not prolong his life, but would also almost immediately turn into a disgusting corpse. As soon as he finished speaking, the unfortunate man's face became distorted, his eyes popped out of their sockets, and blood gushed from all the holes on his face. The rest of the hanged men were horrified when they saw what the blood of the Prince of Darkness had done to the man. The people nearby recoiled in horror, and real panic gripped the crowd. Sebastian then pointed to the people with nooses around their necks and explained that they were the ones responsible for the crimes. Some of them were prisoners of a religious prison, others were its guards. All of them not only tortured demons to death, but also pumped blood out of them, devising a way to make huge profits from this. The condemned immediately began to justify themselves, claiming that they had no choice and were simply following orders. Sebastian looked at them and asked if they remembered mercy when his people asked for their lives. After that, he gave the order. The ground beneath the condemned men's feet disappeared, and they all fell down at once. The crowd held its breath in horror as the nooses tightened sharply around the necks of the condemned. Everyone watched the execution in horror. At this moment, the protagonist turned away. He understood that people had just died, but now there was simply no other way out. Then Sebastian ordered himself to calm down, because there was still a lot ahead of him. After that, he ordered that someone else be brought here. Soon people heard a heavy rumble. Then in the square, there was a huge Medini, carrying a massive wooden cross. She ordered everyone to make way, and the frightened residents immediately cleared the way. After this, the giantess made a hole in the ground with her finger and inserted a cross into it. When the cross was erected, people raised their heads and saw that the body of Seraphim was on it. One of the villagers immediately turned to Sebastian and shouted angrily that he was a demon. The man then stated that they didn't care if he harmed people, but no one dared insult their Seraphim. Sebastian unexpectedly replied that it was precisely such people who deserved to be called brave and holy inhabitants of the holy city. The man who had been shouting insults looked at him blankly. The hero said that in 22 years of the Seraphim's service, they met only 4 times, and their last meeting put everything in its place. He explained that Seraphim was both the spiritual leader of humanity and the main enemy of demons. Sebastian stated that the demons were not barbarians at all. Even during the war, they treated their opponents with cruelty. After this, Medini carefully removed Seraphim's body from the cross, and Sebastian explained that it was impossible to mix different things. He declared that he would punish all who had harmed his people, but at the same time, he had no intention of mocking the heroes of his enemies. Therefore, the main character decided to return Seraphim's body to the people so that they could give him a decent burial. The inhabitants of the holy city were shocked by such an act of the Prince of Darkness. Even Cassandra could not hide her surprise. Miranda looked at the girl and asked if she really thought her master's decision was wrong. Cassandra responded that it didn't matter to her, because she always considered any decision His Majesty made to be correct. Miranda remembered that she and Sebastian had been in a prison from which it was impossible to escape of their own free will. She said that even the most severe punishments would have seemed too lenient to those people. Miranda noticed that Sebastian was currently struggling internally, perhaps literally seething with rage inside. From the outside, the people appeared weak, but in reality they were very resilient thanks to long years of strict discipline. After that, Miranda looked at Sebastian and thought that after so many years, he had finally come to the same conclusions as she had. Then the girl smiled faintly and thanked him. The hero noticed her smile and for some reason immediately looked away. He addressed the city's inhabitants and explained that the demon army had already occupied the holy city. At the same time, the majority of the troops remained outside its borders. Sebastian then warned the people that when all the demon forces were here, the consequences would be obvious to everyone. At that moment, panic swept through the crowd again. Sebastian stated that if the residents did not want this outcome, they should strictly adhere to his rules. Even though the city was coming under the control of the demons, he was going to grant it the status of an autonomous region of the demon army. The generals looked at each other upon hearing such a proposal. At the same time, the residents themselves remained silent. After this, Sebastian presented to the people the basic rules of the new autonomous region, as outlined in the scroll. However, Dolores threw the scroll away in irritation, declaring that she had not even intended to read it. Cassandra immediately jumped up from her seat and called her a terrible woman, but Sebastian calmed his subordinate with a gesture. Dolores stated that if the demons were going to kill people, then let them just do it. She was not going to cooperate with the enemy. Sebastian replied that if she did not acknowledge this document, then by that night the entire city would be littered with human corpses. He then asked her to choose for herself what she wanted more, to see the cemetery or to let people continue to live in peace. Dolores asked him again if he really was talking about a quiet life, and she couldn't understand whether it was all just a joke. Then Sebastian pointed to the discarded document and advised him to reread it carefully. If Dolores had officially recognized this document, people's lives could have truly changed for the better. After this, Sebastian and Dolores left the room, and Krog asked the girl if she really intended to trust the Prince of Darkness. He then admitted that he himself was not yet sure, but he heard that Sebastian really did return Seraphim's body to the people. Krog said that rumors were circulating around the city about the Prince of Darkness being seriously wounded. That night, Sebastian was unable to dodge even one arrow. He then carefully suggested to Dolores that she take this chance and try to kill him. The girl replied that even when wounded, Sebastian was still under the protection of the spirit that constantly accompanied him. If the Prince of Darkness fulfills all the conditions, then this option will truly become the best solution for the residents of the Holy City. After some time, Curtis appeared before Sebastian and asked if he really intended to withdraw the troops from the city. At this moment, Sebastian was with his subordinates. He replied that they had calculated the costs of maintaining the army and found that there were no longer enough funds to supply the troops. Curtis raised his head and reminded that the demons had recently captured a huge city, receiving a large amount of gold. After that, he turned his gaze to Nilbar and asked in surprise if he had really managed to complete all the calculations so quickly. Nilbar explained that the prince had told him a new way of doing the calculations, so the entire analysis could be completed in less than 2 days. Curtis frowned even more, admitting that he had always thought Sebastian was only interested in magic. That's why he never expected that he was so good at arithmetic as well. Sebastian replied that he had studied human books on mathematics and, based on them, had developed a new way of doing calculations. He called this method the double entry system. It was this approach that made it possible to see real economic connections. Nilbar immediately supported him and remarked with admiration that this method was truly magnificent. In addition to the new accounting system, he also applied statistical methods to forecast military spending. After analysis, it turned out that after the capture of the Holy City, its economic structure completely changed. Curtis chuckled and stated that now everything was clear. The prince had decided to withdraw the main army, and there was nothing wrong with that. Then the commander of the second corps of the demon army officially asked to be left as the governor of the Holy City. Curtis asked that his people be entrusted with the management of this place. At this moment, Sebastian thought for a moment. He understood that it was the second corps that made the greatest contribution to the capture of the city. After a short discussion and taking into account the recommendations of the other commanders, the hero granted his request. As a result, the Demon Lord's army left the Holy City in an orderly manner, having achieved yet another victory. As night fell, Sebastian rode a dragon among the floating islands. He noted with admiration that the local landscapes looked truly majestic. The Eternal Flame explained that it was a demon city, meaning they were already in the demon army's territory. Then the protagonist looked at one of the floating islands, where a huge crowd had gathered at the very edge. These were his subjects. However, he noticed that people looked more exhausted than happy. The Eternal Flame explained that he was constantly organizing military campaigns that exhausted the country, making life difficult for his people. The hero thought about it and came to the conclusion that the previous ruler was probably a very cruel ruler. At that moment, Sebastian turned around and saw Cassandra riding next to him on her dragon. The girl reported that the main forces of the army had just arrived, so they could spend the night right on the backs of the dragons. She then opened the umbrella she was holding, creating a small canopy over them. His leg was firmly attached to the dragon's body. After this, Cassandra immediately clung to Sebastian and admitted that she missed him very much. She also hinted that they could now finish what they had started in the Holy City. The girl pressed herself against him even tighter. The reaction of the protagonist's body was immediate. Cassandra happily decided that he had agreed to her proposal. Meanwhile, Miranda noticed that they were hiding together under one umbrella and decided that Cassandra was acting too stupid. Sometime after this, morning came. Cassandra peered out from under her umbrella and motioned for Sebastian to look ahead. The protagonist rose and saw a huge tower surrounded by a powerful magical barrier. He was amazed by this sight and asked if this was the Palace of Demons. The Eternal Flame explained that they had arrived at the headquarters of the Prince of Darkness's army, Alistair's fortress. Then Cassandra removed the blanket, and Sebastian thought with surprise that the structure looked like a palace from a computer game. After that, she loudly ordered that the protective barrier be opened immediately. In his thoughts, Sebastian turned to the Eternal Flame and asked for advice on how to do this, admitting that he did not remember anything. The flame explained that Alistair was surrounded by a magical barrier that could only be removed by elemental power. Moreover, his current strength was enough for this, that after a little, they could be destroyed in less than 5 seconds. Flame explained that he had previously been able to combine the syllables he spoke, and that was why he had always outperformed his opponents. Meanwhile, Miranda asked with displeasure why Sebastian was standing idle and why the barrier was still closed. She warned that, if it is not opened as soon as possible, otherwise, the entire air fleet will collapse into the abyss and be consumed by fire. At this time, the hero tried to reproduce the magical symbols, but his tongue seemed to be slurred. Cassandra asked worriedly what the problem was and offered to help. However, Sebastian decided that he shouldn't shift this onto others. He had no right to embarrass himself over a trifle. Moreover, the language of this world was different from his native one, although he somehow understood it well enough. So the guy decided to try again. Sebastian then began to carefully analyze the symbols that made up the magical syllables. He reasoned that the spell involved 4 elements. In that case, he had to disassemble them correctly in less than 2 seconds. Gradually, he realized that each set of symbols could be combined into one complex sign. As a result, instead of many individual symbols, only 4 complex hieroglyphs remained. Then the main character cast the spell in literally a few milliseconds. After this, the barrier immediately opened. the main character managed to do everything on time. The air fleet flew through the passage unhindered, and Sebastian thought with relief that he had managed it after all. The Eternal Flame noticed that he cast the spell differently than he had before, but this method was no worse than the previous one. Now it is no longer possible to repeat the old method, but the current one turned out to be even simpler. The hero realized that at first he perceived the spells as a sequence of syllables, so he only tried to increase the speed of speech. What surprised him most was that he could still read these combined signs fluently. Sebastian suggested that his knowledge of Chinese and English made it easier for him to understand the written language of this world. Suddenly, Cassandra called out to him and said that it was time to launch the air fleet. Soon after, all the dragons flew to the desired point. After this, Sebastian landed and dismounted from his dragon. At that moment, a robot approached him and congratulated him on his return home. His name was Blue, and he was a disciple of the Demon Palace. In his thoughts, the protagonist again turned to the Eternal Flame and wondered who this robot was. The flame explained that it was Alistair's guardian. The great engineer Lily had created it and presented it as a gift to her master. Sebastian realized that he knew nothing about this place, so he was shocked that this mountain complex turned out to be a demon palace. The guy decided that this was where he could figure out what was going on and finally get some rest. However, Blue immediately reported that his arrival was very timely, as the demon palace was on the verge of destruction. Hearing this, Sebastian exclaimed that it seemed the rest was being postponed again. Then they came to the Gate of Burning Souls, and the robot told him that the underground magma had cooled. Nilbar explained that in the entire history of the demon race, such a thing had happened extremely rarely. Sebastian then turned to Cassandra and asked what the consequences of the magma cooling would be. However, the girl was unable to answer anything. Nilbar remarked that it was surprising that the head of the ruler's personal guard did not know such obvious things. He explained that magma was the main source of demons' power, as well as the basis of the energy of the purgatory system. Therefore, with her disappearance, the power of the demons will be significantly weakened, and they will no longer be able to resist the invaders. Sebastian sighed heavily and wondered why everything had to be so complicated. Blue said that the solution to this problem cannot be delayed, so it is necessary to prepare for the heating of the magma as soon as possible. However, Nilbar stopped him and stated that Sebastian could not have simply gone to the center of the world. He explained that, despite the seriousness of the situation, each descent to the center of the world always required several days of preparation. Sebastian was surprised and turned to the flame, asking if it was really that serious and for what reason. The flame confirmed that this was absolutely true. It explained that a huge number of creatures from the underworld lived below. First, it was necessary to pass through many layers of the earth, and only then reach the space of the very center of the earth. Moreover, it was in the central region that the most powerful creatures, possessing incredible strength, lived. Sebastian then wondered how far he could go with the strength he had now. The Eternal Flame answered without hesitation that he would have died already in the area of the Demon Stone land. Meanwhile, in the Holy City, residents gathered on the fortress wall to watch what was happening. One of them turned to the general and asked what he was going to do, since the Prince of Darkness had personally established the laws of the autonomous region. At that moment, Curtis approached them riding a dragon. He declared that no one could stop him. He recalled that when the inhabitants of Isidel mercilessly destroyed his loved ones, they understood that one day, the day of reckoning would come. After these words, the mouths of the two-headed dragons glowed even brighter. Curtis stated that if people were executed in batches of 100, it would be much easier for him to count the number of those killed. Then the two-headed dragons began to spew streams of fire. The city's residents were so terrified they couldn't even move. The dragons flew right over the crowd, burning people alive. Curtis laughed loudly and ordered the next 100 prisoners to be brought in. One of his subordinates immediately carried out the order, and soon another group of people appeared on the square. However, Curtis only ordered them all to be destroyed. After this, the dragon again released a powerful stream of flame directly towards the city's inhabitants. However, something unexpected suddenly happened. Curtis was surprised to see that someone had managed to stop the fire breathing, allowing several people to escape. In the middle of the raging flames stood Jianshu. Curtis looked at him in amazement and realized that the strongest insect warrior stood before him. Almost immediately after this, new fighters of the insect army began to appear in the sky. They quickly swooped down on the goblin warriors flying over the city, quickly surrounded them, and put their blades to their necks. Curtis turned around sharply and was surprised to realize that in front of him stood an entire army of insect warriors. While he was watching what was happening, Jianshu suddenly attacked him. However, Curtis noticed the blow in time and stopped it with one hand. The elf immediately activated the spell, creating a magic circle in front of him with both hands and throwing the enemy back. After that, he released a stream of fire magic. However, Jianshu quickly swung his black blade-like hands and completely dispersed the flames. Then Curtis instantly rushed forward, concentrating a huge amount of magical energy in his palm. He delivered a crushing blow filled with magical power. Jianshu tried to defend himself by raising both hands above himself. However, Curtis released a colossal stream of energy and slammed him into the ground with great force. After this, Curtis declared that this insect warrior must die. However, almost immediately he noticed that dozens of other insect warriors had already gathered around him. They quickly surrounded him and prepared for a joint attack. In a moment, they all rushed forward at once. They surrounded the elf in a tight ring. Then Curtis released a powerful blast of magical energy, which scattered all the opponents in different directions. After this, he demanded to know why the army of insect warriors suddenly considered him their enemy. Jianshu replied that they were only enforcing the imperial law of the autonomous region. According to this order, the army of insect warriors was obliged to stop him at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing lives. Hearing this, Curtis realized that Sebastian had left them such an ally on purpose. Suddenly an elf flew up to him and asked him to stop the battle, since after such a fight their army would suffer heavy losses. Besides, they still had to deal with matters in the holy city ahead of them. Now was not the time to show force. Curtis frowned at the memory. However, he then loudly ordered the entire second detachment to gather immediately. Meanwhile, Sebastian struggled to lift the huge object. His body was visibly shaking from the incredible strain. A complex magic circle revolved above his head. The hero really did his best. Finally, the huge gates opened slightly, but the hero could no longer hold them open. He immediately closed them, sank heavily to the ground, and admitted that he had failed. He then reminded the flame that it had assured him that with a very powerful spell these gates could be opened. The eternal flame explained that their power was determined by the amount of spiritual power and the strength of memories, along with the feelings embedded in the magic. Sebastian had no problems with spiritual energy. The weakening of his magic was solely due to the loss of his memories. He needs to repeat this spell again and again, and with practice, memories and feelings will return. Sebastian continued to train, and after some time his results improved noticeably. Within a few hours he was able to hold a complex spell in his head, a progression that was impressive. Moreover, the level of mastery of the superpower spell has increased significantly. At that moment, Cassandra approached him and asked why His Majesty was still there. Just then, Sebastian lowered the huge gates, and the girl was slightly thrown up by the powerful impact on the ground. She then said she heard the gates banging and assumed they hadn't opened yet, so she brought him something to eat. The protagonist took a deep breath, thought about his answer for a bit, and explained that he was just conducting a small experiment. It was human mathematics that gave him a new idea, thanks to which he discovered a different principle for lifting heavy objects. Cassandra looked at him in bewilderment, then walked past to the gate and asked His Majesty not to turn around. After this, the girl was transformed, and her body was enveloped in incredibly powerful magical energy. Sebastian immediately felt this surge of power, and almost immediately there was a deafening roar. When the hero finally turned around, he saw something he clearly didn't expect. The gates he had been unable to open were already wide open. Cassandra immediately apologized and admitted that she helped open them without permission. At the same time, she said that she sincerely hoped that in the future, she would have another opportunity to help him with her own efforts. The girl also admitted that ever since Sebastian saved her life, she constantly thought about the day when she could repay him. Sebastian was genuinely surprised by the girl's words. Cassandra then warned His Majesty that he now had to be especially careful and return back as quickly as possible. The boy thought that in human books, he had never come across any mention of him ever saving Cassandra. After this, Sebastian continued down the stairs. The eternal flame informed him that further on began the entrance to the center of the world. However, it didn't have time to finish speaking, because the main character stopped it and said that he wanted to handle it on his own. Sebastian then quickly cast a fire barrier spell, as if he had foreseen the danger in advance. After that, the guy jumped down and fell straight into the hot magma. He immersed himself completely in her, and immediately thought that the temperature here was simply unbearable. The eternal flame explained that the heat on this level was even lower than on the other floors. All they had to do was get past this layer of magma, and then they would find themselves on the stone surface of the demon land. Soon they actually managed to pass through the magma, and they found themselves on the first underground level, the rocky land of demons. Sebastian stood up and looked around carefully. In the distance, he noticed several dark silhouettes that resembled people. However, upon closer inspection, I realized that these were creatures made entirely of stone and magma. At that moment, the creatures turned and looked straight at him, the eternal flames revealing that they were facing lava zombies. Sebastian was surprised and even chuckled, thinking that it looked like some kind of joke, but the monsters were already quickly approaching. At that moment, a spell appeared before his eyes, the flames explaining that it consisted of only 2 sets of symbols. It was necessary to immediately reproduce it on the first try. It was enough to clearly imagine the spell in your mind. After this, you need to raise your hand, and the attack will automatically break off from your finger. The protagonist did just that, and icy energy erupted from his finger, instantly piercing the chest of the nearest zombie. A huge hole appeared in the monster's body. Ice crystals quickly grew inside it, completely destroying it from the inside. The creature fell apart, and the remaining lava zombies were literally stunned by what they saw. Sebastian was pleasantly surprised by the effectiveness of this spell and thought that it was indeed very powerful. The hero then fired several more ice projectiles, simultaneously creating several magic circles. His shots hit the monster's joints one after another, and soon the battlefield was covered with ice crystals and fragments of their bodies. After that, the flame explained that the lava zombies were just low-level creatures that did not have intelligence. With Sebastian's current strength, 3 ice bombs would usually be enough to win, but now he needed to make one more shot. The protagonist was surprised and did not understand why this was necessary, but almost immediately felt the approach of something truly dangerous. The Eternal Flame replied that the noise of battle had already attracted a more serious enemy. Sebastian turned around sharply and saw a huge golem standing right behind him. Information was displayed above the creature. It was a lava beast of the 8th level of the purgatory system. The hero involuntarily became afraid of this monster. The monster hit the ground with both hands with force, but the guy managed to jump to the side. While still in mid-jump, he quickly cast a spell and fired. The magical ice projectile hit the monster's mouth precisely. The ice bomb exploded, completely blowing the monster's head into pieces. The Eternal Flame praised its owner and noted that he was indeed an excellent marksman. However, a moment later, the monster grew a new head. Then the Eternal Flame explained that the lava monsters had an incredible ability to regenerate. Sebastian was shocked. He couldn't believe that the creature was regenerating even after its head was completely destroyed. The Eternal Flame suggested attacking again, as there was a chance that the owner would be able to remember some spell during the fight. The hero objected that there was almost no time left for experiments. Then the Eternal Flame reminded him that he had wings. However, Sebastian suddenly stopped. He gathered magical power in his fingers and decided to try another method. Several magic circles immediately appeared in front of him, after which he simultaneously released a whole series of ice bombs. All the shells hit their target and completely destroyed the body of the lava monster. The guy suddenly remembered one game pattern. Monsters that could constantly respawn usually had a core. Taking a closer look, the hero noticed a glowing object in the air, towards which the remains of the monster's body were gradually drawn. Without wasting any time, Sebastian instantly cast a spell and fired a magic bullet at incredible speed. The projectile accurately hit the intended core. However, to his great surprise, nothing happened. On the contrary, the monster almost immediately completely restored its body. Realizing that further combat was too dangerous, Sebastian immediately took off and hurriedly retreated. Having climbed significantly higher, Sebastian sat down on the edge of a stone ledge and began to think. Ice Bomb was a simple spell, but the question remained of what to do if he needed to hit a very small target. The Eternal Flame said that he should start with precision training and try to hit a target that was 100 meters away. The main character pointed into the distance and said that he wanted to try to get there. He then asked if the Eternal Flame had seen the fruit that was on the other side of the huge cave. At that moment, Sebastian's vision was fixed on this small fruit that was far away from him. Sebastian prepared to use the ice cannon, then fired a magical ice bomb at the small fruit. The spell hit its target accurately, and the fruit itself was damaged by the explosion. The Eternal Flame noted that it looked very beautiful. Continuing his flight, Sebastian looked back at the lava monster and wondered if he could identify its weak spot. After this, the guy destroyed both the body and the core of the lava monster with one precise shot. Sebastian then flew up to the remains of the monster and asked the Eternal Flame where he should go next. It replied that at first it was necessary to fly only forward, since it knew the road to Garaog very well. The Eternal Flame explained that Garaog was the guardian of the 5th level of the purgatory system. He was the main guardian of the Stone Land of Demons. Soon a huge guardian appeared in front of Sebastian. Garaog immediately recognized the new arrival and asked if it was really him. Sebastian confirmed that it was indeed him in front of him, and then clarified whether he had understood correctly that it was Garaog in front of him. However, immediately after this, the guard suddenly attacked him with his huge hand. Garaog continued his advance, repeating his question as to whether the true Prince of Darkness stood before him. However, he soon noticed something strange himself. Sebastian instantly created a defensive barrier, successfully stopping the attack, and then immediately responded with an icy blast. The spell hit the keeper square in the eye, but simply bounced off without causing him any harm. The main character was so surprised by this that he simply froze for a moment. Garaog, however, stated that such a force was not at all like the real Prince of Darkness. There was definitely someone else in front of him. The Eternal Flame explained that the Guardian's body was made of a special metal, so ordinary ice bombs could not harm him. Meanwhile, Garaog again demanded an honest answer, wanting to know who his opponent really was. Then he opened his palms and released several streams of lava at once. They completely enveloped the hero's protective barrier, as if enclosing him in a fiery cage. Sebastian then stated that he was indeed the true Prince of Darkness, so the Guardian had to free him. However, Garaog replied that if a true Prince of Darkness stood before him, he would be able to easily free himself from the lava shackles. The Flame confirmed that such a spell did indeed exist, but it belonged to a very high level of magic. With his current supply of spiritual power, he had absolutely nothing to worry about. He had more than enough time left. Then Sebastian decided that he would start learning a new spell right now. He thought that it was enough for him to explain the principle of the spell, and then he would figure out the new technique. Meanwhile, Miranda stood on a huge platform and silently looked into the distance. At that moment, one of her subordinates quickly ran up to her and excitedly reported that the situation had sharply worsened. Miranda immediately turned to the girl and asked what exactly had happened and why she looked so worried. She stepped forward and reported that the scouts had just sent an urgent message. In the southeast, in Isidel, the capital of the elves, a large-scale mobilization of troops has already begun. Miranda was very surprised when she heard this. Then the girl asked again what she had heard and clenched her fist tightly in anger. She asked what was happening now in the Holy City. The subordinate explained that Curtis initially intended to take out his rage on civilians and commit massacre. However, an army of combat insects stopped him, thanks to which the city has remained relatively calm for the last few days. Miranda frowned and said that it was very suspicious that the Holy City had been entrusted to Curtis. If the elves launch an offensive, Alistair will find himself attacked from two sides at once, and the demon army will find itself in a dangerous position. Then she asked how long Sebastian had been missing. The girl replied that he had left at sunset and was supposed to return in a few days. Miranda thought for a moment, then frowned even more. She decided that they no longer had time to wait for his return, as she had a very bad feeling. Suddenly, Miranda rose into the air and flew in an unknown direction. She ordered that Isidel be kept under close observation before flying on. The girl tried to call out to her, but the commander was already quickly moving away. Meanwhile, Garaug continued to maintain the magic that held the Prince of Darkness captive. Sebastian quickly formed a new magic circle in his palm, then dodged another attack. He then activated the spell and released an ice spear. It broke through the layer of lava that covered his protective barrier. Garaug was surprised to notice a completely new magic on his opponent. In response, he struck the stone wall next to him with a spell, causing huge boulders to fly in all directions. The protagonist removed the protective barrier and ordered the keeper to immediately open the passage to the second level. He then added that he had been too impudent to dare to interfere with his master. Garaug doubted again and asked if it was really the true Prince of Darkness standing before him. After all, if that was the case, why did it take him so long to free himself from the lava's bonds? Sebastian felt a little awkward at the question, so he simply replied that the keeper shouldn't interfere with the affairs of the past. After this, the guy warned that next time he would not show leniency. Garaug thought silently for a moment, then opened his mouth wide and finally agreed. He reported that the second level was a forest of steel and stone, after which he finally gave way. The Eternal Flame admired its owner. The ice spear was 5th level magic, and mages spent many years just to master it. The protagonist asked if he hadn't taught the Eternal Flame similar things before, and the flame replied that it was the other way around. Sebastian continued flying and asked how long it usually took to get to the center of the world and back. The Eternal Flame replied that the journey took about 3 days in total. As Sebastian continued to move forward, he noticed that with each new section of the route, the temperature around him was getting higher. Sebastian noticed that the surrounding landscape gradually changed, and then realized that he had reached the level of the forest of steel and stone. The main character landed softly on the ground, after which he folded his wings and looked around carefully. However, almost immediately, a huge human shadow appeared behind his back. The boy turned around and wondered if this was really the forest of steel and stone. Then he looked up and saw in front of him an incredibly huge monster. The creature was simply gigantic. The Eternal Flame immediately explained to the owner that before him stood no ordinary man, but the guardian of the forest of steel and stone. Normandus looked stunned and said he wanted to know if it was really the owner in front of him. However, he stated that there were many spells that allowed one to take on another's form, so appearance alone was not enough. The protagonist noted that Garaug had previously also not believed him precisely because he had not transformed into a real Prince of Darkness. At the same time, he looked closely at his opponent and realized that a 6th-level demon was already standing in front of him. However, the guy clenched his fists tightly and thought that he had very little time left. At that moment, Normandus suddenly felt something strange. At the same time, the other monsters of the forest of steel and stone suddenly felt something incomprehensible. All the creatures simultaneously turned their heads towards their guardian, where an extremely powerful aura began to spread. Meanwhile, Sebastian stopped and completely released his incredibly dark spiritual energy. Normandus felt a tremendous pressure and almost fell to his knees from the overwhelming weight. The Eternal Flame explained to him that the pressure of spiritual power was incredibly enormous. Because of this, the keeper decided that the soul limit of the creature standing before him corresponded to the level of a true Prince of Darkness. Realizing this, Normandus finally gave up resistance. He silently came closer, respectfully handed Sebastian the key, and thereby acknowledged his right to proceed further. The protagonist looked at the key he had received and thought that now he no longer had to doubt his own powers. After some time, 2 more guardians knelt before him one after another, the first being Sibonort. The second was Thanatos, the guardian of the great spirit of blazing magma, of the 6th level of the purgatory system. Sebastian noted to himself that roughly the same situation was happening on the 3rd level. However, when he found himself on the 4th level, everything changed. There he encountered many extremely dangerous creatures. All these monsters inhabited the 4th level of the Earth's depths. Sebastian did not engage in battle with them and quickly flew past them. The Eternal Flame explained that starting from the 4th level, demons became significantly stronger than on the previous floors. The protagonist was very surprised by what he heard and noted that no one had told him about this before, and asked what to do next. Flame replied that they could try to break through to the 5th level, but if that proved impossible, they would have to return here later. At that moment, he felt something unusual. In the distance, there was a man from whom incredibly powerful energy emanated. He was a 5th-level warrior of the Star Energy System, the former ruler of the Manhwa state, whose soul limit was 35,016. The man pointed his sword forward, and a blindingly bright energy instantly burst out. Sebastian didn't even have time to fully react. A powerful stream of energy hit him straight in the wings and cut them off. Then the stranger released several more streams of energy, finally cutting off the hero's wings. After that, he quickly fell to the ground. Even the surrounding monsters were shocked by the power of this attack. Streams of energy swept across the area, destroying numerous monsters. Then all these energy beams began to converge at one point, forming a huge, luminous circle. The attraction began to pull the monsters into the energy ball. Their bodies compressed one after another, forming a dense mass. When the flow of energy finally stopped, the huge ball suddenly contracted even more. After this, the giant pile of mangled bodies fell to the ground with a heavy crash. Sebastian watched this scene in shock. At the same time, he felt severe pain throughout his body and realized that it was becoming difficult for him to even move under the weight of the wounds he had received. The stranger came closer, looked at him carefully, and said that the young man's face seemed very familiar to him. Then he asked if it was really the Prince of Darkness in front of him, and the protagonist confirmed that it was indeed him. That person was Lucas, a 5th-level Star Energy System Master and the former ruler of the Manhwa state with a soul limit of 27,733. Sebastian looked closely at his opponent and remembered what he had read about him in human books. Lucas was the 3rd ruler of the state of Manhwa and was one of the 5 strongest people in the entire human world. Lucas came even closer and stuck his sword into the ground next to the main character. He said he never thought he would meet the Prince of Darkness in such a place. Seeing him running away from the weak demons that surrounded this area was completely unnatural. After these words, the man again released a huge flow of energy and demanded that Sebastian get to his feet. At the same time, his soul limit indicator rose again, reaching a new value. The hero noticed this change and slowly rose up. Sebastian then said that he had no intention of being distracted by such trifles. However, immediately after these words, he suddenly rushed forward, completely releasing his own spiritual power. The guy decided that the enemy should first feel fear, and only then would they be able to talk. However, Lucas watched what was happening with complete indifference. The next moment, he screamed loudly, completely releasing his monstrous energy. A powerful shockwave hit Sebastian. Even the surrounding rocks began to crack and crumble down. The protagonist instantly created a barrier around himself, protecting himself from both the falling rocks and the sound wave. When the scream finally died down, Lucas grabbed his sword again. He rushed forward with incredible speed and delivered a crushing blow filled with spiritual energy. This attack easily cut the protective barrier into 2 parts. Fortunately, Sebastian managed to dodge at the very last moment. When the protective barrier finally disappeared, Sebastian immediately fell to the ground. Lucas wondered if he had been deliberately holding back his spiritual power and considering him as weak as ordinary monsters. He once again concentrated the enormous power into his sword and said that he had trained deep underground for many years just for this day. All this time he was preparing for the moment when he could return to the country and finally meet the most powerful magician in this world. Only then, in his opinion, would all the suffering and years of training bear fruit. As the man spoke, his spiritual energy continued to increase rapidly. Sebastian watched his opponent closely, and in his eyes, he seemed to grow larger and larger. The huge difference in strength was felt so clearly that the guy's legs began to shake. At that moment, he wondered if there really was a person in front of him with a much higher soul limit than his own. The Eternal Flame reminded the owner that after losing his memory, he could no longer fully reveal his true power. Therefore, now it was simply impossible to use all of his previous potential. Sebastian was feverishly thinking about what to do next. The next moment, Lucas swung his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, and Sebastian suddenly declared that he had surrendered. Lucas froze in surprise and immediately stopped his attack. The protagonist took a few steps forward, raised both hands, and then admitted that he was not actually Sebastian at all. These words completely puzzled the enemy. Lucas looked at him incredulously and said that he didn't understand why he came here and whether he really thought he was a fool. Then Sebastian admitted that he was an ordinary man from another world and that a true prince of darkness would hardly be afraid to fight. Lucas thought about what he had heard for a moment, but then admitted that he still couldn't believe such a story. If the interlocutor came from another world, then he could probably tell you something that no one here ever knew. Hearing this, the main character was noticeably surprised. Then the guy thought for a bit and suddenly addressed Lucas as his uncle. This address slightly embarrassed the former ruler, and he was even surprised that the Prince of Darkness himself called him that way. Sebastian shared his observations. The level of development of the Prince of Darkness's army corresponded to a state during the slave-owning era. In the eyes of people, such a civilization was only at the earliest stage of its development. The hero then asked his new interlocutor to draw a map of the center of the world, and Lucas drew a simple diagram of the area. Sebastian looked at the map carefully, agreed that it was exactly what he needed, and then asked where the marked road led. Lucas explained that this path led to the entrance of the Moon God Forest. The protagonist was genuinely surprised and noted that, as far as he remembered, the Moon God's Forest and Alistair were very far from each other. So he asked why they suddenly collided underground. Lucas didn't understand at all what his interlocutor was getting at. Then Sebastian explained that the world was shaped like a sphere, which is why such distant places on Earth could be connected to each other. Lucas was shocked by this explanation and asked again if he really meant that the whole world was round. He continued to be amazed by the new knowledge and asked why people did not fall from the other side of the world then. All the talk about gravity, the structure of the world, and other things unknown to him completely confused him. Sebastian explained that all this knowledge came from his homeworld and then asked if he believed him now. However, Lucas stated that he considered the whole thing to be complete heresy. Then he drew his sword again and said that he was going to kill him anyway. The hero hastened to stop him and asked him not to rush, reminding him that Lucas's homeland was located next to the lands of the elves. Then Sebastian suggested joining forces and fighting against a common enemy, and these words made Lucas think again. After a brief silence, he pulled one of the stones from the wall and explained that such minerals were part of the nickel devil's blood. Then, with a slight movement, he cut off the top of the stone, revealing wine of the highest quality inside. The man explained that it was extremely difficult to get a good drink in this place. After that, he suggested having a drink together. Sebastian took the unusual stone cup, looked closely at its contents, and agreed with a smile. Their stone cups touched softly, and then both men took their first sip. They sat down next to each other, and Lucas admitted that his new acquaintance's words had truly touched his soul. After some time, both of them were noticeably drunk, and Lucas asked why Sebastian had decided to tell him this secret in the first place. The guy honestly admitted that he did it primarily for his own salvation, but there was another reason. Since his arrival in this world, he had no one to talk to and asked his new acquaintance not to tell anyone about it. Lucas admitted that they had never encountered an army of demons before and could live without endless wars. However, everything changed after the appearance of an elven prince named Curtis, and it was because of him that Lucas's home country was destroyed. Hearing Curtis's name, Sebastian's face darkened noticeably, and he admitted that he couldn't stand him either. After these words, Lucas again raised his stone cup and offered to make an agreement. If Sebastian really helps him destroy Curtis, then they will work together in the future. The guy agreed without hesitation and offered to drain all the remaining wine to the last drop. After a few hours, both were so drunk that Sebastian simply lay on the ground, unable to get up. Lucas silently looked at Sebastian lying next to him and thought that this man did not look like a demon lord at all. He even found it funny that such a powerful ruler could not tolerate alcohol at all. He eventually admitted that it was the man's unusual stories that ultimately saved his life. Finally, Lucas chuckled, turned to Sebastian, and noticed that he turned out to be quite a sensitive person. Then the main character asked if he knew where the passage to the 5th level was on the way to the center of the world. The man replied that, from his own experience, this road was a real road to death. Despite this, Sebastian asked him for help. He then said that if they ever had the opportunity to meet again, he would definitely repay him for his help. After some time, they reached a place where a huge monster, covered in wounds, lay on the ground. The Eternal Flame explained that it was Managarmar, the guardian of the Blood Nickel Pool, a level 8 creature with a soul limit of 17,654. The hero asked who could kill such a powerful monster, and Lucas replied that he was the one who dealt with it. The warrior explained that he had defeated the monster several months ago, although it had taken him a huge amount of effort to do so. After this, the main character asked why Lucas had gone down so deep and why he had remained here until now. Then the man explained that today he intended to remind himself again of the reason for his presence. He said that the center of the world was considered one of the most beautiful places in the entire world. It was filled with almost inexhaustible energy. Moreover, it was here that huge deposits of rare and incredibly valuable materials were hidden. For this reason, this place has always attracted witches, alchemists, and other treasure seekers. However, at the same time, it was here that the most dangerous monsters lived. He also explained that the center of the world did not have a single guardian because no one had ever been able to study all the demons. Therefore, everyone who came down here could only rely on their own luck. After listening to him, Sebastian said that he still had to get there. Lucas replied that even for him, this was the first time he had gone so deep, and that he himself had never reached the very center before. He then asked if the hero really intended to go further, even in such a state. Then the guy admitted that he almost didn't believe in success on his own, but together with Lucas, they had a chance to achieve their goal. That is why he was counting on his help and suggested that they go down further together. Lucas, however, channeled a huge amount of energy into his sword. He raised it high above his head and struck the blade on the ground with incredible force. As the rift quickly widened right beneath their feet, the man explained that this was where they were supposed to jump. He said that the path to the center of the world passed under the lake of blood nickel, and that the only way to get there was through this fault. Sebastian thanked him for his help and immediately activated the protective flame. Lucas noted that the hero also possessed elemental defense, but warned that even that would be almost useless. After that, he was the first to jump down, and during the fall, the man cast a special spell that reduced the effects of temperature. They both ended up falling straight into a lake of hot lava, leaving behind only a bright flash. Despite this, they remained alive and continued to move through the molten magma. Sebastian thought it was much hotter here than on the previous level. He looked at his companion and noticed with surprise that he was floating in the lava with practically no protection. However, after just a minute, the hero felt extremely ill. It seemed to him as if his blood was boiling in his veins. However, they soon managed to overcome the last level and found themselves in a mysterious place where no human had ever set foot before. They reached the very center of the world. In front of them was a huge round space with a red-hot core. The guy thought it looked incredibly like a real asteroid. Lucas didn't understand what exactly they were talking about, so he asked again what an asteroid was. Then the hero noticed that in front of them there was a huge spherical area with a molten heart inside. They both landed on the surface, after which Lucas warned that extreme caution had to be exercised here. Sebastian jumped and suddenly discovered that the force of gravity here was much weaker. After landing, he noticed many unusual glowing plants nearby. The eternal flame immediately advised the owner to pay attention to rare medicinal herbs. The hero was surprised and wanted to pick one of the plants. However, at the last moment, the flame quickly stopped him. The plants on the surface of this sphere were closely connected to the environment, so their collection almost attracted local monsters. He had barely finished his explanation when the boy noticed a huge three-eyed monster watching him closely. Sebastian was very scared and froze in place with fear. However, the next moment I saw that the monster's head had been cut off. At that moment, Lucas appeared nearby with a sword in his hand, and next to him lay the monster he had just killed. The man remarked that they were lucky, as this enemy wasn't even level 8. At the same time, he warned that next time, they could very well come across a much stronger enemy. Lucas then asked if Sebastian had any plan at all, or if he had just led them here blindly. The protagonist admitted that he didn't have a ready plan, and asked if Lucas had ever heard of the fruit of immortality. The man immediately realized that they were talking about the rarest and most valuable treasure in this world. Then Sebastian said that the deposits of these fruits were hidden right in the center of the world. He needed to find 3 of these fruits. After these words, the guy jumped up and suggested moving on. The hero suggested that if he rose high enough, he could escape the weak pull of this sphere. However, he quickly realized that, hanging in the air, he would no longer be able to move forward on his own. At that moment, Lucas suddenly hit him in the face with the back of his sword, and Sebastian flew far to the side in surprise. The man explained that without his help, it would not be possible to get out of there anyway. Then Lucas took a deep breath, gathered a huge amount of energy, and sent it forward with one powerful exhalation. After that, he landed nearby. Turning around, he asked if everything was okay. Sebastian stood up, holding his face, and asked with displeasure why they had hit him at all. Then the warrior only responded with a question about how the hero was going to return back, and at that moment, a huge shadow loomed over them. The huge monster opened its mouth and released a powerful stream of strange liquid straight towards them. Lucas instantly created a protective barrier and easily stopped the attack. The protagonist watched with admiration as his companion suddenly rushed forward. Having reached the monster's head, the man pierced it with one blow of his sword. Then, continuing the attack from within, he literally cut the monster in half. Sebastian was genuinely amazed by what he saw and admitted that such technology looked incredibly impressive. However, immediately after this, Lucas turned around sharply and noticed a new danger. Another huge monster had already rushed at him from behind, opening its mouth wide and trying to swallow him. The monster managed to cover the man with its enormous mouth, but a moment later, a sword flashed from within. Lucas cut off his opponent's head with one blow and got out. He then warned Sebastian that they could not stay here any longer, as they were no match for such creatures. After this, both of them immediately rushed away from the place where they encountered these monsters. As they ran, Sebastian turned around and noticed that the monster chasing them had not one, but several heads. He looked closely and was surprised to realize that each head had its own soul limit displayed above it. The main character wondered what kind of creature it was. Then the fire told the owner that it would no longer be possible to escape. Flame explained that these monsters had what he needed now. The hero immediately turned to Lucas and asked if he could help destroy these monsters. Lucas himself doubted such a venture and believed that risking his life for the sake of unknown monsters was completely unworth it. However, Sebastian suddenly stopped. Lucas immediately ordered him not to do this and to keep running. Then the protagonist replied that everything could change if they fought together. The man was surprised by these words again. Sebastian stated that by combining their forces, they could easily cope with these creatures. Meanwhile, completely different events were taking place in the Holy City. Two monsters were chasing two small children. The boy was urging his sister Lisa and asking her to run as fast as possible. However, one of the monsters quickly caught up with the girl and grabbed her by the clothes. Then the boy bit the monster's hand, not wanting to let him touch his sister. In response, the monster roughly grabbed the child by the arm and threw him aside. A frightened Lisa loudly called out for her brother, but at that moment a second monster landed behind her and also rushed in pursuit. After some time, both children were brought to the city center, where there was a huge cauldron with boiling liquid. The monsters dragged the recently captured brother and sister towards him. One of them used magic and directed water directly at the children. He explained that they first needed to be washed thoroughly, and only then cleaned from the inside. The boy guiltily apologized to Lisa and admitted that he shouldn't have done that. The girl looked at him sadly. Tears came to her eyes, and she said that she would miss her brother very much. Then Lisa started crying even harder and asked if it hurt him. Despite his intense fear, the boy asked her to be patient for a little while, assuring her that someday all of this would definitely end. At that moment, a monster approached them and announced that the preparations were complete, and now it was time for the gutting. Frightened, Lisa closed her eyes tightly and admitted to her brother that she was very scared. But suddenly someone appeared nearby, and a fierce battle immediately began. At this moment, Lisa was already prepared to meet her death. But to her great surprise, there was no pain. The girl saw a pool of blood quickly spreading under her feet. She looked down, stunned, not understanding what had happened. Then the brother and sister simultaneously heard someone's angry voice cursing the attackers. It turned out that Miranda came to the rescue. She instantly used magic against one of the monsters and said that this was how the elves decided to follow the laws. The elf who was hit by the spell screamed loudly in pain. The girl lifted him into the air with her magic, after which blood began to flow not only from the wound, but also directly from his mouth. Miranda then clenched her fists tightly and used blood art magic. A moment later, drops of the elf's blood began to fall to the ground. A few drops also fell on the children, who were still hanging tied up. Then the girl, with one swift movement, cut the ropes holding the brother and sister, and both children immediately fell to the ground. Then she threw them their clothes and ordered them to leave there as quickly as possible. The boy looked at his savior in shock and asked who she was. Meanwhile, the wounded elf was so frightened that he immediately fell to his knees. He began to beg Mrs. Miranda to forgive him. Hearing her name, the child was very surprised and realized that the ruler herself was standing in front of him. After this, Miranda turned to the children and asked why the law of the autonomous region had not yet been implemented. The boy explained that although an army of fighting insects maintained order in the region, the army of demons left virtually no food for the people. After listening to the child, Miranda thought that Curtis would never show mercy to anyone. Then she turned her gaze to the elf kneeling in front of her. The girl concentrated some magical energy on her fingertips and released a thin stream of her own blood. Using magic, she directed it straight to the elf's mouth, after which she ordered him to send several demons to the autonomous region. Then he must personally arrive at the Holy City prison, where she was going to meet him. The frightened elf cautiously asked Lady Miranda why she protected people if vampires and people were considered enemies. The girl replied that such questions did not concern him at all. She merely carried out and protected the laws that the Prince of Darkness had once established. Meanwhile, in the very center of the world, the battle continued. There, a huge multi-headed monster was completely bound by ice magic. Lucas immediately realized that this was the perfect moment to attack. He gripped the sword tightly, channeled a huge amount of magical energy into it, and struck with incredible force. The power of the attack was so enormous that the frozen body of the monster instantly shattered into pieces. Immediately after this, 3 small energy spheres flew out from the remains of the monster. Lucas caught all 3 glowing cores in his palm in one motion. Then he approached Sebastian and invited him to take a closer look at the prey. At this time, the main character was sitting nearby, a strong cold emanating from his body, and blood was running down his forehead. At this time, Lucas silently reflected on what had happened. It seemed to him that this man had acted completely unpredictably. First, he used the resurrection technique, a life system spell that restored the body at the cost of its own power. Typically, such magic was used only by those who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of victory. Sebastian then managed to use the double soul limit, and after that, he opened it completely and rushed to attack with ice magic. By combining their spells with Lucas's sword technique, they destroyed all the demons and obtained the necessary materials. The man involuntarily admitted that the real Sebastian turned out to be much stronger than he had previously thought. Lucas watched him from the side and became increasingly convinced that the person in front of him was not the real Prince of Darkness. He had never seen the rebirth technique used like this before. In addition, he was increasingly tormented by the question of where the real owner of this body was now. However, the mysterious man possessed the prince's body and powers, meaning he might be able to help him in the future. Suddenly, a bright beam of light flashed in front of him, and Lucas immediately focused his gaze on the source of the glow. The next moment, a blinding magical energy flared up where Sebastian stood. The man covered his face with his hand and watched what was happening in amazement. As the glow gradually faded, he saw a huge suit of mechanical armor with Sebastian inside. Sebastian noted with a smile that everything that was happening was very reminiscent of a real computer game. Lucas looked at the mechanical warrior in amazement and realized that in front of him was a level 9 demonic magic technique. He couldn't help but wonder how many incredibly rare materials had been used to create such a mechanism. Almost immediately, the engine of the huge mechanical warrior began to hum loudly, and then the body began to emit powerful streams of energy. The next moment, the robot pushed off sharply from the surface, jumped high, and rushed forward. Sebastian immediately said that they needed to leave this place as soon as possible. Lucas, who was holding onto the top of the mechanical warrior's head, was genuinely amazed by the speed of movement. The robot continued to fly rapidly through numerous spaces. As Sebastian moved forward, he noticed that the distance between the individual areas was becoming smaller. At the same time, the number of demons around became noticeably larger. The speed of the flight continued to increase, and Lucas thought with surprise that it was simply impossible to move faster. At that moment, Sebastian loudly warned that monsters were already chasing them. Then Lucas grabbed the robot's body more tightly with one hand, and with the other he drew his sword and began to strike continuously. However, he soon realized that his attacks had virtually no effect on his pursuers. Suddenly, the hero noticed something unusual ahead and immediately called out to his companion, asking him to look ahead. He asked what kind of strange creature it was. Lucas looked closely at the creature and tried to determine its soul limit, but was unable to do so. Then the man looked back and suddenly realized that the usual demons were no longer around. This gave him a very bad feeling. The Eternal Flame explained that before them were the monsters of the Great Void, and that ordinary mortals were not capable of destroying them. However, Sebastian had no intention of stopping. He declared that there was no turning back and they had to move only forward. Meanwhile, Lucas finally moved inside the mechanical warrior and admitted that he was much more comfortable here. The hero replied that there was no discomfort inside the robot, since everything that was happening could be clearly observed through the cameras. Meanwhile, the mechanical warrior, completely controlled by Sebastian, deftly dodged two huge monsters at once. However, soon more creatures appeared ahead, and Lucas noticed with alarm that there were too many of them. Previously, only demons lived in these places, but now they have been joined by monsters from the Great Void. After several hours of continuous flight, Lucas finally reported that the huge monsters of the Great Void were no longer visible. Almost immediately after this, Sebastian noticed a bright glow ahead and asked what exactly was shining there. Soon, a huge circle appeared in front of them, consisting entirely of hot magma. Then Lucas said that the very core of the world was in front of them. He realized that they had finally reached the right place. They continued to quickly approach the center, and Sebastian asked if it was really that hot outside. Lucas replied that he felt absolutely nothing. Then the hero remembered what he had read earlier. As far as he knew, the core of the world was considered the hottest place in the world, so he couldn't understand why there was no heat felt here. The boy doubted whether the center of the world really lay before them, but the Eternal Flame immediately assured the owner that there could be no mistake. At that moment, Lucas looked outside and said that he was going to go out. He opened the outer hatch of the mechanical warrior. The man jumped straight onto the surface of a huge sphere, where he saw many unusual fragments around him. Looking around, he realized with admiration that he was indeed standing right on the core of the world. He admitted that throughout history, no living creature had ever managed to get here. The realization that he had managed to get to a place accessible only to a few people brought him true delight. Sebastian thought that getting here wasn't so impossible after all. He just needed to create a suitable flying machine. After this, the hero wondered how the Prince of Darkness got here and assumed that he destroyed all the obstacles in his path. While Sebastian was thinking, Lucas suddenly noticed something unusual nearby and asked to look there. On the surface of the core lay strange fragments, very reminiscent of huge scales. The man picked up one of them, and Sebastian immediately touched the find and said that it was very cold. He even suggested that it could have been ice, but Lucas shook his head. He thought for a few seconds, then remembered that he had seen something like this before. Then the man said that these were the scales of the so-called snow elves. Hearing this name, the hero looked closely at the find and asked again if it really was scales. Without answering right away, Lucas took a deep breath and hit the ground with all his might. A huge cloud of dust instantly rose into the air. Sebastian even covered his face with his hand. As the dust began to clear, he noticed something and asked if there were ice flakes just underneath that layer. Then the guy noticed that even the air around him seemed to have changed. Lucas looked carefully at what was happening and finally understood the real reason. He said that the core of the world was gradually collapsing because of these ice flakes. Sebastian then asked if the core could recover if they were destroyed, and the man replied that it most likely would. However, the eternal flame immediately intervened and stated that simply removing the scales made no sense. The core would continue to constantly emit a huge amount of heat and would gradually melt these formations itself. The hero immediately understood what the flame was hinting at. He then stated that they should have destroyed the very source of the ice flake's appearance. After that, the guy quickly climbed back inside the mechanical warrior and hurried Lucas, saying that he needed to get up faster. He didn't know how much longer this 9th-level demonic robot could maintain its work. Meanwhile, Lucas stopped and swung his sword several times. He pulled out some unusual object from the depths of the earth. He then jumped inside the robot and said that this stone would be proof to him that he had actually been here. The hero objected that he had no need for that at all. Everyone already knew where he was, and he had more than enough money. Hearing this answer, Lucas felt a little embarrassed and admitted that there was indeed logic in the guy's words. After this, Sebastian warned his companion that they now had to prepare. They rose into the air again and rushed forward. The hero stated that their new target was the source of the ice scales. As they continued their flight, they passed by many incredibly powerful creatures that inhabited the Great Void. Then Sebastian noticed something unusual ahead and asked to look in that direction. There was a huge portal there, into which ice flakes were continuously being drawn. Then the hero said with confidence that they had finally found the true source of their appearance. After a while, Lucas asked Sebastian if they were really going to go outside. The hero replied that, as the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained, and after that they directed the robot straight into the portal. As they moved forward, Lucas felt a strong chill and noted that the further they flew, the lower the temperature became. However, Sebastian explained that their robot was supposed to protect them from the frost, and they would finally find out who was behind everything that was happening. Several hours passed, but they still continued to fly through the endless portal tunnel. Then the hero was surprised and asked if this passage was endless, and Lucas asked how much time had passed. Sebastian assumed that there were 2 connected portals here, so it was only a short distance to the endpoint. Soon the guy noticed something strange ahead. At the very end of the tunnel, red smoke of unknown origin was billowing. They continued moving, and soon saw red drops that began to fall directly onto the robot's viewing windows. Then Sebastian turned on the wipers to at least slightly improve his visibility and see what was happening ahead. The men had absolutely no idea what was happening. However, after just a few moments, the hero seriously stated that they needed to leave immediately. The next second, the side of the robot was pierced by a blow, leaving a huge hole from which magical energy began to burst out. Almost immediately, a deafening explosion was heard, hitting the wall of the portal. Lucas asked what it was. Then they noticed the huge hole that had been created by the explosion, and Sebastian quickly decided to take advantage of this opportunity. They escaped through the hole and found themselves in a familiar place. Looking around, Lucas noticed that this place was very reminiscent of elven territory. Then both he and Sebastian froze in surprise at the same time. Before them stood a huge structure, connected by a long road directly to the center of the world. The hero quickly suggested going higher. They gained altitude and noticed a large stone shelter above, so the guy decided to land there. Once on the platform, they climbed out of the robot. They then cautiously approached the edge of the shelter to look down. What they saw shocked both of them. Sebastian literally froze in place in shock. At the very entrance to the portal stood huge monsters and mercilessly pushed the ice elves down. The unfortunate ones begged for their lives and asked for mercy. At some point, one of the elves panicked and started running, repeating that he didn't want to die. However, the monster instantly caught up with him and struck him with its huge paw. It lifted me into the air and, as if mockingly, said that running away had not changed anything. Then the monster, without hesitation, threw him straight into the portal. Both Lucas and Sebastian were shocked by what was happening. The hero thought that a real mass execution was unfolding before them. Moreover, this picture reminded him very strongly of some cruel events from his own world. At that moment, he noticed that Lucas had already jumped out of hiding. Sebastian didn't even have time to stop him, and the man, overcome with rage, was already flying rapidly straight towards the monsters. One of the monsters raised its head and noticed the approaching man with surprise. But Lucas was already there, and with one swift swing of his sword, he cut the monster down, saying that such bastards did not deserve to live. This sudden attack shocked absolutely everyone. The warrior released a monstrous aura around himself and said that no one had the right to treat their people like that. He was filled with anger and was not going to show any mercy. One of the monsters rushed at him, waving its huge claws, but Lucas easily dodged and jumped onto its opponent's back. With one powerful blow, he sent him straight into the portal, as if returning him to his creators. The monster screamed in horror as it disappeared into the bottomless abyss. Almost immediately, the remaining monsters surrounded the man from all sides. Nevertheless, Lucas began to strike blow after blow, quickly destroying everyone who tried to get close. It was clear from his behavior that ordinary soldiers posed absolutely no threat to him. His sword quickly became covered in the blood of monsters, and his entire body was enveloped in an incredibly powerful energy. He then turned to the snow elves, saying that they should immediately leave their enemies to him and leave here as quickly as possible. However, the snow elves didn't even move. They just stood there silently, their heads down, as if they had completely lost hope. Lucas asked in bewilderment what had happened to them, why they were waiting for their own death instead of trying to save themselves. Looking more closely, the man realized that none of them wanted to live anymore. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies were shaking so much that they couldn't even take a step. Suddenly, a swift shadow flashed behind. Lucas instantly dodged, and a long whip with an unusual tip hit the ground with a roar. Its owner remarked that the strongest swordsman of the human race truly lived up to his fame. The elf with the special mark on his forehead just smiled, calling it impressive. At that moment, Lucas rushed forward and attacked him with his sword, but his opponent stopped the blow and said that he also intended to kill him. The warrior became even more angry and realized that it was this elf who was to blame for what was happening. The enemy himself felt that the swordsman's pressure was becoming stronger and stronger. Lucas literally pushed him away with the force of his blow and clearly showed that he had greatly overestimated his own capabilities. Then, continuing to move past the bodies of the fallen enemies, the man turned to the elves again. He recalled that he had already ordered them to leave the battle to him and go away, after which he wondered what exactly they were still waiting for. He got the impression that they had given up fighting for their lives and were willing to let others destroy them. Meanwhile, the wounded elf he had recently struck down managed to survive and approached the venerable Lucas. Through his pain, he explained that all these snow elves were just obedient creatures, similar to livestock. Lucas raised his head and saw that many elves were already circling above him. They were the knights of the moon god. The wounded elf explained that in front of him stood the most powerful knightly order, personally subordinate to His Majesty Curtis. Even if Lucas were twice as strong as humanity's best swordsman, a squad of these knights would be enough to stop him. The warrior looked closely at his opponents and realized that they really did look extremely dangerous. The leader standing in front stood out in particular, his aura so heavy that it inspired fear even in him. Despite this, Lucas felt no fear at all. The elven commander said that the man had to die. At that moment, someone landed heavily on the ground behind Lucas. All the elves turned around at once to see who it was. Sebastian stood up and declared that the elves were a strong race, knew how to fight, and had the right to independence. However, the hero reminded that the elves were part of his domain, so everything that was happening had to stop immediately. All the elves stared in amazement at Sebastian, who appeared. Their leader could hardly believe his own eyes and wondered how the Prince of Darkness had ended up here. Meanwhile, the hero wondered why they looked down on their master. They had clearly not been taught good manners. Sebastian pointed to the leader of the elves in the long cloak and said that he should report to him immediately. At that moment, the hero noticed an inscription above his head. It said that this was Silas. His soul limit was about 15,162 units. After this, Silas, along with the rest of the elves, stood up and respectfully greeted the Prince of Darkness. Meanwhile, Sebastian noted that most had a soul limit of around 10,000, with the strongest reaching around 1,500. Then the guy quickly realized that in the event of an open fight, even Lucas would not be able to cope with such a number of such strong opponents. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the authority of the Prince of Darkness and exert psychological pressure on the elves. Sebastian stated that if they didn't need the snow elves, he could give them to his army as food. However, since they were the property of the army of the Prince of Darkness, no one had the right to simply get rid of them. He then ordered that the proceedings be stopped immediately and that all prisoners be sent to Alistair. Silas didn't answer right away. He just thought about it. After that, he raised his head and asked if it was Sebastian who had made a passage leading straight to the center of the world. The hero knew that the elves were a highly advanced race, but they still could not instantly exchange information. So he pretended not to understand the question at all and said he didn't know why he was even asked about it. He stated that he had already captured the city of Curtis, and at that moment, the army of demons was attacking these lands. He accused the elves of trying to cool the center of the world and disrupt its power, a crime that was unforgivable. Meanwhile, Silas's eyes, hidden behind his mask, lit up brightly, and he asked if Curtis had really already been captured. After these words, he and the other elves simultaneously stood up and began to release a powerful magical aura. Sebastian instantly realized that the situation had changed dramatically. He immediately told his uncle that they needed to leave immediately. Lucas looked at him and didn't understand what happened. However, the hero repeated that their task was not yet complete, so they had to leave this place as quickly as possible. At that moment, the boy turned back to the elves and saw that Silas was already striking him with his fist. Luckily, Lucas managed to intervene in time, pushed Sebastian aside, and took the attack on himself, thereby saving him. Immediately after that, they rushed to the hatch. Silas noticed their attempt to escape and ordered an immediate pursuit. Reaching the exit, Sebastian shouted that they needed to get inside the robot quickly. The hero had already taken the pilot's seat and explained that they couldn't save anyone by fighting. First, they needed to get inside the machine. After that, the robot took off, leading them away from the elves, and Lucas asked again if they really were going to just leave here. Sebastian looked at him and asked why he was so eager to kill the snow elves. Lucas was surprised by such a question and reminded that it was these elves who tried to cool the center of the world with the help of their scales. The hero agreed that this was indeed true, but the solution to such problems did not always lie in brute force. He stated that the real key to victory was not open battles, but covert action. Sebastian then turned the robot's weapon on the structure behind the elves and announced that he was moving to Plan B. Immediately after this, the robot fired several explosive projectiles, which hit the wall of the structure directly and caused a powerful explosion. Moreover, the hero calculated the attack in advance so that the elves themselves would not be harmed if they managed to take cover from the debris in time. Meanwhile, Silas, along with several other elves, rose into the sky riding on huge dragons. Sebastian glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed that it looked like they had already sent an entire army of pursuers after them. Lucas suggested simply dealing with all the enemies themselves, but the hero said that was reckless. After these words, Lucas asked suspiciously what exactly he was going to do. He had a very bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, Sebastian sharply directed the robot downwards and flew rapidly towards the dense forest. Only at the very last moment did he manage to avoid a collision with the ground. Two elves were already preparing to attack them, but their dragons could not fly safely among such dense trees. Silas immediately ordered that all units be informed that the passages to the protected area were to be blocked. Curtis had given him a message beforehand, saying that the Dark Prince's power had been greatly diminished. Therefore, they were not to allow him to lead the elves outside their territory under any circumstances. After some time, somewhere in the middle of the forest, a huge column of smoke rose up. Lucas examined the damaged robot and noted with regret that that was the end of it. The machine no longer worked. He admitted that the 9th-level demonic robots were indeed incredibly powerful. After the robot disappeared, he felt very sorry for the resources, so now he wanted to try to save this machine in another way. After this, the hero concentrated ice magic in his palms and directed it at the robot. Lucas watched what was happening with great surprise and asked what exactly he was going to do. The guy explained that he wanted to freeze the machine, which would slow down the movement of the molecules and thereby delay the disappearance of the mechanism. The ice spell he cast at full power should have lasted for several more days at this temperature. Lucas admitted that he had never even heard of such a way of using magic before. After a few more hours, they noticed several towers ahead, from which powerful energy beams were shooting into the sky. Lucas suggested checking these structures. They were elven towers, but despite their strength, he doubted that they could stop him. Besides, they had already survived such a difficult battle, so there was only one more time left to help Sebastian. Meanwhile, in one of the towers, several elves were performing some kind of magical melody. Suddenly, they stopped at the same time and looked in the same direction. One of them reported that he felt a very strong spiritual aura deep in the forest. In his opinion, these were the people that Mr. Silas was looking for. He then ordered the message to be transmitted immediately. Almost immediately, the tower's energy color changed from blue to bright red, sounding an alarm. Meanwhile, Lucas was already rushing through the forest at incredible speed. At the same time, he held Sebastian with one hand. He moved so fast that the huge trees around him literally broke under the pressure of his force. Suddenly, the man swung his sword and delivered a crushing blow. A powerful stream of energy erupted from the blade and crashed into the magical barrier stretched between the towers. The collision produced such a bright light that the nearby elves were blinded for a few moments. At that moment, Silas felt a powerful surge of magical energy between the two towers. He, along with the rest of the elves, immediately headed towards the direction where a huge energy explosion was already rising. Several elves who were in the ruined tower were surprised to see their commander. Silas immediately asked if the protective barrier had been breached and who exactly had done it. In response, the elves reported that there were two intruders. One was a dark-skinned man, and they did not really get a good look at the second. However, they noticed that he had long horns. Hearing this, Silas decided that the fugitives had managed to escape, but he stated that they could not have gone far. He stated that they had no time to delay, because the further the fugitives went, the more difficult it would be to catch up with them. The others fully agreed with this, after which a whole squad of elves riding on dragons immediately set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Sebastian stood in the middle of the dense forest and thought with relief that they had managed to distract most of the soldiers. The hero then thanked his uncle for his help, because thanks to his actions, they finally left the elven territory. Sebastian approached the Eternal Flame and asked if there were any secret bases in the elves' territory. Soon the hero reached a small building standing in the middle of the forest. The eternal flame explained that it was a secret base of demons. This was the nearest base of the demon army. Elves were usually almost never here, since the place was located at the very border of their possessions. However, in order not to take risks, he had to disguise himself, but Yoroi admitted that he did not know a spell that could change appearance. Then the eternal flame noticed that a nearly naked prince of darkness entering such a station would look extremely suspicious. Suddenly Sebastian heard strange sounds nearby. He turned towards them and saw two elves. One of them extended his hands to the girl and asked her to kiss him. The girl tried to stop him and worriedly noted that they could have been seen, but the man replied that there was no one around. She sheepishly called him disgusting, but suddenly noticed someone behind him. The frightened elf pointed her hand towards the bushes where Sebastian was hiding and screamed loudly. The guy immediately turned in the indicated direction. However, the hero had already emerged from cover and sent him to the ground with a powerful blow. The elf asked in shock what he was doing and whether he had gone crazy. However, the very next second Sebastian disappeared from her field of vision. Instantly appearing behind her, he hit the elf in the head, depriving her of the ability to resist, and apologized to her. After this, the hero opened the station door and went inside. The demon standing behind the counter looked carefully at the man who entered. Sebastian, already dressed in elf clothes, asked where the boss was, as he needed to send an important message to Alistair. The bartender reported that martial law had recently been declared, so sending any letters was temporarily prohibited. Hearing this, the hero thought that the elves had reacted incredibly quickly and had already managed to take the most severe measures. One of the elves said that he had heard about a certain demon slayer who had caused quite a stir in their territory. He noticed that the guest's horn immediately indicated that there was a demon in front of them who had come here on business. Sebastian took a few sips and explained that he had indeed come for work. He then asked the bartender what the drink was. He didn't like the taste, and the bartender, without further ado, offered to replace it. Then Sebastian tried the second drink. However, he was not satisfied with it either. The bartender, with an unperturbed look, again offered to bring something else. One of the elves looked into his mug, as if trying to figure out what exactly was wrong with the drink. The bartender looked at Sebastian silently, and he also silently met his gaze. After a few seconds, the owner of the establishment thought for a moment and finally announced that there really was good wine stored in the cellar. So he offered his guest to choose the bottle himself, and when they went down to the cellar, Sebastian looked around. He noted that there were indeed quite a few decent bottles there. Hearing this, the bartender immediately bowed respectfully and asked how he could serve his master. Then the hero got straight to the point and asked if there was a way to send a letter to the Kingdom of Darkness despite martial law. He explained that the message was extremely important. 3 days later, two men in formal suits approached the same station. Cassandra quietly remarked that if His Majesty were actually in such a place, it would look quite unusual. A few hours later, when everyone was gathered inside, Sebastian showed that he had managed to pass through the center of the world and come out on the other side. John asked if the world was really round, but the hero replied that they could discuss it later. He then asked if they understood why he had called only the two of them. At this moment, both of Sebastian's subordinates froze in surprise. John replied that among all his subordinates, he was the most reliable person. Hearing this, Cassandra became embarrassed and admitted that she had thought otherwise, because without him, she would be lonely sleeping. However, Sebastian immediately stopped the girl and asked her not to say such strange things anymore. He then recalled that, although they were both among the 13 generals of the army, it was they who represented the real military force. Cassandra burst into tears and asked if this meant their role in the army was too insignificant. However, Sebastian immediately reassured her and explained that their absence would have little effect on the overall structure of the army. That is why he entrusted the task to them. With their help, he could penetrate deeper into the elven territory unnoticed. Then Sebastian finally unfolded the map and suggested that they study it carefully. He pointed to the moon god forest and explained that they were now in the part of the forest that was least populated. Sebastian unfolded the map and pointed to Isidel, explaining that that was where their main target was located. John looked at the map in shock and realized that they were talking about the elven capital. The hero seriously confirmed this and added that only in this way could they successfully complete their mission. First, they had to pass through the villages in the west of the elven lands and only then quietly enter the capital. John was surprised and asked why they had chosen such a long route. Sebastian explained that first of all, they needed to know the opinions of ordinary citizens. He wanted to understand what Curtis was really thinking and whether he was truly expressing the will of all elves. After this, the trio got ready to hit the road. Before leaving, the hero informed the owner of the station that they were already leaving. The bartender asked if they were planning to leave right now. At that moment, the same elven boy and girl whom Sebastian had met earlier in the forest appeared. The angry elf declared that he did not care who the man was. He demanded that he fight him fairly. Upon hearing this, John immediately became angry and asked if the enemy really wanted to die, but Sebastian stopped him. He then turned to the elves and asked if they really didn't understand who exactly had sent him here. The elves looked at each other. Then the man cautiously asked if they were talking about his wife, and the hero immediately confirmed it. In reality, he simply decided to quickly come up with a convincing story since he was running out of time. Hearing this, the elf instantly turned pale and began to beg not to harm him and, most importantly, not to tell his wife anything. Then Sebastian noticed that they were all just trying to make a living, and he was not at all interested in family problems. After these words, the man assured him that he would give them whatever they wanted, as long as his wife did not find out about what had happened. After some time, the travelers were already leaving the station in a spacious cart. On the way, John remarked with admiration that His Majesty had managed to obtain a magnificent carriage without getting into a fight. He then warned that until he returned to the palace, everyone was to address him exclusively as boss. Cassandra will become the housekeeper for a while. John would become his driver. Then Sebastian explained that now they no longer had anything to do with the demon army. From now on, they had to travel around the cities disguised as ordinary merchants and sell goods little by little. He asked if everything was clear to them, and both companions immediately confirmed that they understood the plan perfectly. After a while, Cassandra rose from her seat, walked up to Sebastian, and quietly addressed him as her master. Then the girl asked what he was going to do next. Unexpectedly, she hugged him and admitted that they had not been this close for a very long time. The hero immediately asked her to stop and reminded her that they were not alone. At that moment, both noticed that John had prudently drawn the curtain, separating himself from them. Cassandra asked what the problem was, and Sebastian explained that it wasn't about his desires at all. They were currently on a secret mission, so they had to be careful every minute. Cassandra sobbed and asked sadly if His Majesty really didn't want her. Then Sebastian replied that it was not about that. On the contrary, he trusted her and was sure that she would cope with her task perfectly. He emphasized that he had not taken her with him, simply to keep an eye on her. Hearing this, the girl immediately became cheerful and declared that she would definitely justify his trust. At that moment, John opened the curtain a little and asked if it was okay to open them already. Sometime later, they continued their journey through the elven forest. John looked up at the sky and noticed that despite his recent arrival in the elven lands, there was something strange about the place. Sebastian also looked up and explained that this phenomenon was called the moon mirror. It was a huge sphere of energy created by the elves. This sphere was considered a treasure by all races except the elves themselves. The moon mirror was the main source of power and the basis of existence for the entire elven race. However, its energy manifested itself at night, so since ancient times the elves used magical towers that hid the sunlight. It was because of this that their entire territory was constantly in a state of eternal night. Suddenly John noticed a human silhouette ahead and immediately warned the others that there was someone ahead. Sebastian quickly decided that it would be better for them to avoid meeting. He then turned to Cassandra and asked if all succubi were able to use concealment techniques. He asked the girl to help him hide their appearance, especially his horns, since they were the most noticeable. The cart slowly approached the man in the long cloak. It was a girl with blue skin who was reading some kind of spell, and a magic circle appeared near her hand. After this, the creature pulling the cart stopped. Its legs were completely covered in ice and rooted to the ground. John asked irritably what she was doing. The girl explained that she had not eaten anything for several days, so she asked for some food. However, John refused and demanded that the ice be removed immediately, otherwise he would be really angry. The woman only noted with disappointment that nothing good could ever be expected from people. John did not understand the meaning of these words and asked her to explain what exactly she meant. At that moment, Sebastian looked out of the cart and told the girl that they really were almost out of food. He then asked Cassandra to look for something among the boxes. He, the hero, came down to earth and explained that such behavior only proved how hungry the girl was. After this, he handed the girl 2 fruits and in exchange asked her to melt the ice that had bound the legs of their giant scorpion. The girl immediately ran to the side and began to eat greedily, and Cassandra noted with displeasure that she shouldn't have gotten so carried away with food. She then quietly added that perhaps they could deal with the ice themselves, but the hero rejected this offer. Without even turning around to look at them, the snow elf asked where they were heading. The hero replied that their path lay to the village of stars and moon. Hearing this, the girl fell silent for a moment. Suddenly she released a powerful magical aura and demanded to know why they were heading there. Cassandra winced at the sudden cold and said she felt very cold. After this, the snow elf stated that they had to go to a completely different place, otherwise they would not survive. With these words, she created a small ice crystal and threw it. Sebastian didn't have time to dodge, so the crystal hit John right in the head. The elf then explained that it was this man who seemed the most impolite to her, and that was why he was the first to suffer. Immediately after this, the girl created a magic circle and cast a new spell. Ice magic completely bound Cassandra. Sebastian then asked if she really intended to harm the girl, even though they had shown her kindness. In response, the snow elf said that it was precisely because they gave her food that he could ask any questions. The hero immediately took advantage of this and asked why she tried to kill them, just because they were heading to the village. The girl replied that the reason was that she was heading there. Sebastian didn't understand her words and asked if this meant that anyone who went there was also doomed to die. The elf explained that they were human traders and would have met her anyway and handed her over to others. The hero thought about it. Now it became clear to him why they could be followed, and he asked if it was connected with the fact that she was a snow elf. However, the girl was not going to answer any more questions. She ordered him to be quiet and stop asking questions. After that, she tried to use magic again, but Sebastian noticed that the performance was already over. Suddenly, her spell stopped right in the middle of its effect. Cassandra instantly put her hand forward and completely blocked the flow of icy energy. Then the girl squeezed him with her power, and the spell's effect fell apart. After that, she told John to get up. The man immediately jumped to his feet and clamped his teeth around the ice crystal that had been thrown at him earlier. The next moment, he suddenly attacked the elf. She was genuinely amazed by what she saw and was perplexed as to how he had managed to crack her ice crystal. At the same time, the girl began to create a new magic circle beneath herself. An incredibly powerful energy flared up around her, and she demanded to know their true identities. Under the influence of her magic, everything around was quickly covered in ice. Cassandra immediately stood in front of Sebastian. She concentrated her magical power and formed a new spell. The girl then released a powerful stream of energy that threw the snow elf far back. The force of the impact also knocked down nearby trees, causing a powerful shockwave. After a while, the elf stood up and wiped her face from the scratches left after the attack. She immediately tried to hide in the forest. However, John was instantly in front of her, holding the blade of his sword to her throat. He stopped the fugitive right on the tree branch, saying that she had nowhere left to run. After some time, the girl was already sitting tied up near a tree. Sebastian finished the fruit and said that they understood the grief of the snow elves, but that did not give them the right to kill innocent people. The elf admitted that she had met many human traders, and all of them were interested exclusively in money. The hero replied that he understood her motives. Then he asked another question. Sebastian noted that the snow elves weren't known for their fighting skills, so he wondered why she had such strength. She explained that snow elves were born near the element of water, and among them, there were always those who possessed magical talents. She then added that he seemed like a kind person, like an uncle, so she asked him to let her go, because her family was waiting for her at home. Sebastian sheepishly asked if he really did look like someone's uncle, and John stated that there was indeed a resemblance. The hero then threw the half-eaten piece of fruit straight at the elf's head, and then stood up and said that she had to be freed. Moreover, he ordered that she be given some more fruit to take with her, and Cassandra was surprised by this decision and was about to object. However, John immediately reminded her that the owner did not need unnecessary advice, and the girl immediately realized her mistake and apologized. After this, Sebastian approached the elf and sat down next to her. He asked what her name was. The girl was noticeably nervous and at first hesitated to give her name, but then she finally admitted that her name was Anya. Then the hero put his hand on her shoulder, which made the girl very scared. He introduced himself as the boss with a serious look. The hero said that since he had shown her such kindness, one day she should bring her whole family to his store. Before she left, Sebastian said that they were planning to spend 2 or 3 days in the village. Hearing this, the elf looked at him and thought that it was no wonder why this man seemed wealthy to her. Soon the cart set off again, John warning his master to hold on tight because the road might be rough. The hero replied that everything suited him and that it was quite comfortable inside. After some time, the man asked why Sebastian had let the girl go at all. Cassandra, comfortably perched on the hero's shoulder, asked if he really doubted his leader's decision. Sebastian turned the conversation in another direction and asked what they thought about the good magic of the elves. John noted that despite the many shortcomings of Sebastian's method, he felt it had great potential. The hero smiled and said that wise people always understood each other. Hearing these words, John almost burst into tears of happiness and asked if Sebastian had really called him a sage. Cassandra thought with slight irritation that he was incredibly lucky to hear such words from his master. Sebastian said that he had come up with the name Bass. He had decided to call Cassandra Susan and John Athen. As long as they continued their journey with the wagon master, everyone had to stick to their new identities. After some time, their giant scorpion suddenly stopped. John looked ahead carefully and immediately announced that they should look at what was in front of them. Sebastian also looked forward and froze for a moment. Before them opened up an unusual elven settlement, built directly on the trees, which were connected by bridges. Meanwhile, Curtis arrived at the Holy City and Lake Bayard. They explained to him that this ancient lake was located far from the city center, and all the surrounding lands were the property of this family. Ordinary people were forbidden from entering, but over time, residents began to settle nearby and secretly made their way to the lake. After that, accidents happened there, and then a sign was put up there saying that this was the territory of the Shin House. However, as Curtis noted, it only said that one should not go inside, but there was no mention of any danger. The old man noticed that the Shing family had been hiding their secret, so almost no one knew how dangerous this place was. Then Curtis walked up to the water and touched it with his hand. Feeling a huge concentration of energy, he concluded that the water of this lake was literally overflowing with power. After this, the old man asked the master, since they had found the right place, whether he would do his servant the honor of allowing himself to be sacrificed. Curtis replied that it was indeed necessary, then extended his hands toward the old man. He killed the elderly man, claiming that such sacrifices were necessary for the glory of the elven kingdom. He then began to chant a spell, and a protective bubble of magical water formed around his body. He then turned to the elves and said that their act was meant to be a contribution to the return of the former greatness of the elven race. All the elves immediately agreed with their ruler and declared that his majesty would shine forever, like the sun and the moon. Then the others used the same spell, after which the whole group began to descend below the surface of the lake. Nearby, standing on a hill, Miranda watched everything that was happening. She wondered what exactly Curtis was going to do. Meanwhile, Curtis, along with the rest of the elves, was already completely submerged under the water. Soon they reached the very bottom of the lake and stopped. One of the elves accompanying him noticed that they were already at the bottom, but there was absolutely nothing there. Then Curtis looked around carefully and declared that it was impossible. He then quickly ran his hand over it, leaving a deep cut on his own palm, and allowed his blood to dissolve into the water of the lake. Almost immediately, the bottom began to become covered with deep cracks, and the elves began to anxiously ask each other what was happening. A moment later, huge tentacles began to emerge from the ground. Soon, many more similar creatures appeared next to the other elves with a deafening roar. These were ancient demons of the elemental system of extremely high level. The monsters immediately smelled the fresh blood and began to slowly approach. Curtis thought that in front of them, there really were ancient spirits, and the thing he needed was hidden inside the bodies of these creatures. However, the guy also realized that the opponents were strong, and even on land, it would be extremely difficult to defeat them without risk. Then he turned to the elves who accompanied him and reminded them that they had sworn to sacrifice their lives for the people. After everyone, without exception, confirmed their words, Curtis only smiled ominously and decided that the time had come. Suddenly, he grabbed one of the elves by the head, which caused him real horror. He threw it straight towards one of the monsters. The unfortunate man tried to swim away and turned around. However, the monster instantly caught up with him and grabbed him with his hands, and then suddenly blood splashed into the water. At that moment, the monster sank its teeth into the unfortunate man's neck. The other elves watched in horror as their comrade was literally devoured before their eyes. After this, Curtis grabbed 2 more elves by the heads in the same way. They were mortally frightened, but he mercilessly threw them back to the other monsters. The monsters immediately caught up with their victims and also devoured them. Curtis told the monsters to keep eating, then smiled and noted that there was enough food for everyone. The remaining ancient monsters immediately rushed towards the remaining elves and began to bite their necks. The 2 elves who were still standing next to Curtis looked at what was happening with horror and disbelief. He then turned to Tengen and Remus, reminding them that they had also served alongside him for a very long time. One of them stated that they had always remained his most devoted servants and hoped that he would not feed them to these creatures. Without turning around, Curtis called out to Tengen. He then asked if it was he who had opposed the choice of a new ruler of the elves. Tengen, in complete shock, asked how this had even become known, since the voting was supposed to remain anonymous. However, Curtis only stated that he was very vindictive, immediately after which he pierced Tengen with his hand. After that, he immediately threw it straight at the nearest monster. The monster instantly seized its prey, and Curtis only thanked it for the sacrifice. Remus, in despair, began to beg for his life. He reminded that he had always served his master loyally. Curtis replied that this was indeed the case. However, this is precisely why Remus's death was already predetermined. Then Curtis destroyed the monster with a swift wave of his hand and noticed that it was surprisingly easy to deal with. Remus asked in amazement why the other tentacles had not reacted to the death of their fellow. Curtis explained that while they were busy eating their prey, they were completely uninterested in anything else. After that, he quickly swam even deeper to where the monster's body was. The man understood that the monster's wound was quickly healing, so he had very little time left. Soon he reached the right place and finally noticed a glowing growth on the monster's body. Curtis decided that it was within this glow that the soul was hidden. He was about to strike because he was confident that he had finally achieved his true goal. At that moment, a giant whirlpool formed at the bottom of the deep sea. Tengen and Remus desperately tried to get out of the water. Meanwhile, Curtis was clutching the green lantern tightly, a satisfied smile lighting up his face. Tengen trembled, then carefully asked why Curtis, knowing about the 8 sea witches under the lake, did not warn the others. In his opinion, then everyone would be able to prepare better. However, he only smirked contemptuously and replied that in that case, no one would agree to go to certain death. Tengen began to convince him that it was possible to join forces and destroy the monsters, because there was surely a less cruel way. But Curtis looked at him and declared that everyone else was already dead and that only Tengen himself knew of his cruelty now. Hearing this, the guy froze in horror and could not believe his ears. Curtis then held up the lantern and asked Tengen if he had ever wondered why he had been left alive. After that, he explained that he was the strongest among the 8 chosen ones, and then smiled mysteriously and turned to Miranda. The next moment, scarlet energy flared up, and the elf was immediately thrown back by the shockwave. Miranda stated that she realized that it was because of this artifact that Curtis wanted to stay in the city. A mysterious mark appeared on her forehead, and her eyes flashed with fire. Curtis then turned to Remus and demanded that he prove his loyalty by killing the vampire queen Miranda. Hearing these words, the elf turned pale, trembling. He asked again if the king really intended to kill the vampire queen. He couldn't help but think that even the monster from the bottom of the lake might be less dangerous than Miranda. Meanwhile, we were transported back to the village of Stars and Moon, where our heroes arrived. Cassandra, Sebastian, and John were already standing near the stairs when they suddenly saw a wanted poster. It said that the queen of the snow elves, Maisie, was wanted, for whom 8,000 gold coins were being paid. Cassandra immediately noticed that this was the same snow elf they had just met. Sebastian immediately guessed that this elf was an important person, but he did not expect that her origin would be so noble. Soon after, their trading cart headed to the local customs office. However, the village elder said that entry was prohibited and told them to turn back. Since martial law was declared in the village, foreign traders were not allowed to enter. John tried to object that they had traveled a long time to get here, but the elder stated that it was not his problem. In response to John's threats, he also said that many knights had recently arrived in the village. The young man said that if he did not allow them to pass, he would tear the entire village and the knights to pieces. But Sebastian stopped him and said that they were not limited to just this cart, as there was a large line of wagons following them. After this, he approached the elder directly and asked if they could talk in private. In the end, the man agreed, and then the main character went behind the tree with him to talk. John and Cassandra doubted that these negotiations would be useful, so they were prepared to use force. At this moment, the main character and the old man returned to the others. The elder said with a smile that he should have said right away that they were selling wine, since the taverns were in short supply of alcohol. When the boys heard this, genuine surprise appeared on their faces. On the way, John asked Sebastian what he had said to the elder that had caused his attitude to change so abruptly. The protagonist said that he simply gave him 3 gold coins and promised that he would give him a quarter of the proceeds. However, he warned that they had to watch very carefully, as the elder was suspicious of their cart. He told him that there was a powerful patron behind them, for whom money was no problem, and the elder believed him. John noted with surprise that His Highness was very observant, but Cassandra said that they had another problem. She didn't understand why they had to climb the stairs so slowly when they could have taken the elevator or flown. At this point, the protagonist addressed John by his new name. He explained that he told the elder that he was the heir to a large wine company. He came here to test how good elven wines are for humans. After that, he said that he needed to go upstairs and advertise their wine company, Thor, to everyone. As soon as John heard this order, he immediately jumped and began to climb up the tree. Cassandra then asked if such an enterprise really existed, but Sebastian replied that he had made it up. Although there was trade between the elves and humans, the elves were still subordinates of the Prince of Darkness. So, while John is busy with advertising, they will slowly climb up and at the same time admire the stars. However, at that moment he noticed that Cassandra looked strange and asked her what was wrong. The girl suddenly beamed and said that her boss was simply incredible, and now she liked him even more. Apparently, this was not at all the answer that the protagonist expected from her. He then said that he felt their cover was still not convincing enough, so he made something up. Soon after everything was ready, they went with Cassandra to the place where John was already located. The young man said that it was their boss, the young heir to the Thor enterprise. The main character and Cassandra appeared in a completely new guise. Now they looked like real rich people. After such a convincing performance, their demonic wine sold out almost immediately. Our heroes didn't even expect that the villagers would be so pleased with their wines. Even the knights who guarded the village came here to drink. And although they looked evil, no one could resist people who were literally doing charity work. Thus, Sebastian very quickly became acquainted with all the knights. They decided to gamble, and the main character gave in to them, saying that he had lost again. He said he was a beginner, but a quick learner, and suggested continuing next time. However, one of the guards said that they would have to set out on a mission the next morning, because even elves needed to sleep. Then Sebastian asked them if their mission was to catch the snow elves. When the guards heard this, they looked at the protagonist very suspiciously. However, he hastened to justify himself and said that he was just a merchant and he needed to know their plans. The guards told him that if he wanted to make good money here, he should not ask so many unnecessary questions. Finally, Sebastian told them that he had lost a lot of money today, but he would definitely win it back tomorrow. Before leaving, the guards smiled at him again and said that this would definitely happen. When they were alone, Cassandra turned to the protagonist with a look of sadness. She said that the villagers were very concerned and kept staring at her figure. However, she learned that this year the elves' life was getting worse and worse, but the energy of the moon mirror was growing stronger every day. As for what they thought about the snow elves, it seemed to her that they simply accepted it silently. Sebastian realized that Curtis was very good at brainwashing. Perhaps he really was a skilled ruler. But Cassandra didn't understand why they couldn't just kill Curtis if they wanted to defeat him. The hero answered her that this would only lead to protest from the elves, but this world needed peace. A day had passed since then, and our main characters were relaxing in one of the taverns. While they were enjoying their drinks, elves approached them from behind and addressed the young heir. They asked if he wanted to play again today, and also added that another player would be joining them today. Without further ado, the protagonist replied that he agreed. Then the elves asked him to take the gold coins with him. Sebastian asked them where he was supposed to go, and they said they were going to the top of the tree. While they were riding in the elevator, the elves noted that the heir's girlfriend looked very good. However, the main character asked not to look at her with such glances, because his housekeeper had an explosive temper. In response, the elves only laughed and said that he sounded very funny. Soon they took the elevator to the place they needed. The elves said that here was the most luxurious room in this village. Sebastian soon met with their friend, but they asked him to be careful with his words and not to anger him under any circumstances. The main character asked in surprise if he really had such a bad character. One of the guards replied that if this man was angered, Sebastian would be killed on the spot. Soon they reached the office, where another elf was already waiting for them, sitting on a luxurious sofa. The guards immediately bowed to him and introduced Sebastian to him, saying that they had brought him. The elf immediately asked if he was really the heir to the wine business, and noted that their wine was very good. In response, the protagonist thanked him, after which he sat down on a chair opposite the elf. He then took out some playing cards and noted with a grin that he was also quite good at playing. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in the forest, the skirmish between Curtis and Miranda continued. Their attacks caused such a devastating blow that they both had to retreat. Miranda barely managed to stay on her feet from the powerful shockwave. Curtis also noted that she was very strong, but this did not stop him at all. Miranda only noted with a smirk that he should have gone with her into the demon army. At this moment, Curtis's subordinate was watching everything that was happening, but he had absolutely no idea what was happening. He watched this fight with fear in his eyes, noting that this was a real battle of immortals. However, at that moment, Curtis suddenly turned to him, and Remus noticed that the artifact began to glow strangely. Curtis apologized to him and said that if he could kill Miranda, then Remus wouldn't have to die. However, he also noted that Miranda was an extraordinary woman. She was capable of fighting the Prince of Darkness himself on equal terms. So he had no choice but to sacrifice Remus to have a chance to win. Before the elf could answer, the strange artifact opened and released strange energy. The elf suddenly saw how numerous souls began to fly out from there. Soon after, they completely enveloped and engulfed the unfortunate elf, who didn't even have time to react. Miranda watched everything that was happening with surprise, completely not understanding what had happened. And then she suddenly heard her opponent begin to cast a spell in the elven language. When she looked towards Curtis, she saw that he seemed to be calling her, saying that he was here. Before the girl could answer him, he fired a spell called Maximum Spiritual Flame at her. Miranda simply replied that he hadn't learned from his mistakes at all, and apparently this skill didn't frighten her at all. She defended herself with a barrier, stating that the spiritual flame was completely useless against her. However, Curtis said that he had an excellent memory, and all this was only needed to distract her attention. And then suddenly the girl noticed that something very strange was happening next to her. She saw the body of the absorbed elf, which began to glow with a bright green light. As it turned out, Curtis had turned Remus into a demonic puppet, and now intended to use it against Miranda. The girl herself was still surprised, and did not understand at all what was happening. Before she could even process anything, the puppet lunged forward and tore off her right arm. The girl looked at her bleeding limb in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. However, it turned out that a spell had been cast on her severed limb that was supposed to stop the bleeding. There was no pain or despair on Miranda's face, only surprise. And then she suddenly became furious and said with a smirk that Curtis was a very capable guy. She then used her seal to reattach the severed limb to herself. She pulled the severed arm towards herself with such force that the demonic puppet was also lifted into the air. Miranda was furious that this monster dared to rip off her arm. However, the next moment her hand was already in the right place, after which she immediately attacked the puppet. In literally an instant, she tore the monster apart, ripping off its limbs and cutting its body into pieces. The woman was very angry with Curtis for acting so meanly. After this, she turned to him with fury on her face and declared that now it was his turn. The elf was very surprised that Miranda was able to recover so quickly after such an attack. The girl immediately rushed at him, and Curtis began frantically reading another spell in the elven language. At that moment, Miranda struck him with her hand, but the elf managed to cover his face in time. However, before he could understand what had happened, the woman suddenly disappeared from his sight. Literally, the next moment she was right behind him. The elf was shocked and didn't understand how she could have been there before he had time to notice. But before he could finish his thought, the girl pierced his chest with her hand and tore out his heart. She clutched it tightly in her clawed hand. Without giving her opponent a chance to come to his senses, Miranda immediately crushed his heart, hoping that this was the end. However, she quickly realized that she had a strange feeling, as if something was wrong here. And then suddenly she heard Curtis's voice, who said that Miranda was very cruel. The elf appeared behind her and said that it really could have been him, and then he really would have died. Miranda admitted that it was her mistake and noted that it must have been difficult to get the thing out of the lake. He held onto her so tightly, as if it were his real body, but she didn't understand why. Miranda stated that no matter how many doubles Curtis created, he was still doomed to die. The elf just chuckled and said that her aura was terrifying. No wonder she was considered one of the 5 strongest. However, he was still confident that stopping him would be much more difficult than she imagined. Before Miranda could process anything, another terrifying monster appeared behind her. He grabbed the woman tightly with his huge hands and lifted her into the air, not giving her a chance to escape. Miranda was very surprised that this puppet not only did not die, but also became much stronger. Curtis explained that Remus had become one of the ancient elven souls, and now his body was just a vessel for their power. The threshold of souls in his body did not decrease, so it could fight forever, and he himself had already achieved his goal in this city. Curtis stated that he now wanted to get Isobel, after which he headed towards the dragon, saying goodbye to Miranda. The girl extended her hand to him and ordered him to return back immediately. But before she could finish, the mutated elf grabbed her shoulder and bit it hard. Meanwhile, Curtis watched everything that was happening from his dragon. He was clearly pleased with how everything was unfolding. At this point, Miranda was choking on her own blood as Remus continued to bite her to pieces. He soon stopped when he realized that the deed was done. Miranda was literally torn to pieces. All her limbs, as well as her head and torso, were lying separately. However, at that moment, the mutated elf suddenly felt some strange sensation. He suddenly started crying, but his tears were unusual. They were bloody. Before he could even process anything, a bloody hand grabbed his muzzle and pushed him back with force. It turned out to be Miranda's severed hand, which, oddly enough, was still able to function separately from her body. The girl began to collect her body piece by piece, telling Curtis that she would definitely find it to destroy it. As it turned out, this attack was completely useless for her, since she could regenerate. At some point, all her blood gathered in one point and gradually began to restore her body. It took no more than a few moments for Miranda's face to emerge from the bloody cloud. She still held Remus's head with her hand, not giving him even a chance to attack her again. Having fully recovered, Miranda said that she had not been so angry at anyone for a long time. At that moment, the demonic puppet experienced real horror, realizing that this girl was clearly not an ordinary one. Soon, a huge explosion was heard at the site of their fight, but Curtis was already quite far from its epicenter. He was quite pleased with the situation, saying that it was an honor for his loyal servant to die at the hands of the Blood Queen. He mentally addressed Sebastian, saying that he was truly lucky to have a girl like Miranda as a comrade. This made Curtis think that the further he went, the more he looked forward to the day of battle with all of them. Meanwhile, the main character continued to play for money with the elven boss. As expected, he was unable to win back his losses and lost all his money again. However, he stated that although he was upset, he understood that if he lost, he had to pay. That was his character. And yet Sebastian was sure that he had given too much, and therefore simply had to win back. The other elves laughed, realizing that this guy was only driving himself deeper into debt. After this, the protagonist turned to Cassandra under the fictitious name Susan and asked if they had any extra money. The girl said that, unfortunately, her master had lost everything they had taken with them. Then Sebastian began to think out loud about what he should do next, and asked the elves if they could lend him some money. However, their boss said that he never lent money to anyone. At that moment, one of his subordinates approached him and whispered something in his ear. Apparently, his boss really liked what he offered him. He looked towards Cassandra and said that if Sebastian didn't have gold, it wasn't a problem at all. He said that instead of gold, he could simply gamble on this girl he brought with him. The protagonist looked at him with disdain and asked the elf if he was sure of his bet. He warned the man once again that no one but himself could restrain this girl. However, after receiving confirmation from the elf, Sebastian said that in that case he agreed to play for Susan. As expected, the protagonist lost again, and soon Cassandra found herself alone with the elf boss. She admitted she was a little nervous, but the man said he had met many human women before. He admitted that he had never seen such a beautiful girl as Cassandra. She was the most beautiful of all. Cassandra pretended to be very embarrassed, but at that moment she was secretly using the seduction spell. Meanwhile, the rest of the elves, standing under the door, were talking about how their boss was lucky. He would be able to use it first. At that moment, the man looked out from behind the door and asked his subordinates what they were chatting about. He said that after he had fun with the girl, he would give her to them, but now he asked them to leave here. The elves were more than pleased with this state of affairs, so they immediately hurried away from their boss's room. However, at that moment someone else came up and knocked on the door. The elf, who was already under the influence of Cassandra's spell, opened the door and looked at the intruder. As it turned out, it was none other than our main character, Sebastian. He followed the elf into the room while he was unconscious. Completely submitting to Cassandra's will, the elf sat down on the bed. Meanwhile, the girl had already assumed her normal appearance and began the process of reading thoughts. She said that this elf was one of the moon deity's knights. His soul threshold was quite high, so it took her time. Sebastian apologized to her for bothering her, but the girl said that it was not a problem for her at all. When the hero was sure that the elf was definitely not watching them, he reached for his monocle. The protagonist took it off because his eternal flame had already been contained for quite some time. As it turned out, this elf's name was Diderot. He had a 7th level of the star energy system, and his soul threshold was 7,789. Cassandra said she sensed some of his memories from that week and could transfer them to the eternal flame. When Sebastian heard this, he said that the girl could begin. Immediately after this, she began to read a spell in an unknown language. Apparently, the process went smoothly, and all of Diderot's memories were copied into the eternal flame. The hero noted to himself that he had previously only seen this in films, but now this magical world had become reality. He really wanted to know how the basic laws of this world worked, but unfortunately, he couldn't say it directly. At that moment, he was torn from his thoughts by Cassandra, who turned to him. She showed him fragments of the elf's memories and asked him to look at them. What the main character saw there immediately surprised him. He saw whole crowds of snow elves who were extremely frightened. Some of them were tied to hot poles with iron chains. These pillars completely dried out the bodies of the elves, and their snow scales themselves broke off from their bodies. He also saw Silas, who reported that they had not collected the required number of scales this month. His subordinates soon informed him that they had found a large group of snow elves nearby. In these memories, the protagonist also saw Messiah, who defended her people with all her might. Her spells were very powerful. She bound the elves in icy shackles, preventing them from moving. However, one of them still managed to break through and forcefully grabbed the elf by the neck. And yet, Misi did not lose her composure and bit the invader with all her strength right on the arm. Taking advantage of his confusion, she immediately broke free and ran through the tree branches. However, they still managed to capture too many prisoners. They decided to starve them and then execute them. When the main character saw all this, genuine horror appeared on his face. He told Cassandra that he saw many captives. All of these snow elves were kept imprisoned in a cave. However, he did not understand why the elves were so cruel in killing their own kind, just to undermine his position. Then Cassandra said that the girl they met on the way here must have known something. Sebastian said that tomorrow he and John would find out about this and try to find her. Cassandra said that in that case, she would still rummage through the elf's memories, but then the hero noticed that something was wrong with her. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked His Highness if he was jealous of her. This question was a complete surprise for the main character. And although he did not give any answer, the girl took this as consent and said that she was very touched by it. Without thinking twice, she immediately pushed Diderot off the bed because she did not want to further hurt her master. Immediately after this, she climbed onto the bed herself and knelt in front of the main character. A little embarrassed, she told him that her body belonged only to him. Sebastian blushed at these words and said that now was not the time to say such things. They had just seen in his memories how many snow elves had suffered in that stone prison. They were scheduled to be executed at the end of the month and were also subjected to cruel torture by fire to obtain the scales. The protagonist came to the conclusion that it didn't matter to him how noble Curtis's original intentions were. He could never forgive him for treating his own people so cruelly. At that moment, Cassandra pulled him out of his thoughts again and said that she didn't care what he decided to do next. The girl stated with confidence in her voice that she supported any of his decisions in any case. After this, the hero went down the elevator and told the Eternal Flame that he was going to find the girl from the wanted poster. However, as soon as he got out of the elevator and walked up the stairs, he suddenly heard someone screaming. The protagonist realized that he had heard this voice somewhere before, so he immediately ran towards the sound. When he got to the right place, he immediately opened the door, and what he saw inside amazed him. In one of the rooms, he saw that John had grabbed Messiah, tied her up, and was forcibly holding her against her will. Missy also screamed, addressing Sebastian as Bass, and said that John had offended her. Then the main character asked them what happened, and why John tied up the elf in such a strange way. The young man replied that Sebastian had tied Cassandra up like that before, so he decided to try to do the same. The protagonist decided not to respond to this. Instead, he simply asked to let the elf go for now. John immediately complied and untied the girl, after which she knelt before the main character. Messiah addressed him as Mr. Basu and began to beg him to save her people. Sebastian tried to keep a straight face and asked her why he had to help her. Messiah said that she could provide him with information that might be useful to him. However, the hero said that he was only a wine merchant and wanted to know where he could earn more money. But, as it turned out, Messiah had already figured him out long ago and realized that he was not a wine merchant. She knew that Sebastian was a human spy hiding in elven territory. Sebastian noted that she was quite perceptive, but still asked why he would help her, even if he was human. But, as it turned out, the elf still had an ace up her sleeve. She raised her head and said with a smile that she could tell him the secret of Curtis's power. As soon as the main character heard these words, genuine surprise appeared on his face. Such an agreement interested him. He eventually agreed to the deal, and they spent several hours preparing for their next steps. To avoid Misi attracting attention with her appearance, they gave her the appearance of an ordinary albino girl. To do this, Cassandra used her spell, which allowed her to change the creature's appearance. However, Misea didn't understand how it all worked, because even though she began to look like a human, she could still feel her ears. Cassandra explained that the camouflage spell only affected her vision, but in fact, her true appearance remained. When it came to clothing, she could create over 400 hem patterns and simulate their movement patterns. When Misea looked at herself in the mirror, she was shocked. She looked like a real human girl. She understood that many people would not be able to learn to use this high-level camouflage spell even in their entire lives. So she looked at her new comrades and asked in surprise who they really were. But Sebastian decided not to reveal his true identity and claimed that he was a wine merchant named Bass. Meanwhile, elves had already gathered at the foot of the huge tree. They patrolled the area on the thunder beasts of the moon deity, which were their local mounts. At that moment, their boss came out to them and said that now this beauty would be his wife, and behind her was his brother, Mr. Bass. Today Silas was supposed to come here to collect scales, and he decided to show the guests how they dealt with the snow elves. However, the other elves said that they should not have led them into the cave because they had an agreement. However, Diderot stated that he was their boss, and therefore they were obliged to do as he said. Misi was shocked because Diderot was famous as a very strong knight, and they controlled him so easily. The elf realized that her sister Cassandra was truly a difficult girl, and she herself had come across very strong people. Once everything was ready, they climbed onto the flying dragon together and headed to the right place. Diderot was needed as an escort, as only the knights of the moon deity had the skills to control dragons. As they flew, Misea asked Cassandra if she was afraid that Diderot would take revenge on her when he found out that she had used him. But the girl said that he would have nothing to take revenge for, because she was just riding him. After that, she invited Maisie to sit on it too, and although the girl had doubts, she still agreed. And then suddenly memories of this elven man popped into her head. She remembered his words about how he ordered the snow elves to be killed. Therefore, Maisie could not contain her emotions and began to beat Diderot while he was unconscious. At that moment, the main character looked up and saw a huge glowing object in the sky. He realized that this was the very same moon mirror, the quintessence of elven magic. Meanwhile, Maisie beat Diderot so badly that Cassandra even had to use a restoration spell on him. Then she broke into his thoughts again and said that they had to go. The cave was already very close. They would soon be there. Literally a few minutes later, they actually arrived at the right place, but the entrance to the cave was blocked by a boulder. Misea looked at the huge stone that blocked their way and asked how they would get there. However, judging by the reaction of her comrades, this stone did not pose any threat to them. John immediately stepped forward, drawing his sword, and said that he would try to cut it. But before he could do anything, everyone suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet begin to shake. As it turned out, Cassandra decided to lift the stone with a spell, without waiting for John's help. Pushing it aside with one deft movement of her hand, she opened the passage into the cave for everyone else. John, meanwhile, continued to be indignant and assure everyone else that he could cut such stones with just his left hand. However, no one answered him, and the young man became angry that everyone was ignoring him. Then Sebastian asked him to be tactful, because Misea was in shock, since her people were inside. So he asked John to go there with her and check everything that was inside. As soon as the young man heard the order, he immediately ran after the girl straight into the cave. Sebastian then turned to Cassandra and said that Silas's henchmen would be here soon, and they would need to meet them. The girl said that she would sort everything out herself, and then they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps right behind them. As it turned out, the elves had already arrived at the cave on their mounts. Cassandra immediately noted that they would most likely be joined by knights on dragons. And so it happened. Soon Silas flew up to them riding on a two-headed dragon. Judging by the expression on his face, he was clearly unhappy that uninvited guests were already waiting for them near the cave. The protagonist noted to himself that, apparently, they met along the way, so they all arrived here together. Soon after, the dragon landed in front of the protagonists, and Silas descended to the ground with them. Diderot immediately stepped forward and bowed to his master. Silas immediately turned to him and asked who the two were. The elf, still under the spell, said that it was his new wife and also the wine merchant. However, Silas said that he had told him that he should not have brought anyone outside here. In response, Cassandra only said that she was no longer a stranger, since she was Diderot's wife. Silas looked at her with a smile and said that he had indeed met her before. After that, he suddenly used some kind of spell, and his expression became furious. Cassandra clearly didn't expect anything like this and was caught off guard. As it turned out, the elf realized that she was deceiving him, and with his spell he returned her to her normal appearance. As soon as she appeared before him in her true form, he immediately noted that she was an enemy. The other elves, who were sitting on their mounts, were shocked by what they saw. Their faces twisted in horror as they realized that the person standing before them was none other than the succubus Cassandra. The guards who had only recently wanted to take possession of her said they were very lucky they hadn't messed with her. Moreover, they noticed the man standing behind her, who appeared to be her boss. Deciding that there was no longer any need to hide his true appearance, Sebastian immediately removed Cassandra's spell. Soon he appeared before the elves in his usual guise as the Prince of Darkness. When the elves saw him, they were in complete shock and could not believe that in front of them was truly the Prince of Darkness himself. They immediately turned their mounts and hurried to get away from there as quickly as possible, but Silas ordered them to stop. The elves were shocked by this decision and did not understand why the master did not want to leave. Silas then reported that His Highness Curtis had informed him that the Prince of Darkness was no longer what he once was. However, the other elves did not understand the meaning of his words at all. At this point, the protagonist turned to the elf and asked if his name was really Silas. He asked how he even dared to challenge him, considering he had only recently reached level 7. The protagonist decided that he first needed to intimidate his opponents, and only then talk to them. Silas couldn't help but notice that his aura was very intimidating, and under normal circumstances, he wouldn't want to engage in a fight with him at all. However, the situation was different now. Moreover, he trusted His Majesty Curtis. So Silas decided to take a risk and attacked the protagonist using the spiritual flame skill. Cassandra was completely unimpressed by such a skill, but the protagonist looked noticeably frightened. At the last moment, he managed to put up a barrier in front of himself to protect himself from such a powerful attack. He was very surprised that Silas didn't even answer him, but instead just attacked him straight away. At this point, Cassandra turned to her master and noted that it all looked very strange. When the smoke cleared, the protagonist emerged from the abyss of dust. However, he looked very shabby, all his clothes were torn, and he had multiple burn marks on him. Cassandra was completely shocked by what she saw. Her master was wounded. The other elves were also very surprised that the Prince of Darkness was wounded by flame, which seemed impossible to them. Silas said that His Majesty Curtis warned that the Sebastian he saw was not the same Prince of Darkness. After this, he turned to Cassandra and asked her to confirm that Sebastian was no longer the one to whom she had sworn allegiance. He tried to win her over to his side and declared that this impostor was deceiving her. However, Sebastian looked seriously at his opponent and asked the girl not to believe this nonsense. Silas then said that he needed to prove that he was not an impostor and added that a real man could very easily kill him. The hero immediately cast a spell on him and said that since he wanted death, he would ensure it for him. After that, he launched an attack forward, hoping that it would be strong enough. At the last moment, Silas managed to dodge the attack, and it flew straight towards his dragon and the rest of the elves. As soon as the main character's attack touched them, they were immediately frozen. At that moment, Silas immediately activated his elven spell to unfreeze the creature. At first it seemed to him that he was failing, but then the ice began to crack little by little. Within moments, the ice prison had completely cracked and the dragon was freed. Sebastian was shocked when Silas immediately shot out flames and his ice spell immediately wore off. After this, he turned to the Eternal Flame and asked him what his chances were of winning a fight with this elf. Flame replied that, given his current strength, he had 0 chance of winning. Sebastian didn't understand why this was so, because his soul threshold was higher than Silas's. In addition, during this time he learned many spells, such as Pestilence, Withering, Fire Barrier, Teleportation, and Ice Weapon. Therefore, the main character still could not understand why he was so weak even after this. Flame explained that although Sebastian's soul threshold was higher, if he couldn't use spells, there was no point in doing so. It explained that its owner had lost his combat experience, and it could not be restored in such a short time. At that moment, Sebastian realized that if this was really the case, then they had to use Plan B. He asked Cassandra if she believed Silas's words, but the girl said that this was absolutely not true. Then Sebastian said that Silas only wanted to fight him to raise his authority, but they didn't have time for that. So he ordered the succubus to kill this elf and all the knights who came with him. As soon as the elves heard this, genuine horror appeared on their faces. Cassandra immediately took a step forward, intending to carry out the Prince of Darkness's order. Silas tried to stop her, saying that Cassandra was stupid and blind, and that such devotion frightened him greatly. But before he could finish speaking, the girl literally rushed through him, cutting his body into pieces. By that time, she had already charmed the other elves, so they did not even try to protect their master. While they were unconscious, she cut off all their heads, saying that it was time to say goodbye. The protagonist watched in amazement as his subordinate easily dealt with an entire army of elves. The Eternal Flame said that Cassandra was trained by the master himself, so she simply could not be weak. And at that moment, the main character noticed that Silas was still moving. Apparently, he was alive. Despite such a serious wound, the elf was still alive and claimed that such tricks did not work against him. At the very last moment, he broke free from the abyss of Cassandra's temptation and dodged the deadly attack. At that moment, his clothes suddenly flew off his body, revealing his naked torso and the other half of his face. After this, Silas prepared to use another spell and said goodbye to Sebastian in advance. At this moment, the main character froze in place, as he clearly did not expect such a sudden attack. But Cassandra was very quick. Seeing the danger to her master, she immediately landed in front of him and blocked him from attack. Silas's spell was so powerful that it burned a huge hole in the succubus's weapon. Apparently, the elf was very unhappy that Cassandra had once again prevented him from attacking Sebastian. The girl looked at him menacingly and said that she didn't even think that he would be able to avoid her wave of temptation. The elf stated that her technique was completely useless against him. Cassandra was surprised at how strong his willpower was. He did not give in even when he was surrounded by beauties. However, Sebastian said that he was able to avoid the spell not because he had such noble intentions. The thing is, Silas just didn't like girls, so they couldn't seduce him. Cassandra was very surprised by this discovery, and then Sebastian asked her to look at him closer. He said that his right eye was made up, and that said a lot. However, Silas himself had no intention of listening to all this and declared that he had had enough and that he would kill them now. His shadow loomed over the main characters, but Cassandra was not at all afraid. Taking advantage of the moment, Silas jumped on his dragon, but Cassandra and Sebastian dodged in time. At that moment, the dragon flew high into the air, and Silas declared that Cassandra was very much to His Majesty Curtis's liking. He admitted that he had not originally intended to kill her, but now that she had learned his secret, she had to die. As it turns out, Silas has assumed his knight form, and now his soul threshold has increased to 15,133. However, Cassandra was not at all intimidated by such a threat. Instead, she jumped into the air and flew straight towards the dragon. She said that she was not at all concerned about such trifles. In fact, she was simply carrying out His Majesty's orders. And since the Prince of Darkness had ordered Silas to be sent to the afterlife, she was going to do exactly what she was asked to do. At this moment, Sebastian suddenly noticed that Diderot was slowly beginning to come to his senses. The elf opened his eyes, but he still didn't understand where he was. At that moment he turned his head, looked at Sebastian and asked him who he was. But as soon as he took a closer look at the man standing next to him, his face immediately turned pale. The elf realized that in front of him was none other than His Highness the Prince of Darkness. So he immediately fell to his knees and began to worship him, and Sebastian noted that the matter was becoming more and more complicated. Meanwhile, John ran after Messiah through the cave but could not catch up with her. The girl ran forward with all her might towards her fellow creatures. Her speed was simply incredible. At that moment, John suddenly noticed danger ahead and reacted instantly. With one deft leap, he found himself right in front of Messiah, forcing her to stop. Then he looked closely into the depths of the cave, from where strange sounds were coming. His premonition was right. At that moment, a huge boulder with a sharp end flew out from there, aimed straight at them. Using his weapon, John split the huge rock into pieces, covering Misha with his body. The elf herself was completely horrified, since she clearly did not expect such a vile and sudden attack. But John was serious. He immediately turned to his opponent and ordered him to come out into the light. At that moment, a large man actually appeared in front of him and noted that John's skills were quite good. The huge elf with sharp boulders in his hands was surprised that John was able to withstand the blows of his stone pillar. Mizi immediately turned to the stranger and said that they urgently needed to get to the snow elves. In response, the stranger stated that they would be allowed to pass, but only after they told the password. He realized that these guys, apparently, had no idea what the password was. He explained to them that every time a snow elf was executed, he would speak his last words before dying, and they would become a password. When Messiah heard this, surprise first appeared on her face. However, it quickly turned to rage. Overwhelmed with emotion, her human form disappeared, and she screamed at the elf, calling him a bastard. Immediately after this, she began to prepare a spell in the elven language. As it turned out, this elf was already waiting for her. He knew that Mizi should have come here. However, he stated that while she may have had magical talent, it was not the result of training, so she was no match for him. However, at that moment John suddenly stopped them, not allowing the fight to continue. To everyone's surprise, he claimed to know the password. The elf was surprised because he only told them about the password to make them angry, but apparently this guy was up to something. Then John suddenly wondered what the snow elf could have said if this big guy was killing him. The young man laughed and said that in that case, the password was the word freak. At this point, the elf became truly angry when he realized that they were simply making fun of him. He immediately threw two huge, sharp stone blocks at his opponents. He put all his strength into this blow. However, John wasn't the least bit scared. Instead, he just calmly pulled out his weapon. With rage in his eyes, he told the elf that he was too weak for him. With one deft move called wind pressure, he cut two boulders into small pieces at once. The stones immediately flew apart, without causing a single scratch to either John or Mizi. The elf was amazed that John was able to split these stones with just the pressure of the wind after swinging his sword. The huge elf was also very surprised, and did not understand who this guy was. At first, Messiah thought that their opponent was a knight of the moon deity, and then they would definitely not be able to deal with him. However, now she realized that this coachman John was clearly not an ordinary person. At that moment, John was tossing a large stone with one foot, as if it weighed as much as a football. He asked the elf if he too belonged to the system of enhanced laws of nature. In this case, he intended to find out which of them was cooler, after which he launched a stone ball at him. To add more power to the throw, he also struck it with his weapon, causing the stone to fly forward at incredible speed. His opponent had no chance to dodge, and the rock flew straight into his face. When John saw this, he laughed and said that now he was finally finished. By that time, the huge elf was already lying on the ground, belly up, unable to cope with such an attack. Hearing footsteps approaching him, he raised his head in an attempt to protect himself. But he didn't manage to do it, because John's boot immediately slammed right into his face. The elf grabbed his muzzle and screamed in incredible pain. There was a huge bloody mark on his face from John's soul. However, Messiah did not give him even a second to come to his senses and rushed at him from above, intending to deliver the finishing blow. John did not intervene, but noted that this girl was indeed very vindictive. At that moment, he suddenly smelled a strange smell coming from somewhere outside the cave. Almost immediately, John realized that it was nothing more than the smell of blood. Meanwhile, the battle between Cassandra and Silas in the air was still going on. Silas said that it was not for nothing that Cassandra was the prince's personal bodyguard. The silver spear had been Silas's companion in battle for many years, but it was nothing for Cassandra to simply break it. At that moment, the girl absolutely emotionlessly declared that now she would also wring his neck. Silas knew he was in an unenviable position. If he tried to hit her again, he would have no strength left at all. So he turned to the girl and said that, in fact, they had no reason to fight to the death. However, Cassandra said that they did have a reason. She had an order to kill him. Silas cursed under his breath, knowing he couldn't get through to this girl with just words. So he decided to divert her attention and asked her to look down, saying that the Prince of Darkness and Diderot were not visible. These words visibly alarmed Cassandra, and she immediately lowered her gaze downwards. Noticing that the master was indeed not below, she immediately jumped to the ground and began calling for His Majesty. Silas landed behind her and asked if she knew why he had outed her the first time they met. He said that His Excellency Kennedy had received information that the Prince of Darkness was near the village of New Moon. At that moment, Cassandra remembered that Kennedy was Curtis's brother and asked if it was he who had sent them here. However, Silas said that was not entirely true. At that moment, he began to cast a spell, and Cassandra asked him where he was aiming. But before the elf could answer, a powerful explosion thundered right above her head. Huge boulders blocked the entrance to the cave and almost crushed Cassandra, but she managed to jump away in time. She turned to Silas in horror and asked him what the hell he was doing. He said that he had already warned her that the Prince of Darkness was no longer what he had been, but she herself had already realized this truth. If this had been the old Sebastian, Cassandra wouldn't have had to worry so much about his safety. However, the girl irritably replied to him that her affairs were none of his concern. Meanwhile, Sebastian and Diderot had already reached the elf defeated by John. The protagonist noted that, judging by the mark on his head, he was beaten by one of the knights of the moon deity. However, they decided not to stop there and instead move on. Soon they reached the place of a real massacre. The entire floor of the cave was covered in blood. When Sebastian looked up, he saw in front of him a huge number of killed elves who were guarding the cave. Diderot was horrified. He did not understand why all the guards were dead. He looked at His Majesty with horror and asked if this was really his doing. The protagonist firmly replied that it was probably his subordinate and asked the elf if he had any problems with it. Diderot was quick to say that he had no problem, and Sebastian began to wonder if perhaps John had done it. The Eternal Flame said that although he was capable of doing this, he did not act so cruelly, and besides, there were no cuts on the corpses. At that moment, the man suddenly smelled a very strong smell of blood, which was coming from somewhere in the cave. He was so strong that they simply couldn't ignore him. They walked forward and saw an even bloodier sight. All the walls and floor of the cave were completely covered in someone's blood. As it turned out, this was the place where the snow elves were imprisoned, but the prisoners themselves were not there. At that moment, they suddenly heard someone's voice. Someone who was here, apparently, had been waiting for guests for a long time. The stranger who imprisoned John addressed Sebastian, but then corrected himself and called him the Prince of Darkness. At that moment, Diderot realized with horror that in front of them was none other than Mr. Kennedy himself. As it turned out, he was Curtis's younger brother, a member of the Elven royal family, level 8, with a soul threshold of 18,059 units. As soon as Diderot saw him, he too fell on his knees before His Excellency. He began to furiously beat his forehead against the stone floor and beg Kennedy to spare him. At that moment, the main character looked at him with extreme surprise. It was surprising to him that such a strong elf was trembling so much in front of this Kennedy. At that moment, Kennedy lowered his hand and touched the bodies of the slain snow elves. He told Diderot that there were a bunch of snow elves under his feet. They were all his prisoners. It was his great merit, so he would not kill him. The elf explained that he had somehow fallen under the spell of the Prince of Darkness, and this had resulted in all the guards and prisoners being killed. At that moment, John turned to him, called him an idiot, and said that Kennedy himself had killed the guards and those snow elves. While Diderot was in complete bewilderment, the protagonist finally spoke up and addressed Kennedy. He asked him with fury in his voice why he was looking at him and still not kneeling. The protagonist's rage was so strong that an incredible aura began to emanate from him. She was so strong that Diderot was simply thrown aside. His aura began to spread throughout the cave and soon reached Kennedy himself. Apparently, Curtis's brother was completely unprepared for such power. He was literally overwhelmed by the protagonist's aura, and he could not resist it. He noted that his soul threshold was incredibly strong, but he still had no intention of giving up. Before Sebastian's aura completely engulfed him, he prepared himself and cast a spell. He shouted something in Elvish, then drew a magic circle in the air. At that moment, the main character noticed that in the place where Kennedy was, something flashed very brightly. Sebastian hastened to activate the fire barrier, but apparently the eternal flame suspected something. But before it could warn its owner, the protagonist was suddenly struck by a wave of Kennedy's energy. Diderot and John looked in horror at the Prince of Darkness, whose chest was pierced by a sharp stream of energy. The protagonist's barrier was instantly destroyed, and he fell on his back, completely engulfed in purple flames. He began to scream in incredible pain, while the eternal flame asked its master to quickly put out the fire. It said there were 4 ways to do it, but the protagonist said he didn't have time for that. Instead, he gathered his strength and fired an ice spear straight ahead. He made sure that the spear's trajectory was aimed straight at him. When his spell landed right on him, a powerful explosion was heard from the place where Sebastian was lying. Now it was covered in a crust of ice, and the eternal flame noted that its owner had just come up with a new way to put out the fire. Then the protagonist turned angrily to Kennedy and asked him if he was so mad that he dared to attack him. At that moment, the elf finally descended from the mountain of slain snow elves and addressed John. He asked the imprisoned young man if this was really their Prince of Darkness. John responded with dissatisfaction that this was indeed the case and asked Kennedy what he meant. Then the elf turned to him and asked if he knew why he had not killed him yet. Kennedy said he wanted to leave John as a witness to the historic moment when he would kill the Prince of Darkness. He also noted that this magical circle of bones cost him a lot, and John definitely won't be able to get out of it. John continued to yell at Kennedy, saying that since he had locked him in there, he would simply blow him away with the wind and then kill him. But Kennedy ignored him and turned to Sebastian, calling him the most powerful ruler in this world. He still couldn't believe that in front of him was the one who was considered the most powerful magician. After this, Kennedy took off and said that he was very glad that it had finally fallen into his hands. At this point, Sebastian wondered what he should do next, since his wound had not yet healed and he could not move. The flame told him that he had to move, because if Kennedy's spiritual flame touched him, Sebastian would simply die. Then the protagonist screamed that if Kennedy turned him into dust, he would somehow have to prove his death. At that moment, an unkind grin appeared on the elf's face. He told the protagonist that he had just reminded him of something. After this, Kennedy launched 2 magical blades at him, saying that he just wanted to cut off his head. The main character was very surprised at how fast these blades moved. However, he also understood that this skill had a small area of effect. The next moment, a powerful magical explosion was heard in the place where Sebastian was. The shockwave was so strong that the unfortunate Diderot was thrown aside again. Once the smoke cleared, Kennedy was surprised to see that his opponent had managed to dodge the attack. He noticed that the main character was now near the cave wall. However, he did not understand what exactly he was doing. It seemed to him that he was meditating facing the wall. At that moment, the main character himself was trembling with fear, realizing that he could not hide from such attacks. Without waiting for him to get up, Kennedy summoned another blade and pointed it towards Sebastian. But, to his surprise, when his blade reached the right place, the main character was no longer there. Kennedy was very surprised that he had disappeared from his sight again. At that moment, Sebastian appeared right under his feet and launched another ice blade at him. Kennedy was completely unprepared for such an attack, and so the blow hit the target. The main character managed to slightly injure the elf, and he was very angry about it. He asked Sebastian how he moved at all, and assumed he was simply teleporting. However, all the spells for instant movement were very complex, and he was able to cast them in a second. Then Kennedy decided to use a different plan, and struck a powerful blow to the place where Sebastian stood. But as soon as the smoke cleared a little, his face again reflected the horror of what he saw. This attack also did not affect the main character. He instantly moved to a safe place. As it turned out, the protagonist actually used the 6th level teleportation skill of the Soul System. The Eternal Flame said that its master was simply amazing. He was able to use teleportation and get around the enemy. However, his chances of winning were still 0, and then Sebastian even began to doubt that he could be trusted. But the flame explained that, although the threshold of the prince's soul allows teleportation, it is not possible to defeat the enemy by dodging alone. At this point, John watched with great surprise as the prince and his opponent fought for so long. He didn't understand why his master couldn't just kill Kennedy in a second, because he should have been capable of that. He assumed that Sebastian was simply wearing down his opponent before delivering the crushing blow. The hero thought that since his chances of winning were zero and he wanted to be saved, he needed to free John so that he could help him. Meanwhile, Kennedy realized that Sebastian only teleported short distances, which is why he was afraid of attacks that hit close to him. Therefore, he came to the conclusion that he did not really need Sebastian's head, but his corpse could not be destroyed by fire, and it could be considered a trophy. At that moment, the eternal flame told the protagonist that Kennedy was actually right. It immediately asked its owner to run, but Sebastian did not listen to him and activated the fire barrier. Kennedy was confident that he could win, but his attack simply fell apart upon contact with the barrier. He was very surprised that Sebastian cast a shield on him and stopped his spell. Taking advantage of the moment, the protagonist again attacked his opponent with 2 ice spears at once. Multiple sharp fragments attacked Kennedy, and he even screamed in pain. However, he said that these attacks were just like nasty raindrops to him and only made him more angry. After that, he rushed straight at Sebastian, saying that if he liked to bother him so much, then he would deal with him hand to hand. At this moment, the protagonist began to cast his next spell. However, Kennedy had already rushed at him and said that he knew how Sebastian was going to act now. And then suddenly the main character put his hands in front of him, drew a magic circle, and activated the spell. As it turned out, he was using a 3rd level skill of the purgatory system. When Kennedy fell to his knees, he asked him what kind of illusion he had seen, but he still said it was just an annoying little thing. He said with a smile that the 3rd level of darkness could not create any illusion for him. But Sebastian said that he himself understood this perfectly well. Everything was done only so that Kennedy would come down to earth. Sebastian himself had prepared the withering spell for him in advance, which had already begun to work on him. He explained that from the moment Kennedy arrived there, the spell was already ready. The protagonist explained that he would now feel an immense weakness, after which he would not be able to resist. At that moment, magical currents actually began to envelop the elf's body, preventing him from moving. Sebastian was glad that everything was going the way he wanted, because this was his last chance. However, he still had one last step to take. He activated another spell and pierced the enemy with magic. The protagonist really hoped that he had managed to finish off Kennedy. Meanwhile, John noted that, although it was very beautiful, the wither spell was only level 5. At that moment, the main character looked up and saw a bright flash right above his head. While he was looking at it and trying to understand what it was, a figure moved towards him from the magic circle. As it turned out, Kennedy was still alive. He said that he initially thought Sebastian was just a common rogue who had taken over the prince's body. However, now he clearly saw that he was absolutely worthless. Kennedy said with a smile that even his dumb brother despised Sebastian, and that said a lot. Then Sebastian asked him if Curtis had really told him this nonsense, after which he sent his brother for his head. However, Kennedy said that Curtis would not have bothered to do this, so he himself obtained this valuable information with great difficulty. But Sebastian didn't understand why he believed it so immediately, because, as far as he knew, their relationship was far from ideal. Kennedy explained that he had followed Silas all the way from the entrance to the cave. There he also noticed that Sebastian could not withstand even the blows of a master-level spiritual flame. The hero realized that Kennedy had secretly entered here, killed the guards and prisoners, and was waiting for him to fight. And when he brought the head of the Prince of Darkness, he would be able to take part in the elections for the ruler of the elves and, perhaps, even defeat his brother. At that moment, Kennedy froze and simply looked silently at the main character. Sebastian quickly realized that he had hit the nail on the head with his words. He called Kennedy an idiot and asked if he really thought he could rule the elves. In response, he shouted at him and demanded that he repeat his words. The hero replied that even if Kennedy managed to take his head, he would hardly return from here alive. The thing is, Curtis found out about his strangeness, but he didn't advertise it in the demon army, and there was a reason for that. The thing is that he and his brother were very similar. They wanted to take advantage of the opportunity, kill the prince, and become famous for centuries. However, Curtis was much more cunning and wiser than Kennedy. He did not seek to spread the word that the prince had lost his power. At this moment, John wondered with surprise what exactly His Highness was talking about. Sebastian said that elven troops were already waiting for them outside, and that as soon as Kennedy left here, he would be immediately recognized as a traitor. If Sebastian kills Kennedy, they will say that they have come to protect him, cut off Kennedy's head, and hang it on display for all to see. So it doesn't matter what the outcome will be, because in any case, Kennedy will still remain a pawn. The hero himself was shocked by how much nonsense he had come up with in a second, but judging by the look on his opponent's face, he seemed to be hesitating. And then Kennedy admitted that Sebastian really wasn't the Prince of Darkness. He had said so much to save his own skin, but he had made some mistakes. Suddenly the elf took the form of an owl of the full moon and declared that with this power, it would be easy to kill Sebastian. He had summoned the moon halo to increase his chances, and now Sebastian's little tricks were useless against him. As soon as the eternal flame warned the hero about the danger of the first level, he immediately activated the fire barrier. However, this didn't stop Kennedy at all. He just laughed at the fact that Sebastian used that flimsy shield again. After that, he dealt him a powerful blow, and the protagonist tried to teleport, but it was too late. Kennedy managed to rip his leg off and laughed, saying that he had been very slow this time. The main character immediately screamed in pain and grabbed his severed leg. John was horrified and immediately screamed, addressing His Highness. Kennedy just laughed and said that when the body is completely engulfed in spiritual flame, no ice weapons can extinguish it. Now he was ready to turn the great Prince of Darkness into dust by his own hand. At that moment, the main character screamed in horror and from the incredible pain that pierced his body. At that moment, the flame turned to the owner and asked him to quickly put out the fire, otherwise he would simply die. However, Sebastian apologized to him and said that he did not belong in this world from the very beginning. He thought that if he really died, he would return to his normal body. When he opened his eyes, to his great surprise, he saw the lamp of the hospital room. As it turned out, Sebastian really did return to his normal body and became an ordinary schoolboy again. He immediately sat up in his bed and tried to comprehend everything that had just happened. The boy immediately looked around and tried to figure out where exactly he was. He immediately noted that he was currently in the hospital and was on an IV drip. After that, he went down to the floor and felt for his slippers with his feet. The protagonist was very surprised at where he found himself and wondered if he had really managed to return. And then he suddenly noticed his hand. He noted that in addition to the IV attached to him, he saw something else unusual. Without thinking twice, he immediately pulled the needle out of the vein, disconnecting it from the IV. Then he raised his hand and looked at her carefully. On his middle finger was a purple ring, the same one that the Prince of Darkness had possessed. After this, the boy headed towards the exit of his room. He pulled the handle towards himself with force and opened the door. Then he carefully looked outside, hoping to see an ordinary hospital corridor there. However, what the boy saw outside his room completely shocked him. It seemed as if there was endless space there, as if his hospital room was in a complete void. In the very center of this void, there was a huge vortex, similar to a black hole. And then suddenly the hero heard a voice coming straight from this hole, which ordered him to return what belonged to him. At that moment, the boy became truly scared. He immediately started running back to his room, but the voice seemed to be getting closer and closer to him. He told him not to even think about running away. At that moment, the boy suddenly felt his body lifted into the air and his slippers flew off his feet. An unknown force pulled him straight to the door of his chamber, and a voice ordered him to return the ring of the two deities. At that moment, the boy realized that the whole problem was in this ring, and tried to remove it from his finger. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get that damn ring off. Eventually, he was completely sucked into this black hole. As soon as the boy was inside, he fell sharply and hit his back on the stone surface. An unknown force threw him back somewhere, right to the edge of the cliff that led into the lava. The boy looked down carefully, trying to figure out what this place was. And then he suddenly heard again that strange voice that addressed him and asked if it was really him. The voice called him an idiot who stole his body. When the boy looked up, he saw before him the imposing figure of the Prince of Darkness, who was chained in iron chains. The Prince of Darkness continued to insult the boy, while the latter only asked who was in front of him. The real Sebastian was outraged that this guy had taken over his body and was even asking who he was. At that moment, the protagonist realized that in front of him was none other than the Prince of Darkness. Sebastian called him a despicable man who used to be afraid to breathe in his presence. At this moment, the boy was horrified and asked if Sebastian had been watching him all this time. At that moment, the Prince of Darkness screamed furiously, and from his scream the ground beneath his feet began to shake. He turned to the boy angrily and said that he was now going to teach him a real lesson. At that moment, some strange energy began to accumulate around Sebastian's body. Kennedy did not expect this outcome at all and looked in his direction in surprise. Still locked in the cage, John also didn't understand what was happening. Diderot watched in horror as the seemingly dead Prince of Darkness came back to life and flew into the air. He turned angrily to his opponent and said that he would now show him how to crush pathetic insects. The real Sebastian was very curious about who this thief really was and why he could control his body. The protagonist explained that they were from different worlds, and he also did not know why he moved into this body. Then Sebastian suggested that now he could jump into the lava and die, and then everything would return to normal. The boy was very surprised that everything worked out exactly this way. However, Sebastian was furious that this idiot did not obey him immediately. His scream caused the boy to fall on his back, and he was very surprised at how strong the Prince of Darkness was. He then turned to him and said that Sebastian could force him to return his body. However, in that case, the protagonist would have to force Sebastian to return his body as well. However, the Prince of Darkness replied that this thief was not yet mature enough to set conditions for him. But the boy said that if Sebastian did not agree, then he would not return his body either. The Prince of Darkness asked him if he was afraid of the consequences and whether he really thought that he would not be able to do anything. At that moment, the boy just grinned and carefully rose to his feet. He stated that if Sebastian could do anything, he would simply force him to commit suicide by throwing himself into the lava. At that moment, Sebastian felt himself starting to boil with anger, but he couldn't do anything about it. So he asked the scoundrel what he really wanted. The boy explained that he had already said that he himself did not understand anything, but Seraphim, whom Sebastian had killed, had told him something. At that moment, the real Sebastian became wary and immediately asked him what exactly he had told him. The boy replied that Seraphim told him that God brought him into this world to save it. When the Prince of Darkness heard these words, he could not hold back his laughter, because it was funny that Seraphim sent the boy to save the world. However, the main character himself stated that he didn't really want this either. However, he looked at the subjects helping Sebastian and decided that, frankly speaking, he was no prince. The Prince of Darkness wanted to conquer the entire world, but he was still a long way from that. When Sebastian yelled at him again, the boy asked why he kept doing that. He said that, apparently, he couldn't do anything at all except yell. But Sebastian told him not to be so proud of himself, because sooner or later he would tear him to pieces. But, apparently, the main character had no intention of arguing with the Prince of Darkness any further. He said that instead of squabbling, it would be better for them to simply make a deal. Then the real Sebastian asked him what he wanted from this deal. The boy showed him the ring on his hand and said that they were here because of it, because it had to be someplace in the body of the Prince of Darkness. In that case, they were destined to meet here, but the ring chose to remain on his hand. And although he was the Prince of Darkness for a very short time, he did not like this role at all. Therefore, it didn't matter to the boy whether the real Sebastian believed him or not, because as soon as the opportunity presented itself, he would immediately return the body. However, until that moment, he needed to ensure the safety of this very body. Then the real Sebastian asked him if he had really asked him for help in killing Kennedy. The boy said that all this was for himself and his physical body. When the real Sebastian heard this, he laughed. He said that right at the moment they spoke, something happened in the real world. As it turned out, Kennedy was already dead by that time, and Sebastian was holding his head in his hand. Without any hints from the main character, he had already finished off this worm. Meanwhile, Diderot watched everything that was happening with horror on his face. He was shaking all over from what he had just witnessed. John was also stunned and literally lost his head before his eyes in just one instant. He didn't even have time to see what had happened and frantically tried to reconstruct the last events. 2 minutes ago, when Kennedy was still alive, the real Sebastian took control of his body. The elf didn't understand what had happened, because even his aura had suddenly changed, and it was all somehow strange. Sebastian just looked at himself and his severed leg with disdain, saying that it was a real disgrace. After that, he began to cast a restoration spell. He drew a large magic circle in the air and called the creature to his aid. He used the Death System's 8th level skill to summon a creature to help him restore his leg. Literally before Kennedy's eyes, Sebastian's severed leg began to regenerate. In just a few seconds, his severed limb grew back as if nothing had happened. At that moment, the Eternal Flame asked its master when he learned to extinguish the flames and use such a powerful death spell. However, Sebastian only shouted at him, calling him a traitor, and ordered him to shut up. Afterwards, he turned to Kennedy, who was standing below, and asked him what it was like for him to see all this. Without waiting for an answer from him, he still asked why he didn't talk anymore about finishing him off. But then he looked again at the glowing sphere under the cave ceiling, remembering its lunar halo. He told Kennedy that he would now help him strengthen it, and then sent a spell there. At that moment, the lunar halo began to glow very brightly, as if it were being torn apart by something from within. Kennedy watched this closely, waiting to see what would happen next. With each passing moment, the lunar halo grew larger, as if it were about to burst into pieces, and then suddenly the elf's body was pierced by a strong pain, from which he could not even hold back a scream. At that moment, the Prince of Darkness only watched with disdain everything that was happening. But as it turned out, he actually only strengthened the moon, thereby increasing Kennedy's soul threshold to 30,000. However, he stated that even so, he remained a worthless worm. At this point, the Eternal Flame still didn't understand what was happening, but Sebastian ordered it to shut up again. And then suddenly the flame warned him of a first-level danger approaching him. Kennedy flapped his wings and sent a powerful shockwave towards his opponent. And at that moment, John was truly amazed at how huge this attack was. However, Sebastian only said that everyone who practiced the magic of the fire system looked for some hidden meanings in it. However, he himself no longer needed them. He then covered his body with his massive wings, completely dissolving Kennedy's attack. The elf was furious that his wide flames were unable to penetrate the Prince of Darkness's defenses. In that case, he decided to try attacking him with the 8th level purple flame blade of the system. At that moment, John realized that his fire blade was nowhere near as weak as the one Yukon had. In an instant, Kennedy had mustered an incredible amount of strength and was ready to strike. However, Sebastian wasn't worried at all. Instead, he took out one feather from his wings. At this moment, Kennedy was already flying towards him at great speed. However, he suddenly noticed a black shadow in front of him, which cut through the space right in front of him. The protagonist destroyed his attack with just his feather, using the 9th level skill of the Purgatory system. Moreover, with one stroke of his pen, he cut off his head before Kennedy had time to realize anything. After this, Sebastian flew up to him and said that he thought the deep darkness of purgatory was just a fairy tale. However, the truth was that he had mastered this spell 20 years ago. Now Kennedy died from the deep darkness of purgatory and could consider that he had not lived his life in vain. At this moment, John, who was watching everything that was happening, was in complete horror. He did not understand what had just happened. At this point, the protagonist asked the real Sebastian if Kennedy was already dead. The Prince of Darkness answered him that this was indeed the case, and that Sebastian's body was now under his control. He couldn't let this boy do whatever he wanted again. He was determined to expel him, but the boy asked him not to get angry and to talk instead. At that moment, the real Sebastian began to slowly free himself, and soon his hand was freed from the stone shackles. He pointed his finger straight towards the protagonist and prepared to use the spell. The boy quickly covered himself with his hands, watching in horror what the Prince of Darkness was doing. And then he suddenly saw that the ring on his finger began to glow strangely. Before the Prince of Darkness could even comprehend anything, he was blinded by this strange light. The aura emanating from the ring was so strong that Sebastian screamed in pain. At that moment, a sharp pond pierced his shoulder, piercing deeply into his skin and muscles. The aura from the ring only pressed harder on this pond, driving it deeper and deeper into the body of the Prince of Darkness. At this moment, the main character watched everything that was happening with horror through half-closed eyes. Sebastian had no idea what was happening, and the boy saw that he was pressed against the wall again. He began to suspect that perhaps the ring really was the tear of two deities, but he still did not understand how it worked. And then he suddenly saw that something strange was happening right under his feet. A portal opened right in the lava, through which he could see Kennedy's headless body. The boy was very surprised by what he saw, and at that moment Sebastian again addressed him as a thief. He said that the boy should not have thought that he would always help him sort out the mess he had made himself. Next time, even if his body was in danger of dying, he wouldn't block his ass. However, the boy asked him not to say that, because in reality, they were not enemies. But before he could finish his thought, the ground beneath his feet began to break and sink straight under the lava. The boy began to fall rapidly downwards, straight into the portal where Kennedy's body was located. He tried his best to stop the fall, but he failed. Soon he returned to the very cave where their fight had just ended. The protagonist returned to the body of the Prince of Darkness. Since he was currently in the air, he suddenly began to fall down because he did not know how to fly. John, who was watching everything that was happening, was very surprised by this. He immediately thought that something was wrong with His Highness and began to shout, calling him. Once he was sure that Sebastian was okay, he asked him if he could release him. The hero immediately turned to the flame for help, but it told him that it knew much more about how to remove such spells. However, the protagonist explained to him that he had forgotten everything again, but the flame did not even understand what he was talking about. At that moment, Sebastian suddenly noticed that his severed leg had already recovered. Then he turned his gaze to Kennedy's body, which lay not far from him. He saw how badly his corpse was mutilated and was very surprised that the Prince of Darkness was capable of such a thing. Meanwhile, the Eternal Flame said that usually, in order to remove a spell, you need the body of the one who cast it. If Kennedy hadn't used any extra secret magic, they could have tried a regular spell. Deciding to use this method, the protagonist threw Kennedy's severed head straight at John. Immediately after this, the shackles that had prevented him from leaving were dispelled, and now the young man was finally free. After this, the protagonist ordered him to immediately go and find Misea, who was still in the cave. He found her among the corpses of the shriveled elves and noted that she had simply become overwhelmed and fainted. Sebastian understood that for her, the murder of her relatives right before her eyes seemed too cruel. And then he suddenly remembered that, besides them, there was another culprit of all this in the cave. The protagonist turned his gaze to Diderot, who was still horrified by everything that was happening. He immediately fell on his knees and began to beg His Highness the Prince to spare him. At that moment, Misi suddenly came to her senses, jumped to her feet, and began asking the prince to kill this elf. With tears in her eyes, she said that it was he and all the snow elves were killed by his hands. But Diderot said that they were accusing him unfairly. He was only following orders. He said that if he had not brought the scales on time, he would have lost his life too. He simply had no choice. Then Sebastian asked him if he had really cruelly killed his own kind with the goal of becoming one of the demons. The elf didn't know what to answer, and then the main character said that he would give him such a chance. He said that if Diderot could defeat his coachman John, he would let him go. Hearing this, John grinned and said that he had been locked in the cage for so long that his hands were now very itchy. The elf himself was, apparently, very glad of this opportunity, since it was only one small coachman. Then he immediately became combat ready and declared that he would not stand on ceremony with him. But before the elf could finish, John had already cut off his head and stood triumphantly on his corpse. He found it very funny to hear the words that this worthless elf was not going to stand on ceremony with him. Once everything was finished, Sebastian asked John to take the heads of the two scoundrels with him. In fact, the hero didn't want to kill him. However, this Diderot saw his battle with Kennedy. In the end, Sebastian had no choice but to kill the witness. However, he was very unhappy with how things were turning out. He clearly didn't expect to become so cruel. After this, the guys headed towards the exit of the cave. Since it was blocked by rocks, John cleared a path for them with his weapon. When they finally got outside, what they saw there amazed them. In the middle of the battlefield stood Cassandra in her transformed form, and around her lay the corpses of elves and their dragons. Cassandra's soul threshold in her true succubus form was now over 30,000. At this moment, the main character was very surprised, since he had not seen the girl in her true form for a long time. And then he suddenly heard strange sounds coming from somewhere above, and immediately raised his head. When he looked up at the sky, he saw that there was a whole crowd of elves watching everything that was happening, sitting on their dragons. As the protagonist expected, the knights of the lunar deity arrived here and awaited the outcome of the battle. All of them, including Silas, were waiting for Kennedy to carry Sebastian's body out of the cave, but things turned out differently. At this moment, the main character looked at the elf, after which he gave a command to John. He immediately took the trophies out of the bag and threw them forward so that everyone could see them. The elves soon saw that these trophies were nothing more than someone's heads. When they looked closer, they realized that one of them belonged to Kennedy. The elves were immediately shocked. They clearly did not expect that His Excellency Kennedy would be defeated. Sebastian then stated that he had spoken out against the government, planned to kill him, and therefore he could not spare Kennedy. He then said that Kennedy was a very poor craftsman, and John dealt with him with his own hands. Silas was very surprised that it was John who defeated Kennedy. The protagonist asked his subordinate to play along. Moreover, he would have been able to defeat Kennedy anyway. John himself doubted that this would really be possible, but still did not dare to contradict his master. Silas understood that John was one of the 13 generals of the demon army, but he still did not believe that he could defeat Kennedy. Now he began to doubt that the Prince of Darkness had really lost his powers. However, if they were indeed fighting, he didn't understand why Sebastian was covered in mud from head to toe. At this moment, the protagonist turned to them menacingly and said that the elves did not seem to be at all happy about his appearance. And then Silas realized that the Prince of Darkness, apparently, had guessed what exactly they were waiting here for. Immediately after this, all the elves ordered their dragons to descend to the earth. They all immediately knelt before His Highness and greeted him joyfully. Messia still didn't understand why they all addressed this wine merchant as the Prince of Darkness, and then she realized that in fact he really was the leader of the demon army, named Sebastian. This realization made the girl fall to the ground, and the protagonist immediately asked her if everything was okay with her. He stated that he was going to the elven capital of Isidel, and asked Mizi to accompany him. After that, they, together with the army of elves on dragons, went to the right place. The main character rode straight on the throne, as befitted a true Prince of Darkness. As soon as they arrived at the elven capital, Sebastian could not hide his surprise. She looked very technologically advanced, as if she belonged to some superior alien race. Sebastian noted that the view was stunning, but it still couldn't compare to the holy city. And then suddenly, John turned his gaze to the side and said that someone was approaching them. As it turned out, they were guardian elves riding on flying animals. They flew up to the Prince of Darkness and greeted him. As soon as Mizi noticed the elves, she immediately became afraid that they would kill her too. However, Sebastian told her not to be afraid. They couldn't do anything to her while he was here. After this, he turned sternly to the elves and asked where Curtis was and why he had not come out to meet him. The elves explained that the election of the ruler was currently taking place and the king of the elves was campaigning everywhere. However, John stated that they were vassals of the demon king and Curtis was obliged to meet the prince in person. One of the elves immediately stopped him, saying that he had no right to speak about the king like that. This treatment made John very angry, and he was about to grab his weapon, but Sebastian hastened to stop him. After this, he turned to the elf and ordered that Curtis be brought to him immediately. However, the elf respectfully said that, as his servant had already said, the elf king was busy with the affairs of the country. But before he could finish speaking, something suddenly flew into his head. When the elf looked down to see what it was, he realized with horror that it was someone's head. When he turned her to face him, he screamed in horror that it was His Majesty Kennedy. Sebastian ordered them to take this head to Curtis and tell him that he would be waiting for him here personally. For everything, he gave them no more than 15 minutes, so that Curtis had to come here immediately. As expected, after such a gesture, literally 15 minutes later, Curtis and his retinue already appeared before Sebastian. He flew on one of the dragons, holding the head of his dead brother in his hands. The protagonist met him with an extremely serious expression on his face. Curtis immediately knelt before him, saying that he had arrived and asking for forgiveness for the long wait. Sebastian told him that his younger brother had already been hatching plans to kill him and asked Curtis what he thought about it. In response, the Elf King said that although they were related by blood to Kennedy, this was a real betrayal. And although he was bitter that his brother died, he understood that he had acted unforgivably. Curtis said that although Kennedy was his rival for power, he was still very dear to him. Therefore, he, as a humble servant of the Prince of Darkness, dared to hope that Sebastian would forgive him for this sorrow. After this, Curtis turned to John and asked if he really was the one who killed his brother. The protagonist replied that he saw it all with his own eyes, and Curtis could not even doubt it. After this, he said that since the elections were to last for several days, he intended to stay here and supervise everything. Curtis said that he had already prepared the best place for him to stay, and he could stay here as long as he wanted. However, the elf then stated that he had one request for the Prince of Darkness. He stated that they must hand over to them the new queen of the Ice Elves, Maisie. At that moment, the elf began to cry in horror and hurried to hide behind the protagonist's throne. However, he looked firmly at Curtis and asked what he would do if he refused. He reminded the prince that he had said that he would not interfere in their internal affairs since he only needed military force. However, Sebastian reminded him that he had mercilessly killed the Ice Elves and asked why he did it. Curtis said it was a matter of internal affairs for their country, and therefore he could not talk about it. This answer did not satisfy the protagonist at all, and he hastened to rise from his throne. After that, he spread his wings and flew straight towards the dragon that Curtis was sitting on. He landed right in front of him and asked him if he thought he was talking to an idiot. Sebastian said he came here because of the magma core that the scaly elves were cooling. Curtis was horrified and asked the Prince of Darkness how he knew about all this. Sebastian said he could have turned a blind eye to their squabbles, but they dared to go against his will, and he could not forgive that. At that moment, Curtis realized that he had screwed up badly and that death was now awaiting him. John was very scared by the tense atmosphere and was afraid that a fight would start, but Cassandra told him not to worry. She stated that if such was the master's wish, they would give their lives, but the order would be carried out. Curtis immediately began to apologize and asked for a chance to explain, but Sebastian said he didn't need it. He stated that he would find out about everything himself and personally oversee everything. Turning around, he said that he no longer needed Curtis, and he hoped to quickly find a replacement for him. Curtis was surprised that the prince turned his back on him, because if he had been attacked now unnoticed, he would have been finished off right on the spot. However, perhaps Sebastian had been deceiving him from the very beginning. He didn't believe that John could have killed Kennedy. Cassandra wasn't in the cave at the time, which meant someone else killed his brother. However, Curtis didn't understand why the Demon King would tell him that John was the killer, meaning he was up to something. However, the elf decided that it didn't matter now. Now he decided to find out which of them was stronger. But Sebastian sensed that Curtis was preparing an attack, and without turning around, he addressed him by name. The elf was amazed at his insight and how quickly he noticed this attack. Sebastian said that he should not have done anything that might make his people regret it. Hearing this, Curtis immediately lowered his head, called off the attack, and said that he would do so. He was truly horrified by how quickly the Prince of Darkness had discovered his plan. Soon after, the protagonist and his subjects went to the city center. There he was placed in a tree hotel. Now that everything was finished, he could finally take a warm bath. He noted that it was a truly exciting adventure, and he came close to death several times. At that moment, he again remembered those very words of Seraphim, which he told him before his death. Then Sebastian wondered if he could really save this world. However, he quickly realized that he was not interested in this at all. He noted that Curtis was seething with hatred, and the Ice Elves were in a very difficult position. Therefore, the main character decided that he first needed to resolve the issue with the elves, and then think about saving the world. But before he could finish his thought, he discovered that Cassandra was right in front of him, looking at him. The main character immediately blushed and asked the girl when she even managed to get in there. After carefully examining the protagonist's body, Cassandra noted that he seemed to be lacking energy today. Without giving him a chance to react, she immediately rushed at him, hugged him tightly, and said that she would do everything to help him. Meanwhile, John guarded the bathroom doors and once again became an unwitting witness to what was happening behind them. At that moment, Mizea approached him and asked what the prince and Cassandra were doing there, to which he said that these were ordinary adult things. Then he asked why Mizea wasn't resting, because she was very tired. The elf replied that she simply could not sleep, and there was obvious sorrow on her face. John quickly realized that she was mourning her dead tribesmen, and that was why she couldn't sleep. He hastened to assure her that she was not to blame for their deaths. Now she needed to sleep, and the Demon King would take care of the rest. However, Mizea said that now that they were in the center of Isadel, she did not want to be alone. However, John did not understand why she spoke like that, because she herself was an elf. And then he suddenly realized how stupid he had just said something. Mizea was the ruler of the Ice Elves and a victim of civil war, and right now she found herself in the very center of her enemy's lair. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened and Sebastian looked out. He said that Mizea should not be afraid. He stated that he would be by her side no matter what and would not allow anyone to harm her. When the elf heard these words, surprise appeared on her face. Then the hero said that since she was not sleeping, they needed to talk a little, so he suggested that she go down and take a walk. A little later, the girl told him that 2 years ago, during the repression, Curtis wounded her father, an elder of the Ice Elves, Before he died, he told her that she was still too young and did not have enough strength to save their people. So if she wanted to keep everyone from fighting, she had to join Isidel and ask the elder to help her get stronger. These were the last words she heard from her father before he died. Then the main character asked her which particular elder Stefan they were talking about. Messiah said that he was a very kind grandfather. When her father was still a boy, he was a highly respected elder among the people. After Curtis ascended to the throne, her people continued to be attacked and the elder was imprisoned. Then the main character said that they should have found this elder first. At that moment, there was suddenly a knock on their door, and the protagonist allowed the person to enter. It was an elf merchant. She brought a cart with her goods and said that her shop was giving them this amazing lunch. She explained that it was a special elven delicacy that they gave as a token of gratitude to important guests. Then Sebastian said that they would return to the meal when they finished talking and asked to convey words of gratitude to the shop. After the woman delivered the goodies, she said goodbye and walked out the door. As soon as the doors closed, John asked the protagonist if he wasn't hungry at all. He just looked at him with a smile, asking if John really couldn't resist. Messiah also looked at all the food that had been brought, drooling. Sebastian guessed that she must not have tasted such delicious food for a long time. The girl confirmed that this was indeed the case, after which she took a piece of food and was about to eat it. And then suddenly the main character noticed something strange. Before Messiah could try the food, he stopped her abruptly. After this, he turned to John and asked him to go and look at the food of the other guests. As John walked down the hallway, he began to think that perhaps he should have gone straight to the kitchen to see the cook. However, when he passed the door, he suddenly smelled a strange smell of blood. It came from behind a door nearby. Then John carefully opened the door and decided to see what was there, and what he saw there surprised him. A poisoned elf girl was lying on the floor, and the very same goodies that they had brought were scattered everywhere. When Sebastian arrived here, he said that it was the maid who was supposed to serve them dinner. John assumed that the girl couldn't have gone far, and decided to go and bring her here, but the hero said that it wasn't necessary. He assumed that Curtis was helping her, and if John caught the killer, even then they wouldn't get any answers from her. Curtis could secretly kill them in the most brazen manner, and in fact, Sebastian was always one step behind him. At that moment, Cassandra suddenly asked him in surprise if he really thought that poison had been added to the food. Afterwards, she tried a piece of food to check if it really contained poison. Cassandra's face turned purple. The food really did contain poison, but despite this, everything was very tasty. Judging by the sensations in her body, the poison was not strong. Even John could not die from it. At that moment, a rather obvious conclusion came to Sebastian. Curtis's target was precisely Maisie. It was her he wanted to poison. So he asked the elf what she had that could have scared Curtis. However, the girl herself did not understand what he was talking about, and then she suddenly felt a very strange dizziness, followed by very severe pain. Maisie fell to the floor and grabbed her head with both hands, starting to scream very loudly. Sebastian didn't react to what happened, and Misha's headache went away immediately after she went to bed. According to the official version, the maid's death was accidental, but nevertheless, the guys decided to dig a little deeper. So, with the help of Cassandra's skill, they changed their clothes and headed to Myriad Star Street, the street of artisans. Messiah said that this is the busiest place in the city. When she was little, she would come here for a walk every day. John noted that only wealthy nobles could enter here, meaning that Messiah's family was very wealthy. Then the girl said that not only her family was wealthy, and once everyone envied the wealth of her people. At that moment, Cassandra noticed several elves in cloaks and said that they were most likely following them. Sebastian said that there was nothing unusual about this. They could watch as much as they wanted. He explained that it was simply impossible to hide in the place they were heading to. Soon they all arrived at the aristocrat's estate, and the elves living there immediately greeted His Majesty the King. The chief of them apologized for not knowing that His Majesty would come here, so they did not prepare anything. However, Sebastian did not really believe them, since the whole city should have already known about his arrival. Soon after, they went to the elf aristocrat Ferdinand, who was also the chairman of the Moon Elf Council. He was extremely surprised that Sebastian offered him his support. The hero explained that he killed Curtis's brother because he had become quite bold lately, and he could not afford such a risk. Moreover, there were rumors that Ferdinand had recently become a candidate for the throne, so Sebastian asked him directly if he had any desire to become the ruler of the elves. At that moment, strange thoughts suddenly began to penetrate Ferdinand's head, and he began to remember his past. He remembered kneeling before Curtis not long ago. As it turned out, Ferdinand's daughter was Curtis's wife, whom he had entrusted into his hands. However, judging by everything, the girl herself was clearly not happy with this decision on the part of her father. Now Ferdinand asked Sebastian if he was serious. The hero confirmed this, but reminded him that Ferdinand must realize that his life would be at stake. Meanwhile, Silas arrived to Curtis and informed him of the recent events. Curtis couldn't believe that Sebastian actually went to Ferdinand's house. He noted that the Prince of Darkness had indeed changed. Even though the assassin sent yesterday had failed the mission, Sebastian still hadn't done anything, and Curtis couldn't understand him at all. Then Silas asked him if he should have continued sending assassins after him. At that moment, they were distracted from their conversation by a scream outside the door. Someone was trying to enter Curtis's office, despite the guard's prohibition. He realized that it was his wife Delina, and asked her with displeasure why she had come to him. The girl burst into the office and immediately began asking her husband why he did it. She anxiously asked Curtis why he had decided to nominate her father for the position. In response, the elf made a displeased face and asked his wife why she had approached him with such a question. Then Delina, with tears in her eyes, asked her husband to reverse this decision. Now he stood before the eyes of the whole city. Anyone who stood against him would be rejected by all people, so she begged him for leniency. Curtis stated that after Kennedy's death, he would have no equal in the election. The absence of opponents did not contradict the rules. But this only confused Delina more, and she asked Curtis why, in that case, her father was chosen. The man explained that his position put him at risk. Moreover, in Ferdinand's eyes, he saw ambitions to become king himself. However, Delina said that this could not be, since her father had long been bored with all this political struggle. But she was not allowed to finish, because Curtis gave her a hard slap in the face. He stated that he took her as his wife, only because he had asked Ferdinand for support in the past. Then he decided to tell her how it really was. He also said that Ferdinand immediately got into cahoots with the Demon King as soon as he became a candidate. Delina still couldn't believe it, but Curtis didn't want to listen to her and ordered the guards to take the queen away. The girl obediently left his office, but still could not believe that her father was capable of such a thing. When she was finally gone, Curtis turned to Silas again. He asked him if Camus, the fallen one, was currently sitting behind bars. At that moment, the elf realized what his master was planning. Curtis then asked him to go there, because he wanted to meet him in person. Soon after, the two of them headed to the Amber underground prison. Curtis knew there were few people in this world who could terrify him. But these were only a few individuals with enormous strength and a character he hated. However, only that pair of black eyes could instill true terror in him. As they walked through the corridors, Silas asked if this was the very bottom level of the Amber underground prison. Curtis turned to him and told him that when he saw Camus, he should not under any circumstances give in to terror. Then the elf asked him why he didn't just give the order to the Knights of the Moon Deity if he sensed danger. But Curtis said that he shouldn't ask unnecessary questions, because now he would see everything for himself. Meanwhile, they, along with the rest of the elven guards, continued to move forward. After some time, they reached a huge amber chamber, inside which this monster was imprisoned. When they got closer, they saw a creature there with huge fangs and bones protruding from its back. Silas immediately thought it was Camus, and felt a terrible aura of murder emanating from him. Curtis said that at first he thought the demonic beast would amuse him, but he never expected it to devour him so quickly. At that moment, someone's hand suddenly emerged from the monster's body. Its owner said that this animal had too little energy. After this, a full-fledged creature crawled out from there and angrily declared that it was not full. As it turned out, this creature was the very same Camus that Curtis had spoken of. His aura was so terrifying that all the elven guards immediately fell to the ground. Curtis then asked the monster if it was bored here, after which it completely jumped out of the animal's body. Landing on numerous skulls, he declared that he didn't care about being bored, he was just starving to death. Camus was a fallen one, also called a dirty soul. He owned the 8th level of the dual system. At that moment, Silas felt that this desire to kill was too strong. No one could maintain their composure, but the ruler spoke to him without changing his expression at all. When Curtis heard that Camus was hungry again, he was even a little surprised. He was encased in the strongest golden amber, and from the very beginning it surrounded him on all sides, making it impossible to even move. But little by little Camus ate away the space in the center of this chamber, and now he has eaten up the entire amber part. Over the years, Curtis had sent him many criminals to eat, and he had eaten them all, but he was still hungry. Therefore, the elf realized that no matter how much he ate, he would never be satisfied. Then he shouted something in Elvish and directed a spell in his direction. With one deft movement, he destroyed the amber that held the terrifying monster in place. Camus was very surprised that this elf was able to cut that piece of amber. Apparently, he became even stronger. After this, Camus immediately jumped out of his prison and landed on the ground in front of Curtis. However, literally the next moment, he immediately disappeared from his field of vision. A second later, he was already behind Curtis and flying towards him, his terrifying mouth open. However, the elf had anticipated this. He didn't move an inch. Instead, he looked straight at the monster with a grin. This look made Camus surprised. He realized with great surprise that he had flown right past this elf. He headed straight towards the rest of the elven guards who were behind him. Before any of them could react, Camus struck them repeatedly from all sides. In just 1 second, nothing remained of him but a bare skeleton. Immediately after this, the monster surrounded all the remaining guards, turning them into piles of bones. Nothing remained of the unfortunate elves except their gnawed skulls and bones. Silas watched in horror as everything happened, not believing that there was a creature in the world capable of such a thing. As soon as Camus finished with the guards, he rushed at Silas himself before he could even realize what was happening. But Curtis didn't allow him to attack his assistant and stopped him with his powerful spell. He pinned the monster to the ground, saying that this elf was not food. Moreover, he had already eaten enough. However, the monster was still able to free itself from the spell and began to move through the cave at great speed. Silas noted in horror that Camus moved so fast that he was able to extinguish the flames. The monster himself looked furiously at Curtis and declared that he would finish him off. However, the elf was not at all afraid and said that he could try if he wanted. At that moment, Camus realized that something had changed in this guy. He had become noticeably stronger. However, when he looked at it more closely, he realized that this was not the case. It was the thing he held in his hands that held a power that frightened even him. Curtis then asked him if he wanted him to finish him off right there, or if he wanted to gain freedom. This question left Camus stumped. At some point, he decided that the elf was simply making fun of him. Meanwhile, our main hero's squad was busy training. Sebastian was practicing his barrier, and John was supposed to attack him. On command, the protagonist raised his barrier. As soon as everything was ready, his subordinate immediately struck with his sword. The blow was so strong that it was able to pierce the hero's barrier. The eternal flame warned its owner that danger was approaching him and asked him to hide quickly. The next moment, his barrier was cut in half by John's blow. The force of the attack sent Sebastian flying backwards, causing him to fall awkwardly onto the floor and roll across it. He was horrified. He couldn't believe that he was so good with the sword that he was able to knock the prince down. Sebastian told him that he had indeed made great progress. His barrier couldn't withstand the blow of his blade. However, he then asked John who had taught him to fight with swords, explaining that he had some kind of memory lapse. John answered him in surprise that his teacher was the prince himself. When he was little, he was taught by Master Nolandus, and then as he grew up, he was taught a little by his sister Bella. He also remembered that Sebastian had said before that John was born to be a master swordsman and that he had a great gift for it. However, Sebastian interrupted his thoughts and asked his subordinate if he could lend him his sword for a while. This question left John stumped. He did not understand why the prince needed his sword. But he still had no choice but to obey, so he gave him his sword for temporary use. But before leaving, he reminded His Highness not to forget to return the sword. However, Sebastian didn't answer him, and John thought that he was simply very concentrated. At that moment, the main character was only thinking about how he could literally feel how beautiful this sword was. The Eternal Flame said that when it took John in, this weapon was on his back. Apparently the sword was left to him by his family. Sebastian then said that when he played games before, he always chose warrior characters instead of thieves. He then turned to the flame and said that during this time, they had trained together to perform many high-level spells. But he realized that he himself had great difficulty in mastering the ideas and sensations of these spells, so he was unable to learn anything at all. Then the flame told him that too little time had passed, but he should not forget that he had managed to deal with Kennedy. The master level of spiritual flame is the pinnacle of fire system skills, and there are very few who can withstand it. However, Sebastian understood that his fire barrier could not withstand even John's attack, let alone Curtis's. When he saw Lucas wielding a sword, he was simply incredibly happy. Sebastian suggested that Lucas might have been able to withstand the spiritual flame. However, the eternal flame did not understand what its master was talking about. Sebastian thought that this was a truly excellent sword, and as soon as he held it in his hand, he could already feel his spirit overflowing with power. However, the eternal flame reminded him that he had never fought with swords. And yet the main character decided to try. First, he needed to concentrate his spiritual power. After this, he struck out in front of himself, deciding to try to cut the leaves of the trees. However, Sebastian quickly realized that everything had gone completely wrong. The blow was so strong that it rolled through the entire forest and traveled far forward, knocking down trees with its force. John, who was nearby, was very scared when he heard a powerful explosion behind him. John was no less amazed. He had absolutely no idea how he had managed to deliver a blow of such incredible force. The eternal flame was also shocked and asked its owner when he learned to use the sword. Sebastian noted that he had already seen this technique in the game and thought that in this world, such techniques were quite real. At that moment, John ran up to him and asked if it was really he who struck the blow, although he didn't seem to know how to wield a sword. John was sure that the prince had never held a sword in his hands before and certainly did not know a single move. The eternal flame confirmed that Sebastian wasn't particularly fond of sword fighting, so he hadn't yet chosen any of the demonic blades. The hero noted to himself that he had liked it before, so he didn't understand why he was so. He then turned to John as an expert in military affairs and asked him how he assessed his blow. However, the young man said that he didn't really understand it. This answer did not please Sebastian at all, and he stated that it was an order, and now John had no choice. He said that, judging by his first punch, the boss was a real genius. However, when compared to the swordmaster's abilities, he was a bit mediocre. Even though he put a lot of force into this blow, there were no traces left on the ground, only deep cracks in the wall. More precisely, he did not concentrate enough, and all of this was related specifically to technique. However, in the end, he said that his technique was not even close to his own. The protagonist said that he did not allow him to compare them. But then he turned to John again and said that he would now begin to teach him how to use a sword. This request shocked the young man. He could not believe that his boss was asking him for such things. Meanwhile, Cassandra and Mazea went to the slums. They needed to come to one place, and soon the girl reported that they were almost there. The elf said that the place they needed must have been nearby. Cassandra also noticed that Curtis's servants had been keeping a constant eye on them since they left the inn, so she decided to finish them off here, while they were in a rather quiet corner. The elves also realized that they had been discovered quite quickly, and decided that they had no choice. One of them said that since they were under pressure, they needed to kill Maisie. At that moment, Cassandra turned to the elf and said that those guys had their arms stained up to the elbows with the blood of ice elves. She asked if she could handle them, but Maisie wasn't sure, since they were from the Lunar Dragoons Order. However, Cassandra said that she would be fine, she would always be there, and Mazea could do whatever she wanted with them. Within moments, both elves were lying on the ground with frostbite, clearly unable to resist. Mazea was very surprised that they didn't even try to fight, and Cassandra said that it was just the power of her charm. The elf was amazed at how strong Cassandra and John were. They could easily wipe out the Moon Knights. The girl noted that she was very lucky to meet the Demon King. After that, the two of them, along with Cassandra, headed to the tavern they needed. As soon as they entered, they were immediately greeted by the bartender standing behind the counter. However, the girls did not answer him in any way. When they approached the bar, the elf asked them what they wanted to order. However, instead of answering, Mazea handed him a piece of paper. There was a code on it in an incomprehensible language. The bartender looked at it carefully, but said that he did not understand at all what was written there. Then Mazea told him that the address of the tavern was written here. Apparently, it was some kind of password, so the bartender understood everything and asked the girls to follow him. After this, he headed to the cellar and led Cassandra and Mazea behind him. When they reached the end of the cellar, he pushed aside a hidden wall and opened a passage into the sewer. He said that there was an underground road from here to the tavern, and, as the owner of the establishment, he had not let anyone down for many years. He asked the girls to take flashlights and said that they would show them the way. At the second intersection, they needed to turn left and then right. Maisie explained that this sewer system was created by her people. So many elves did not understand this system of passages. She heard that her people were gathering resistance troops under the city. This time she came to the city following the Demon King. However, she could no longer hide from their intelligence, and what was written on the paper was the password that her father had given her. It was used by the rebels, so Mazea believed that the person who left the note in her room was definitely a rebel. Cassandra noted that this made sense and praised the girl. She also saw some connection in this. Soon they came to the right place, and there they were met by a whole crowd of snow elves. Mazea was very happy that she had finally found her people. However, the elves themselves were horrified because they thought that people had come to them because now there was a spell on Maisie. Without thinking twice, Cassandra immediately removed the spell from her, revealing her true appearance. Thus, Maisie appeared before her people in her true form, showing that she too was a snow elf. As soon as the other elves saw this, smiles immediately appeared on their faces. They immediately knelt before their queen and greeted Maisie, although she was very surprised. She immediately became nervous and asked them to stand up, saying that it was not at all necessary. One of the elves said that they knew and were waiting for her return and hoped that the leader had delivered their message to her. Then Maisie said that she would like to meet with their leader. The elf answered her that in fact their leader had been waiting for her for a very long time. However, something else bothered him. He pointed to Cassandra and stated that the outsiders were supposed to stay here. Mazea said that Cassandra was not a stranger, and the succubus herself said that, on the orders of her master, she could not leave Mazea. The elves understood that she was talking about the Demon King, but said that they still could not fully trust him. Then Mazea said that it was the Demon King who helped her a lot, and if it weren't for him, she would have definitely been captured. And Cassandra stated that in any case, she was obliged to protect Mazea and could not leave her side for a single step. At that moment, the snow elves realized that, apparently, they had no other choice. So they immediately reached for their weapons, which were lying on the floor. But as soon as Mazea saw this, she immediately ordered them to stop, stating that Cassandra was one of them. She said that since she was on their side, they would resolve this disagreement according to military law. The snow elves realized that now they had to measure their strength. After that, they turned to their strongest fighter. This man lifted incredibly heavy barbells with one hand, so everyone was confident of his victory. He himself behaved very provocatively, showing with his whole appearance how strong he was. When he saw his opponent, he immediately stopped spinning the barbell and broke it into 2 pieces. He then walked over to the sparring area, and the judge asked Cassandra again if she really wanted to compete with Kulu. He explained that this man had never lost, and she herself could have broken her arm on him. But Cassandra was determined. With one deft movement, she took off her cloak and looked at her opponent. She then sat down at the sparring table and invited him to fight. All the elves immediately froze in excitement because in front of them was a very beautiful girl. Kulu himself also appreciated her beauty, but was nevertheless confident of his victory. Without further ado, he took her hand and they prepared to begin the fight. The snow elf sat as comfortably as possible to give it his all. However, before he could do anything, Cassandra, with one deft movement, placed his hand on the table. The elf was so terrified that he simply could not move or say anything. The other elves immediately laughed and said that he was simply captivated by the beauty of this girl, and that was why he lost. Kulu, in despair, declared that this time did not count, since he had not even had time to prepare. In response, Cassandra only sighed and said that, in any case, he was not her opponent. They then prepared for the second round, but the elf still could not win. While he was exerting all his strength and trembling all over, the girl looked absolutely calm and relaxed. The other elves watched in horror, not believing that Cassandra had so easily defeated their strongest fighter. The elf himself also could not believe that he lost to this girl so easily. At that moment, Cassandra suddenly felt something strange. When she looked back, she clearly felt that there was a spirit of extermination in the room right now. Moreover, he was right above Messiah, who didn't even suspect anything. At that moment, the elf suddenly felt some liquid begin to drip onto her head. When she ran her hand through her hair, she saw that it was blood, and then looked up to see where it was dripping from. To her horror, she saw the head of an elf fly right above her. In horror, Missy covered her face with her hands to prevent someone else's blood from getting on her face. When the elf's head finally fell to the floor, it became clear to everyone who had been killed. The elves realized in horror that it was none other than Boss Wei, the same bartender who had greeted the girls at the counter. While Kulu struggled to win, Cassandra carefully surveyed her surroundings. But since the situation was now extremely dangerous, she took out her opponent with one movement to finish it quickly. Immediately after this, she jumped up from her seat and jumped straight towards Maisie. She pushed her away from the place in time, where literally, a moment later, some strange hurricane appeared. It raised a lot of dust and smoke into the air, making it impossible to see what exactly caused it. As soon as the smoke cleared a little, everyone saw that a small funnel had formed in the place where the hurricane had hit. At that moment, one of the snow elves pointed to everyone looking up. Suddenly, they saw that a living skeleton with a blade in its hands was attacking them from right above, out of the hurricane. Cassandra quickly realized that their opponent was very nimble. She also saw that another attack was heading straight towards them. However, the girl also had very sharp reactions, so she immediately activated her spell. She used her spiritual vision skills to see who exactly their opponent was. As it turned out, it was none other than Camus, who had used his concealment skill to avoid detection. Since Cassandra managed to charm him in time, he missed and flew on. The girl saw him for just a moment and was caught by the magic of seduction, so now she could definitely get to him. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt the approaching danger again. She quickly dodged the attack, but the monster still managed to inflict a small wound, thereby destroying her appearance. He grumbled discontentedly that the demon's flesh was very tough and tasteless. Cassandra was surprised that even though the seduction magic had hit its target, the monster was still able to attack her. Camus said that the essence of seduction magic was the power of attraction, which was amplified tenfold in an instant. Only in this way could a captured person lose his will, but the problem was that he couldn't eat Cassandra until she completed the magic. The girl replied that perhaps it was for the best that she was not to his taste. She said that the Demon King was right when he entrusted her with protecting Misei. It was now obvious to Cassandra that Messiah had always been their target. An angry Camus asked her if she really wanted to die that badly. And then the snow elf remembered that Cassandra was the Demon King's right hand, a succubus. So they decided that they needed to help her. After all, they now had a common enemy. However, Cassandra stopped them and asked them not to come closer. She warned that otherwise they could die. Kulu was very unhappy that she underestimated them, but another elf said that she was right and they all should have realized it. They had a clear difference in strength with their enemy. Cassandra did not even allow them to take care of the queen. Meanwhile, the girl herself carefully watched the enemy's movements. She noticed in time that Camus was approaching her from the side and managed to react. Just as he was about to bite her, she raised her weapon in front of her and blocked his blow. But it was no trouble for Camus to bite through the hilt of her weapon. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl struck him with her hand. But this time Camus was faster. While she tried to attack him, he jumped back and bit hard into her leg. Cassandra immediately screamed in horror, realizing that she had missed the attack. Meanwhile, the monster itself continued to hold her leg with its sharp teeth. But the girl found a way out of this situation. She bent her leg at the knee and squeezed the monster's neck with the leg he was holding. Camus realized that he would have to retreat, and so he immediately disappeared. He noted that she had a rather strong leg, which was very suitable for a demoness. At that moment, the rest of the elves realized that in front of them was none other than Camus, the fallen elf of legend. He was the one who committed the most brutal and bloody crime in Isidel. No one could believe that he was eventually released. Now the elves were once again convinced that Curtis was truly insane. At that moment, Cassandra suddenly felt some kind of malaise. The monster just watched her from the side with a grin, asking if she was really feeling dizzy. At that moment, Cassandra fell to her knees, realizing that Camus' teeth were poisonous and that the poison had now entered her body. Immediately after this, the monster rushed at her, saying that although she was still alive, it would not last long. And even though the girl was poisoned, she understood that it was not yet time to give up. Taking advantage of the monster's confidence, she took out her weapon again and cut his body in half. Camus was shocked at how fast her reaction was, even under the influence of the strong poison. Immediately after this, Cassandra ran up to him and grabbed him by the neck with all her strength. She said with a grin that, apparently, she had done a pretty good job of playing the role of the poisoned girl. However, she hastened to remind her opponent that the poisons had no effect on her at all. The snow elves were shocked. Compared to Cassandra, Camus now seemed very weak. At that moment, the monster felt his strength gradually leaving him due to Cassandra squeezing his neck. With each passing second, he felt worse, and large veins appeared on his body. Camus understood that in just a little while, he would finally die, but he could not allow himself to do so. So he gathered his last strength and bit into the hand with which Cassandra held him. Immediately after this, he evaporated again, and Cassandra passed out, realizing that the battle was not over yet. Not far from her, a magic circle suddenly appeared around Camus's lower torso, and after a few more moments, he was fully restored, loudly cursing the magic that was capable of such a thing. At this moment, all the other snow elves were in complete horror at what they saw. Cassandra noted that this was quite good for the shorty. It looks like now she will have to take him seriously. Having fully recovered, Camus rushed towards her again and declared that he would now devour her. However, Cassandra also rushed straight at him, not intending to give in to him in anything. But before they could collide, some unknown force pierced the floor right under their feet. The force of the blow was so strong that it threw the monster back. Cassandra also did not expect such a blow, and was now forced to cover herself with her hands from the stone fragments flying at her. When the dust cleared a little, they saw a man standing in front of them, holding a large two-handed sword. The snow elves were immediately delighted when they realized that it was their leader who had come to their aid. The man said he was very unhappy that Camus had come to have some fun while he was away. This man was none other than Lucas, whom our protagonist had already met on the way to the center of the earth. The man emitted a very strong, murderous aura that spread throughout the entire room. Then he suddenly noticed the corpses lying right at his feet. There lay the head of Old Wei, as well as the corpse of the unfortunate man, of whom only bones and a t-shirt remained. Lucas noted that it was one demon and one ugly elf, and asked who dared to kill them. All the snow elves immediately pointed to Camus, who was nearby. The monster itself took advantage of the moment and immediately rushed at the elves, intending to devour them. However, before he could reach them, he was knocked down by a powerful blow. Lucas attacked him with his huge sword, preventing him from jumping on his men. The monster cursed and said that it was a great blow, just a little more, and he would have managed to cut him down. However, Lucas himself clearly had no intention of talking to this worthless monster. Literally the next moment, Camus's severed head fell down onto the floor. All the snow elves froze in surprise, amazed at how quick their leader's reaction was. Cassandra and Messiah also couldn't hide their surprise at how quickly he managed to deal with the demon. Cassandra was impressed by the man's speed. After this, Lucas walked up to Camus's corpse and kicked his head as if it were a soccer ball. He grabbed his head and declared that the fame of Camus the Fallen had apparently been slightly exaggerated. However, suddenly the monster's head exploded right in his hands. At that moment, Lucas realized that it was a fake again. Camus was still alive. At that moment, a voice came from somewhere inside the monster's belly. Camus laughed at the fact that no one could kill him. After this, a new head began to crawl out of his open neck and fuse with his body. Lucas was struck by how terrible the picture looked. However, Camus only laughed and said that no one in this world was capable of killing him, including Lucas. But the man took it as a challenge and said that, in that case, he would be the first one who could do it. But then Cassandra intervened in the conversation and said that she would be the first to kill Camus. The monster himself just laughed and said that they were simply looking for death. And yet, he really wanted to test the strength of his opponents, so he immediately rushed into battle. Lucas immediately attacked him with his sword and cut his body in half. Cassandra also tried with all her might to kill the monster, crushing its head with her claws. However, at some point, Camus said that the show was over for today. Finally, he stated that sooner or later he would die anyway, but they also had to be careful. Once the battle was over, the elves, led by Lucas, collected the remains of the dead and covered them with cloth. They bowed to the deceased brothers and the bar owner and hoped that they would rest in peace. Lucas firmly promised them that they would definitely avenge their deaths. When it was all over, Cassandra said it was really cool and asked Lucas if he really was the leader of the resistance. The man also recognized Cassandra and said that he knew that she was Sebastian's lover. He extended his hand to her and said that she was a real beauty and that he was very glad to meet them. However, Cassandra said that she was a difficult girl and could not touch the hands of a strange man. At that moment, Kulu thought about how lucky he was to have the opportunity to hold Cassandra's hand. The girl then asked Lucas how a human could become the leader of the Ice Elf resistance. The man said it was quite simple, he only became the leader a few days ago. He then pointed to one of the snow elves, saying that he used to be the leader. It was an elf named Siegel. He was of the 4th rank and was also sensitive to all living things. At that moment, Cassandra realized that this information only confused her more. Soon after, the elves began to gather their things in order to finally leave the sewers and come to the surface. When everything was ready, they went along the paths that led upward. On the way, Cassandra asked Lucas what he meant when he said he saved the resistance. He explained that on the way to Isidel, he saw many corpses and people who were fighting to the death. Siegel added that it turned out that those guys were killed by an elven mage named Later. Then Lucas said that whoever that elf was, he simply defeated him and eventually became the leader. Siegel reminded him that it was because of his status and power, as well as their shared goal of overthrowing Curtis, but Lucas told him to shut up. Then Cassandra said that she understood everything anyway. All she needed to know was that Lucas was now the leader. After this, she turned to Maisie, who seemed rather silent. The elf said that she needed to meet with Elder Stiflon. Lucas said that could be arranged, but Siegel was clearly unhappy that he was agreeing to it so easily. Soon after, the elves arrived at another place where they were finally able to sleep on proper beds. From here, it was very close to their old fortress, but the place was hidden and not easy to find. Then Lucas turned to Cassandra and asked her to go upstairs and have a drink, but the girl refused. Siegel turned to Messiah and said that Elder Stiflon had been waiting for her for a long time. He was going to take the new leader to the Elder, but now that he saw the Queen, he suggested that they all go to him together. Messiah was very happy with this offer and immediately agreed, but Lucas immediately stopped the elf. He said he had no intention of meeting with any old man, but Siegel explained that he would only become a leader when an elder recognized him. Soon after, Cassandra cast a spell on them again to change their appearance. Thus, our heroes went to the city disguised as ordinary elves. Lucas noted that Cassandra's transformation looked very good, but the girl asked him to speak more quietly. The man also said that he knew His Majesty and asked what kind of relationship they had, which greatly irritated Cassandra. She stated that in any case, be it his appearance, his character, or his swordsmanship, everything about him reminded her of someone she knew. However, all these conversations really tired her out, and she didn't want to continue them. Siegel approached them from behind and asked them to be quiet, explaining that they had already arrived at the right place. There was a tall tree ahead, and that was exactly what they needed. As they got closer, Lucas immediately noticed how tall the tree was. There were a lot of guards around him, and he already wanted to kill them all, but Siegel said that there was no need to do this. Instead, he came out of hiding and said they would proceed as planned. They approached the guards quite calmly, as if they were not up to anything suspicious. One of them addressed Siegel as Dr. Bob and said he had heard that the elder had not been well lately. The elf said that this time he brought assistance with him, but the guards first wanted to check their backpacks. Our heroes complied and showed them their bags filled with various potions. Soon after, they headed to the elevator, but Lucas was very surprised at how easy everything went. Siegel explained that he had been coming here every month for the past few years, always bringing different assistants with him. Elder Stiflon was in charge of the rebel operations, and he was merely an envoy. He noted that the elder must have been waiting for a very long time to meet Queen Messia. At that moment, Cassandra noticed that the girl was sweating profusely and asked if everything was okay. Messia said that everything was fine, but she was very worried. The snow elf asked her not to worry, as the elder was a very kind man. Siegel soon announced that they had arrived, then asked his companions to be quiet. When they reached the top, they saw a man literally floating in the air and surrounded by dragons. Lucas immediately noted that he was settling in quite well there. However, when he took a closer look at the man, he noticed something strange. Lucas couldn't shake the feeling that this was the same elven mage he had killed last time. This man was Later, a great elven mage of the 7th rank who was able to sense the energy of the stars. As soon as he felt that guests had arrived, he immediately began to quickly descend. Before the boys had time to realize anything, Latour was already right behind them. Then he put his hands in front of him and ordered everyone to freeze. He turned to Dr. Bob and said that this time he had brought quite a lot of people with him. The elf said that he took more people with him than usual because this time the elder was in very bad condition. However, Latour asked why, in that case, he had never seen these people before, but Siegel said that they were just newcomers. Then the magician turned his attention to Messia and said that he doubted that this little girl could be useful in any way. He looked at her carefully and asked how exactly she helped. At this moment, Lucas visibly tensed up and was already preparing to attack Latour. However, Cassandra immediately sensed this and grabbed his hand forcefully. She looked closely at the magician. The girl then decided to use her spell on him to reveal his true appearance. Latour was very good in her opinion. His mind was protected by the beast, and he would instantly understand if someone tried to invade his thoughts. At that moment, Mizzy said in a trembling voice that she was very scared. She started shaking, and she said that this man was really scaring her with his questions. As soon as Latour heard this answer, he immediately burst out laughing. Immediately after this, he called the guards, which greatly surprised Siegel. The guards arrived promptly and immediately surrounded the guests. Moreover, these were not just guards, but a real elite guard of the city. The boys began to frantically look around, not understanding what to expect next. However, to their surprise, Latour ordered the guards to prepare food and drinks and take good care of these doctors. He then turned to Old Man Bob and said that he had to definitely cure the elder. Once everything was finished, he headed back to the sky to continue meditating. After this, the guys went inside the building, where they were finally able to have a snack. Lucas was very pleased that he could finally taste real tasty meat. The other guys ate rather modestly, while the man had already eaten all the dishes offered to him. Messiah was very nervous before eating something because she was afraid of getting poisoned. However, Cassandra told her that the food was not poisoned. She had tried it herself, so everything was fine. Then the girl trusted her and put one candy in her mouth. At that moment, Siegel suddenly heard the door of the hall in which they were sitting suddenly open. One of the guards looked in and said that the elder was ready to receive them. Soon after this, the boys went to the bedroom of the elder himself, who was already waiting for them on the bed. It was an elder of the Ice Elves named Stiflon. He possessed the power of the mind of the Seventh Order. Messiah began to become noticeably nervous as soon as she appeared before the elder, but tried not to show it. Siegel immediately bowed to the elf and said that he was very glad to meet him. The elder turned to him and said that he had become weak lately, so he again turned to Dr. Bob. The elf noted with a smile that these troubles were only a joy to him. As soon as he said this, the elder suddenly hit a small cup that was nearby. At that moment, a sound was heard that literally put the guards into a trance. Now they could neither hear nor see them. The elder said that now that they were alone, they could speak freely. He immediately turned to Maisie and said that he was very glad to see her. Realizing that there was no longer any need to hide, Cassandra immediately removed her protective guise. As soon as everything was ready, Messiah immediately ran to the elder. She hugged him tightly, saying that she was very glad to see Elder Stiflon. The old man himself noted that she had already grown very much and asked her not to cry, because now she was finally home. However, he then raised a wary gaze to the other guests. He looked at Lucas and asked him if he was now their new leader. But Lucas himself was not going to bend over backwards for him and said that he did not need to be taught anything. Stiflon immediately noticed his manner of communication. Apparently, Lucas did not even try to hide his situation. The old man quickly realized that the person in front of him was the former ruler of the Kangwa kingdom. He said that he truly admired Lucas and would very much like to talk to him, but a little later. At first, Stiflon wanted to make up for lost time with Messiah, so he asked everyone to go out into the lobby for a minute. Cassandra immediately asked Messiah what she thought, but she said that everything was fine and they could go out. Immediately after this, all three boys headed towards the exit of the bedroom. Before leaving, Lucas suddenly turned to Cassandra. He asked her if she had smelled a faint scent in the air. At that moment, the girl suddenly concentrated and sniffed carefully. She quickly smelled the very scent Lucas had spoken of and quickly found its source. It was the incense that stood near the wall of the room that was emitting this smell. Then Latour turned to the doctors and asked them to wait here for a while. For some time, he sat at the table with the three boys in silence. At that moment, Siegel suddenly turned to him in a trembling voice and asked if he really felt unwell. However, Latour did not answer him. Instead, he continued to stare at Lucas. He only asked with a smile why he was staring at him, assuming that he had something on his face. Suddenly, Cassandra stood up from her seat and said that she needed to step away for a minute. Lucas said with a smile that in that case he would go with her, but the girl immediately refused. As she walked towards the exit of the room, she kept a very close eye on Latour. She noted that all his attention was focused at the moment exclusively on Lucas. So now the beast that protected him could not guard him as well as before. Taking advantage of this, the girl activated her skill and decided to read the magician's thoughts. Latour hadn't paid any attention to her yet, and Cassandra was able to penetrate his thoughts. What she saw there shocked her. She realized that he saw Lucas in his usual form. As it turned out, Latour had seen their true forms all this time, but carefully concealed it. As Cassandra struggled to recover from the shock, the beast that guarded Latour's mind turned sharply and hissed at her. At that moment, the girl felt herself in an extremely vulnerable position. She lost all her concentration and could no longer maintain their forms for stealth. Then Latour turned to her and said that for a girl she had done well and was still able to notice it. Lucas continued to play the role of a doctor, pretending not to understand why Cassandra showed her true face. And then suddenly he froze, feeling something very strange. Lucas dropped to one knee suddenly, his face turning green from how sick he felt. At that moment, he realized that there was poison in the food after all. Siegel was shocked when he heard this, because he thought the food was completely clean. Cassandra couldn't believe it either, since she personally checked all the dishes before giving them to others. Hearing this, Latour only laughed. He said the food was excellent, and the flavor notes were great, but they had gotten a bit muddled over time. The magician explained that when mixed, they actually formed a strong poison. At that moment, Messiah also felt unwell and abruptly sank to the floor. Her whole body was shaking, and she couldn't stand still. She looked at the elder with concern and asked him why her body was completely exhausted. However, the old man only continued to look at her silently, without saying a word. At some point, Misaya felt that her strength was completely leaving her. A moment later, she completely lost consciousness and fell to the floor, right at the old man's feet. Meanwhile, the guards arrived in the room where our heroes were and immediately began to threaten them with weapons. Cassandra tried to get Lucas to his feet, but he was still in a very vulnerable position. He said that if he were able, he would personally destroy them at that moment, but Cassandra asked him to conserve his strength. She stated that they needed to save Maisie as soon as possible, since she was now in danger. Then Latour gave her a message from the Elven King, who said that he would find a new use for her if she surrendered. However, the girl apologized and stated that her ambitions were not that great. Lucas immediately praised her for her wit, but the girl only slapped him in the face and asked him to calm down. At that moment, Latour began to cast a spell and already directed it directly at his opponents. But at the last moment, Cassandra managed to dodge the beam flying at her and threw Lucas in the other direction. The impact was so powerful that it left a huge hole in the stone wall behind our heroes. Using her lightning-fast reflexes, Cassandra drew her weapon and rushed straight towards the mage. She struck him, but he managed to hide in a special protective cube in time. He said that she had a very skillful attack, but it was not enough to break his indestructible cube. After that, he began to whisper another spell in an unknown language. The next moment, huge monsters appeared behind him, dozens of times larger than him. Cassandra was very surprised that this man was able to summon such powerful demonic animals. As soon as the monsters saw their opponent, they immediately rushed at her with a furious roar. Cassandra was unable to resist such overwhelming force, and the monsters pinned her to the floor with their clawed paws. When Lucas saw this, he also screamed and began to demand that Latour let her go. But the magician didn't even listen to him. Instead, he pushed the exhausted man away with all his strength. From such a strong blow, Lucas flew back and crashed into the wall. The magician declared that although he had lost to him last time, now Lucas would fall by his hand. But at that moment, he felt a strange sensation, as if a strong pain had pierced his whole body. Cassandra, transforming into her true form, grabbed the monsters by their heads. She was clearly unhappy that Latour had failed to defeat her fairly and had planted poison on her. Moreover, he sent his monsters to her instead of fighting her one-on-one. The girl really didn't like such meanness on his part, and so she decided to respond in kind. At that moment, Latour realized that she had deliberately fallen into the clutches of the demonic animals he had summoned. Cassandra noted that he was very clever, because in this way she caught them without any annoying fuss. When Lucas saw her, he said with great displeasure that she was not at all cute in this form. But Cassandra didn't even want to listen to him, so she hit him in the face with her tail as hard as she could. She stated that she was not interested in anyone's opinion at all, except that of His Highness. At that moment, the magician suddenly heard the sound of cracking glass, which surrounded him from all sides. The next moment he saw Cassandra's clawed hand in front of him, which was already approaching his face. The girl managed to open a passage into this very indestructible cube and now looked at Latour face to face. Without thinking twice, she tore the protective cube into pieces, causing the man to immediately fall to the floor. After this, the girl raised her leg to deliver a crushing blow. She hit him with her powerful hoof right where it hurt most. From such a strong blow, Latour flew back and hit the stone wall with all his strength. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even move. Cassandra took advantage of his confusion and delivered another powerful blow, throwing Latour out into the street. He bounced off the ground like a pebble on water. However, at some point he stopped because he hit his back against Curtis, who was standing behind him. The elf looked at Cassandra with a sly grin and said that she was indeed a very big nuisance. At that moment, Cassandra informed him that Curtis had arrived just in time. Without giving him a chance to think, she immediately rushed at him with a furious scream. In response, Curtis took out his artifact and said that he didn't really want to kill Cassandra. However, now he realized that the enemy always remained the enemy, and therefore he had no other choice. As a result, their forces collided and were scattered throughout the forest with a deafening blow. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued his training in the art of the sword. He practiced his punches under the strict supervision of his subordinate John. He never stopped praising him. He was very surprised that Sebastian had succeeded and that he had a very strong warrior spirit. The main character himself was surprised, since he didn't even know what this very warlike spirit looked like. At that moment, his weapon seemed to be enveloped in bright fire. The next moment, the glow became so bright that it completely blinded the protagonist. It was as if it had been transmitted to his body, and now he too began to glow. However, Sebastian was frightened by this and did not understand what was happening to his body. Out of fear, he immediately unclenched his hands and dropped the weapon. At that moment, John ran up to him and worriedly asked His Highness what had happened to him. The protagonist replied that he had just felt as if his body was disappearing and was very scared. However, John was worried about something else. He asked him if he really felt that he had merged with the sword. The protagonist replied that he wasn't sure about that, but in a sense, that was exactly the case. This answer left John speechless, as not even a day had passed since His Highness had begun training with the sword. However, today he already knew the martial spirit and felt a unity with the sword. However, Sebastian soon reported that he no longer felt anything like that, and John thought that perhaps he had simply exaggerated. However, the main character decided not to stop there and continue. However, he suddenly heard a strange sound and immediately looked towards the window where it was coming from. Before he could even comprehend anything, Cassandra flew in through the window in her demon form. The boys were very surprised that she appeared here so unexpectedly. Moreover, she appeared in a demonic form and was also very badly injured. Out of breath, Cassandra said that it was all Curtis's fault, and she apologized to Sebastian for failing to protect Mazia. When the protagonist heard this, a mixture of surprise and anger appeared on his face. John immediately tried to bring him to his senses and said that they needed to save Misi as soon as possible. However, Sebastian ordered him to tell Ferdinand and his daughter Delina to immediately call everyone to a speech about the election campaign. Soon after, Ferdinand gathered a huge crowd to give them his speech. He tried very hard to show himself in the best light and inspire their confidence. However, it seems the elves were not very impressed with his performance. His daughter was watching everything that was happening at that moment, standing behind the stage, and apparently she was very nervous. At that moment, she suddenly heard someone's voice calling her name, and she immediately turned around worriedly. To her surprise, she saw that it was none other than the Prince of Darkness himself. When Delina saw him in person, she fell to the floor in fear, not understanding what he was doing there. She began to ask him in horror why he needed to harm her father. However, the main character only reached out his hand towards her. He said that as the Prince of Darkness, he gave her his word of honor that he would not harm her father. In fact, Sebastian wanted to help her and asked the girl to trust him. At that moment, Delina was truly stunned. She did not expect such words from the Prince of Darkness. After that, she turned away abruptly and looked again at the stage where her father was. Before leaving, she asked Sebastian to remember his words and not betray her. At that moment, she suddenly came onto the stage, which greatly surprised all the elves present. People began to discuss how Ferdinand's daughter was still staying close to him, and there were also rumors that she was at odds with her husband. Some regretted it, because she was so beautiful, and the elf lord would certainly tear to pieces those who betrayed him. And then suddenly the elves saw that someone's huge shadow was hanging right above their heads. The next moment, the protagonist descended from his dragon and appeared before the elves in person. They were all extremely surprised when they realized who this man really was. He walked onto the stage with Ferdinand and his daughter and looked carefully at everyone present. He then loudly declared that, as the Prince of Darkness, he intended to be present here throughout the elections. Meanwhile, Curtis and his subordinate Silas were watching everything that was happening. They were also listening to the protagonist's speech. Sebastian stated that although Curtis was the ruler of all elves for them, he was also the commander of the 2nd Regiment of the Demon Army. He had the full support of the Demon Army ever since he was chosen as the Lord of the Elves. However, Curtis's support was based on the fact that he mercilessly exterminated the Snow Elf people. Sebastian stated that now the Snow Elf Queen Maisie had also fallen into his hands and was facing mortal danger. He could not accept the sacrifice of an entire nation, and therefore the army of the Prince of Darkness would under no circumstances support Curtis any longer. However, Sebastian stated that he would support Chairman Ferdinand in the election for the position. The elves immediately countered, saying that thanks to Curtis, their moon mirror, which had been broken by the Snow Elves, had been restored. But Sebastian said that these were just Curtis's own words, and in reality, everything could have been completely different. He stated that at this election ceremony, he would ask Maisie to confront Curtis personally, and they would decide for themselves who was right. At that moment, Curtis himself noted that this was a very good move on his part. Now he could not immediately kill Maisie. And since Sebastian had put on such a show, he would do him a favor and not kill her. Meanwhile, the operation to rescue Masaya continued. While the unsuspecting guards were guarding the huge tree, an imposter had already entered. John climbed the huge trunk, trying not to attract attention to himself. Not long before, Sebastian told him that his speech would definitely force Curtis to cooperate, and John, in the meantime, had to save Misha. Soon the young man reached the branch he needed, which led to the city. He carefully leaned out and carefully examined the surroundings. John saw with horror that many buildings had been destroyed and burned, and that there was complete devastation everywhere. He had absolutely no idea what kind of terrible force could have done something like that. Suddenly he saw his friends, who were being led by guards. Latour ordered them to be thrown here, while it was necessary to save their heads. At that moment, John looked closely at Siegel. He then turned his attention to Lucas, who was walking right behind him. John immediately noticed that the man looked very bad. His face was green from poisoning. And then suddenly Lucas looked up and noticed his comrade nearby. They locked eyes with John, but neither of them made a move to avoid attracting attention. After this, Lucas was led forward, and John remained sitting in his shelter. Immediately after this, Latour himself flew out of the door. His gaze immediately fell on the place where John was sitting. But by this time, there was no one around the corner. John managed to hide in another place in time, but this magician almost found him by smell. He was very perceptive. Then the young man decided that it was high time to find out where Masaya was now. However, he realized that his comrade was now in mortal danger. Meanwhile, Lucas had already been brought to his knees. The guards held him back, although the man himself did not really resist, since he had no strength. Then one of them took a weapon in his hands and raised it to cut off his head. He lowered his weapon and was about to strike. The blade was moving at full speed towards Lucas's neck. The man clenched his teeth, expecting that now his whole body would be pierced by severe pain and he would die. But, to his great surprise, he felt absolutely nothing. When the man opened his eyes, he saw that the head of his executioner had fallen right at his feet. He looked in surprise in the direction where his executioner was, and was very surprised at what he saw there. As it turned out, John came to his aid in time and managed to kill the executioner before he beheaded Lucas. However, he realized that he still hadn't killed the rest of the enemies. Sensing the danger in time, John immediately put his sword behind his back, defending himself from the spell flying at him. As it turned out, Latour had already appeared behind him and pierced him with a lightning spell. Electricity surged through John's body and his weapon, but he still stood on his feet. Immediately after this, he turned sharply and struck back at his opponent. However, he did not receive any damage at all, and only said with a grin that he could not have been injured by his own equipment. However, when Latour looked down, he realized with horror that one of the elven guards was dead. While he was digesting what he saw, John was already behind him and preparing to deliver a crushing blow. Taking advantage of the enemy's confusion, he cut through his defensive cube. The cube immediately shattered into two halves, and the blow left a very deep wound on the magician's back. Lucas noted that the guy was good with a sword, and if he could save him, he would consider training him. However, John seemed completely unimpressed by such a generous offer. He said that he had just almost had his head chopped off by soldiers, so he doubted that Lucas would be able to teach him anything. This answer confused the man and made him feel very sorry for himself. However, he quickly came to his senses and immediately warned John that danger was approaching him from behind. As it turned out, the monster that had been protecting Latour had already rushed at him. He clamped his jaws around John's neck, and John tried his best to pull him away, but he couldn't. But, to everyone's surprise, it was John who managed to pull out his weapon and cut off the monster's head. Latour was in complete shock. He could not understand how he had managed to cut his animal in half at the moment it was bitten. Lucas noted with admiration that John had an excellent reaction, but he said that it was too early to rejoice because a little more and he would have died. At this point, the guards realized that they needed to somehow intervene in this situation. Taking advantage of the moment, they pulled out their weapons and rushed at the unsuspecting Lucas. They decided to attack him together, so as not to give him a chance to escape. The next moment, they plunged their swords straight into his back, but it seemed they did not cause him any harm. Suddenly, they noticed that John, who had just been in front of them, had suddenly disappeared. Using Lucas's head as a stepping stone, John immediately leaped towards the vile guards. Without even giving them time to recover, he dealt them one swift blow straight to the necks. With one swift movement, he cut off their heads, saving his comrade. Meanwhile, the guards who were holding Siegel immediately shouted at John and ordered him to stay back. The elf said that although his fighting strength was small, he was still the commander of a partisan detachment. At that moment, energy began to accumulate around him, which immediately pushed the guards away. He took advantage of the moment while his opponents were in confusion. With one deft move, he cut them in half, freeing Siegel from his captivity. At this moment, Latour, who had been watching everything that was happening, remembered something. He realized that in front of him was the weakest of the 13 commanders of the demon army, named John. The young man did not like this description at all, and he said that he was simply talking nonsense. At that moment, Lucas thought about the fact that this guy really did have red hair, character, and also that very sword. John himself stated that he was the youngest commander of the demon army of those chosen by the prince. He didn't have many military achievements yet, but someday they would all know about him. And then suddenly a thought came to Lucas's mind, but he quickly dismissed it as impossible. At this moment, Latour began to read the spell again. John immediately felt the ground beneath his feet begin to shake violently. Suddenly, the piece of ground on which he stood suddenly rose up and rose into the air. However, John reacted in time and jumped off the floating island before it flipped over and threw him off. Latour noted that it didn't matter whether he was the leader of the demons or a monkey, they were from the demonic army, and therefore did not respect him very much. John was shocked that this guy could handle so many boulders at once. And then suddenly Lucas turned to him and told him not to jump anywhere because the boulders were falling. At that moment, Latour directed all the flying boulders straight at his opponent. But John said that this was nothing to him and asked everyone to watch how he would cut these stones. But Lucas immediately yelled at him, telling him not to waste time and to come to him instead. This sudden request surprised John greatly. Because of this, he lost his concentration and barely managed to jump away from a huge boulder that was flying straight at him. John turned to Lucas with displeasure and asked him not to distract him so suddenly again. In response to this, the man seriously said that Latour would not be able to reach him in this place. And then John suddenly turned sharply and looked back at the battlefield. To his great surprise, he realized that the only place that was undamaged was indeed where Lucas was. The man explained that this was because when the attack was so scattered, its trajectory could be seen instantly. But he asked John not to be distracted, but rather to pay attention to the magic that enveloped the fragments of the tree. At that moment, the man suddenly noticed that the boulders had started moving again. As it turned out, Latour continued to chant the spell. He clearly had no intention of ending the battle. After this, he suddenly clapped his hands together. And then suddenly a new batch of boulders flew straight at our heroes, and Lucas asked John not to look too hard. Latour used every possible magical combination to summon the tree spirit. He asked John to pay attention to the center of this giant. There was a glowing magical core. Latour himself was confident that now that he had summoned the tree spirit with magical powers, he would definitely win with one blow. However, before he could finish his thought, John attacked the tree spirit and destroyed it in an instant. After this, the young man looked at his opponent with a grin and asked if he expected this. He held in his hands the magical core in which Latour had concentrated all his powers, and now it was his. Immediately after this, John destroyed the core, breaking it into small pieces. When the magician saw this, he immediately screamed. But literally the next moment, he suddenly rolled his eyes and began to fall rapidly downwards. A second later, he was already lying on the ground right next to John and Lucas. John was very surprised. He asked himself if this guy was finished. He then asked Lucas how well he knew this magician. The man replied that he had only met him once, but it had been a great experience. For swordmasters, wizards were a real headache, so he researched their fighting techniques a lot. However, John was puzzled as to why, in that case, Lucas had not foreseen this and was taken prisoner. Siegel immediately came to his defense and said that if the commander had not been poisoned, he would have cut them into pieces long ago. Lucas knew that if he had said those words himself, he would have definitely lost face. But now that the battle was over, John said he needed to find Messiah. However, Lucas stopped him again and asked if he didn't feel a strange sensation ahead. At that moment, someone's terrible paw reached straight towards John's face. At the last moment, the young man managed to dodge before the paw closed around his head. As it turned out, this creature was none other than Camus, who was reborn and returned again for revenge. However, John, who saw it for the first time, had absolutely no idea what this thing was. Camus was surprised that this little devil was able to defeat Latour, and now he had to take everything into his own hands. At that moment, Lucas realized that it was Camus who was the reason he felt some strange sensation everywhere. He then warned John to be careful, as Camus was about to attack. Right at that moment, the monster opened its mouth and rushed at John. However, he only held his weapon out in front of him and said that they would see who should be afraid of whom. He struck his opponent, but the latter was faster and in an instant was already behind him. He managed to inflict several lacerations directly on his shoulders, causing John to scream in pain. Camus just laughed and said that his technique was very easy to recognize. These words only made John even more angry, and he said that the monster didn't understand a damn thing about it. Lucas noted to himself that the monster was actually right. John's sword techniques weren't flexible enough. And this guy had good basic skills, and his techniques would be enough to deal with the wizard. But this monster had extremely high physical endurance, and Lucas himself decided that he should not interfere. However, until he finally figured out who this guy was, he couldn't let him die so easily. At that moment, John struck the monster straight in the head. However, this turned out to be another illusion. The next moment, Camus found himself right behind his enemy. John clearly didn't expect his opponent to be so fast. But before the monster could attack him, he felt someone press a blade to his neck. Behind him was a purple-skinned elf in an assassin's costume. John immediately recognized her as his sister Bella, whom he had not seen for so long. Bella was the commander of the 11th Regiment of the Demon Army. She had dual cultivation of the elemental and death systems. However, Camus was not going to give up. He bit into her weapon and bit through it. After that, he snatched Bella's blade from her hands and jumped aside. But the girl turned out to be much faster than he expected, and in an instant, she grabbed his head. Before the monster had time to come to his senses, she had broken his neck with one deft movement. Immediately after that, she intercepted her weapon and dealt him several quick blows all over his body. In just a second, Bella cut the monster into pieces. Lucas and Siegel watched in amazement as the girl moved so deftly. John immediately praised Bella for her excellent work, but she said that it was not over yet. Camus was an undead elf, just like herself, a student of the death Synestia, and they had to be careful. The monster stated that this was indeed the case and that the master of death, Synestia, could not truly die. However, these words did not impress Bella at all. She only looked at him with disdain. The girl stated that the sword she wielded was the best two-handed weapon for fighting death magic, created by death itself. She asked Camus if he could feel his body beginning to rot alive, and at that moment, the monster actually began to fall apart. But before it could completely turn into liquid, it exploded again. Bella said that he should have tried to escape from her in the form of the undead, because his time was already up and the Soul Eater would eat him. And then suddenly she raised her head to the sky and saw a red shadow there. She pursued Camus, who hoped to escape for a while this time by assuming a gaseous state. But before he could realize anything, the red shadow caught up with him and completely swallowed him up. Then Bella lowered her head and said that since the job was done, she was finished here. At that moment, right in front of them, blood gushed from the sky with such force that it broke through the floor under their feet. Lucas noted that, although he wasn't so happy to see the girl, he was now sure that they were safe. At that moment, a shock of long red hair suddenly appeared from the blood. As it turned out, none other than the Blood Queen Miranda came to our hero's aid. As soon as Bella and John saw the commander, they immediately knelt before her. Miranda looked at Camus flying away from her and asked if he was still trying to escape. The wounded monster understood that he needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. It was very dangerous here. But Miranda wasn't about to let him go that easily. She held out her hand to pull him back. An unknown force pulled Camus back to Earth, despite all his attempts to resist. He didn't want to die and tried to fly away, but the force pulled him ever stronger to the ground. Literally, a few seconds later, he was already right in Miranda's arms. Completely exhausted, he fell right at her feet, his entire body covered in wounds and smoking. Lucas and Siegel were shocked that this woman had caught a serial killer that no one else could catch in one move. However, Miranda suddenly approached the elf and slapped him across the cheeks with all her might. From such a blow, he fell to the ground and, perplexed, asked why she did this. In response, Miranda ordered him to be silent and kneel before her, as everyone else had done. Bella noted that today she was just about to take a day off, but the queen decided to suddenly fall from the sky. After this, Miranda turned her attention to Camus and furiously asked him why he did not kneel. The monster himself did not understand why his body did not move. He could not move, as if he was subject to someone's will. Then Miranda turned to him angrily, calling him that elf's damn faithful dog. She asked him if he knew who Remus was, since he was his confidant, and she wondered what had become of him. Without waiting for his answer, Miranda explained that Curtis had sacrificed them to escape. There was no loyalty for men like Curtis, and that was the fate that awaited the Camus if he continued to follow him. The monster said that he, as an undead elf, worshipped the Red Queen's favor and simply followed orders to regain his freedom. Then the girl asked him where Stefan and the others were, but the monster said that he did not know, since he did not care about petty politics. Miranda noted to herself that his blood flow was normal, which meant he wasn't lying. Then she asked to tell Curtis that the demon army would soon take over this city, and his sentence would come into force. At that moment, Camus realized that he would not die today. He thanked the queen and immediately soared upward, but Miranda said that if she saw him next time, she would kill him mercilessly. And then suddenly Siegel started screaming, asking her why she had let the most notorious criminal in the city go. Lucas immediately hit him, ordering him to shut up and reminding him of what she had done to him just a couple of minutes ago. He then turned to Miranda and asked her to ignore the fool, saying that he had already taught him a lesson. At that moment, the girl made a neat small cut on her wrist. She shared her blood with John, which was supposed to restore his strength. Literally the next moment, the young man felt that his body was completely healed. Then he suddenly asked about Cassandra's condition, to which Miranda said that she had already taken care of that idiot. Her injuries were quite peculiar, and Miranda's blood couldn't completely heal her, so they would need Lord Mao for that. John was surprised that the Tree Master was also there, and Bella added that the demon army was mobilized at full force. Miranda said Curtis had been sowing the seeds of his rebellion for years, and only now were they seeing his machinations spread. Now was the time to remove the damn traitor from their ranks, and he was not to get away with it. At that moment, Lucas raised his hand and said that he agreed to eliminate Curtis. He and the Snow Elves were very upset with this guy, so he wanted to take part in this event. However, Miranda said that the demon and human armies were at war, so they did not need foreign help. However, Lucas said that he was not part of those religious scum, and that he and Miranda were of the same rank. These words angered the woman, and she said that she had already buried him underground with her own hands last time. But Lucas said he was just young and stupid, and if he hadn't been poisoned right then and there, he probably would have defeated Miranda. Moreover, he suggested that they measure their strength right then and there, which made the woman even more angry. John immediately tried to bring him to his senses and asked if he was in his right mind. However, Lucas was absolutely serious. He took it all as a trifle. But before he could finish, Miranda's blood poured into his mouth. In just an instant, he was completely healed from the poison that was poisoning his body. The man was absolutely delighted and said that Miranda's blood was truly wonderful. Now that he was full of energy, he was even more motivated to test his strength against her. Bella immediately noticed that he was emitting incredible spiritual pressure, and John still doubted that he would win. Bella agreed, because Miranda was the strongest of the demon army. She was the immortal queen of the vampires. Miranda was about to attack Lucas, but he suddenly put out his hand and asked for a break. Before the battle began, he had already announced that he was surrendering and acknowledging Miranda's victory. The woman realized that he had lied to her in order to use her blood-restoring properties and was once again convinced that people could not be trusted. Lucas then turned to John and said that they had more important things to do, as they still needed to save Misha. He then turned to Miranda and said that he wanted to go with her because he had saved the life of this child and Sebastian. Sebastian and he shared deep secrets. They became best friends after a certain incident. These words took the woman by surprise, and at first, she did not know what to answer. However, she then just chuckled, saying that now he just continued to lie to her. Miranda was confident that Sebastian would never stoop to having human friends. Meanwhile, the story moved to the territory of the clan of elven spirits. The woman was walking through the forest when she suddenly felt the magic of summoning the devil, which she found quite interesting. She had never seen such a design before, and what's more, she had to copy it. This woman was the Omega Grand Master of the Demon King's army, a 5th-level member of the Synthesia Guardian Order. Meanwhile, Miranda and her allies headed to the Elven City, much to their surprise. The guards understood that they couldn't just let her through, but it was clear that no one could stop her. They understood that anyone who decided to go down and block their path would be instantly killed. Watching everything that was happening, John noted that Miranda was not the commander-in-chief of the demon army for nothing. Even the brave and skilled knights of the moon deity could only watch them as they entered the city. Then Siegel asked Lucas why he and Miranda were on the 9th step, but she could confidently enter the city, but Lucas could not. The man explained that Miranda was supported by an entire army of demons, while he was a homeless emperor and could only rely on himself. However, at that moment they were distracted from their argument by Miranda's voice, who addressed them. She asked Lucas to tell her about how he met Sebastian at the center of the earth. Soon after, they reached the eastern gate of the city of Ezadel, where Silas was already waiting for them. Upon seeing Miranda, he immediately bowed to her, greeting the commander-in-chief. However, Miranda clearly did not want to see him, and ordered him to leave immediately. Silas said that while they considered it an honor to host her, the elven people did not submit to the demon army. For this reason, Miranda had no power here. He understood that they were now at a disadvantage, but he still asked for Latour to be returned to them. Miranda clearly didn't like the fact that he was setting his own conditions here, so she used her skills and locked Silas in a bloody prison. After that, she stretched out her hand forward and drew a magic circle in front of her. The bloody shackles began to thicken around the elf's head, drawing ever closer to it. Miranda gradually tightened the magic circle in her palm. Then she finally clenched her fist, and suddenly a familiar voice ordered her to stop immediately. At that moment, the blood completely enveloped the elf's body, preventing him from even breathing. Just as he was on the verge of death, Miranda released him, and Silas immediately fell to the ground, starting to cough loudly. Miranda and Lucas looked up at the familiar voice. Above their heads hovered none other than the Prince of Darkness, Sebastian. When he saw Miranda, he immediately smiled and said that he had come to meet them. He also greeted Lucas and said that he heard that he was now the new leader of the Snow Elves. Then the man looked at Miranda and recalled his words about how he and the prince had become friends. Miranda didn't pay any attention to this and asked Sebastian why he wanted her to let Silas go. The hero did not understand why it was necessary to kill him, and the girl explained that the elves had rebelled under the leadership of Curtis. But the hero replied that, in that case, they only needed to deal with Curtis and leave the others alone. Miranda replied that Curtis had spread his influence everywhere, and the Prince of Darkness was too naive. But Sebastian said that he took retaliatory measures. He asked the girl to trust him and discuss everything in private. Soon after, they headed to the palace, where they could finally rest after the journey. When they finally arrived at the building, Lucas noted that the courtyard outside looked like a massacre. Sebastian explained that he had been careless the last time he had trained with the sword. John said that this was the first time their highness had trained with a sword, and had already shown such results. It was unheard of for everyone present that the Prince of Darkness was learning to handle a sword, and for the first time, everything went very well. They soon arrived at the room where Cassandra lay. The woodmaster explained that she was still unconscious, but he was doing his best. However, he noted that he had never before encountered the force that injured the girl. Cassandra was unable to speak on her own, and then Sebastian asked if there was any hope for her recovery. The master said that, with his help, at least she shouldn't die. Miranda asked Lucas to leave the room, and John explained that Cassandra was now naked. John hastened to push him out of the room and go out himself, since they were not supposed to be here. Moreover, he said that he had already seen enough of Cassandra, because he had been there from the moment she was put there. Lucas was shocked by how lucky this guy was, and asked him if he knew if the prince needed new people. However, John did not like these words and behavior at all. He reacted completely differently than Lucas expected. John took out his weapon and wanted to attack Lucas, but he was no longer in his sight. At that moment, the man jumped up and stood on John's head with one foot. However, he said that despite his speed, his intentions were obvious. Moreover, he clearly chose the wrong opponent for himself. John was furious at being treated like some kind of fool. He immediately took the weapon in his other hand and tried to attack Lucas. But he again managed to dodge and put his foot on his hand, in which he held the weapon. After that, Lucas stepped on his face with all his might. He said that last time John had stepped on his head, and now he was fully responsible for it. However, he suddenly turned around sharply as he felt a strange, murderous aura. He saw that John had a strange aura about him from how angry he was. Lucas hastened to reassure him, saying that he should not release the soul threshold in the room. The man said that if he really wanted to get beaten up, they should go outside first. Meanwhile, Sebastian and Miranda watched Cassandra's condition with concern. The protagonist noted that Cassandra was extremely strong, and normal attacks could not cause her any harm. However, this attack was extremely unusual, and Miranda quickly realized that it was the Soul Lantern. She didn't know what it was before, but she was told about it in the Holy City. It must have been a demonic weapon from ancient times. It was always found at the bottom of the lake near the city. After this, the girl turned to Sebastian and asked why they attacked the Holy City. The hero turned to the Eternal Flame for help, after which he said that this was done to undermine the fighting power of the people. However, Miranda said that they had been hesitant to decide on this battle for a long time. Curtis constantly urged them to fight this battle, and in the end, they decided to advance their troops. During the offensive, the assault force consisted of elves, but they suffered significant losses. Although Sebastian defeated Seraphim, the main credit for that battle belonged to the elves. Then the hero asked her if she really meant to say that Curtis had paid such a high price for this weapon. Miranda said that she had learned that the weapon was extremely powerful, and then asked Sebastian if he was confident in himself. Without any hesitation, the protagonist said that he was sure. Then suddenly Miranda came up to him and looked at him with a strange, frightening look. She asked the Prince of Darkness to come to her, as she wanted to tell him something very important. The hero didn't want to leave Cassandra alone, but the Tree Master said that they could go, and he would look after her. Finally, he looked once more at his faithful companion. Sebastian really hoped that Cassandra would be able to recover and return to normal. After that, he left the room with Miranda, and they walked forward. On the way, he asked the woman what exactly she wanted to talk to him about. Miranda said she wanted to know how the massacre had led to a disagreement about how things should be done in the demon army, and her eyes lit up with magic, and she asked Sebastian if he remembered it. At that moment, the Eternal Flame informed him that a danger of the highest level was approaching him. Before the protagonist could even process what was happening, Miranda rushed past him and tore off his arm. She looked furiously at the protagonist and demanded that he explain who he was. At that moment, Sebastian fell to his knees from the incredible pain that pierced his body. He screamed frantically as blood gushed from the open wound on his arm. He asked Miranda what she was doing, since he was the Prince of Darkness. At that moment, the woman pulled his severed hand towards her and tasted the blood flowing from it. She said that his blood tasted exactly like the real Sebastian's. However, before she attacked him, his soul threshold warned him, and the real Sebastian would not have allowed himself to be attacked like that. And even if he had allowed it, it was just a severed arm, and he wouldn't have screamed so much about it. At that moment, small creatures appeared around the protagonist's severed arm and began the recovery process. Miranda was surprised that he even had a passive death system skill. However, this didn't suit her, so she activated another spell. But at that moment, the wound on Sebastian's severed arm exploded and destroyed all the creatures around it. Miranda said that there was no one in this world who could win with such serious wounds, and even the real Sebastian was no exception. Then the protagonist looked at her furiously and declared that he was the real Sebastian. But the woman said that if she had not been convinced otherwise, she would never have done so. So she ordered him to tell her frankly who he was, otherwise she would drink all the blood from his body. Miranda placed her hand on his stomach and began to suck the blood from his body, ordering him to tell the truth immediately. In response, the main character only laughed, saying that he suddenly felt an incredible feeling of lightness. When Miranda heard these words, surprise appeared on her face. Then the main character said that if he dies, then Sebastian will die too. These words left the woman at a loss. The protagonist looked at her intently and asked if she wanted to check it out. Miranda was clearly unhappy about being threatened, but Sebastian said that if she let him fully recover, then maybe he would think again about telling her the truth. At that moment, the woman seriously thought about his words and realized that she had no choice but to agree. But she warned him that if his answers did not satisfy her, she would kill him at any moment. After that, she let go of the main character, and he collapsed, powerless, straight onto the floor. Then she returned his severed arm to him. In an instant, the arm was reattached to his body as if it had never been damaged. Miranda turned off her blood-draining skill, leaving the protagonist safe. He himself was very surprised that he could feel his right hand again, as if it had simply grown back. However, the wound still hurt a lot, and it did not give him peace. At that moment, Miranda walked up to him, made a cut on her wrist, and asked Sebastian to open his mouth. He complied, and then she launched a stream of her blood straight into his body. The next moment, the protagonist felt his body begin to heal. It didn't take even a second for the pain in his body to disappear, and what's more, he felt an incredible sense of energy throughout his entire body. Now Miranda expected him to finally tell her the truth. In response, Sebastian laughed and said that he would like to take Miranda to his place, as she would become the most successful surgeon in his world. However, the woman had absolutely no idea which surgeons he was talking about. The hero said that he hoped that she would not be too surprised by what he was about to tell her. He told her that he had been chosen by the spirits. They believed that Sebastian had the greatest talent in this world. However, due to his character, he was only wasting his rare potential, so they did what they did. Miranda asked if they had simply found him, and the hero confirmed that that was exactly what had happened. But the woman clearly didn't like this answer, so she grabbed the main character by the neck with all her strength. She asked on what basis such a decision was made, but he said that his opinion was not taken into account. He said that something more powerful than all of them was to blame. It was the will of heaven, and he had no influence on it. Then the woman asked him where the spirit of the real Sebastian was now. The hero said that he understood her feelings and knew that it was very angry when his friend's spirit changed bodies, but he did not hide anything from her. As soon as the woman heard these words, she immediately let go of the hero's neck, and he immediately began to cough. After that, he looked seriously at the woman and said that Sebastian was still alive. However, he didn't know where exactly it was, but when he fought Kennedy, Sebastian used this body. The protagonist also said that, except for the Eternal Flame, Lucas and Miranda herself, no one else knew about this. Afterwards, he asked the woman if she blamed him for this. Miranda didn't understand why he hadn't said anything about it before, but the hero said he was simply afraid they would kill him. Besides, if outsiders found out about this, it would not end well for the demon army. Miranda realized there was logic in his words, but then she asked him who he really was. Then the main character decided to draw a girl, and said that in their world, this is called comics. He asked if the Prince of Darkness had ever painted before, but the woman said she had never seen anyone paint like that. After that, he wanted to add some details to her drawing, but when he realized that Miranda didn't like it, he immediately stopped doing it. The hero said that he did not belong to this world at all, and did not know how to return back. The girl continued to look at him very intently, as if she did not fully believe his words. To her surprise, the protagonist said that if she killed him, she would actually fulfill the deepest desire of their enemies. So he promised Miranda that as soon as he found a way to get Sebastian back, he would immediately let her know. Up to this point, he had offered her cooperation and asked her to play her role well. However, the woman refused to shake his hand, saying that she had already thought that Sebastian had suddenly grown up. She didn't expect that their political course had recently been devised by some imposter. She found it funny to hear that some spirits had chosen him, because being the ruler of demons is not that easy. For the sake of the future of their army, she decided to think about how to play out this performance with him, but she needed guarantees. The protagonist promised that she would subsequently know about everything that happens in the demon army. The girl then revealed that the relationship between her and the real Sebastian was not what he might have thought. The hero reminded her that she was jealous of him for Cassandra, but she stated that she simply did not want him to wallow in drunkenness and debauchery. Miranda said that she and Sebastian had been friends for 100 years, and although he said they were just comrades, they trusted each other. Therefore, if she finds out that the hero is going to hide anything from her, she will immediately finish him off. The protagonist said that he understood everything and promised not to hide anything from her. And then suddenly Miranda realized that Cassandra knew nothing about this and still thought she was dealing with the real Sebastian. The protagonist hastened to justify himself, saying that there was nothing special between them anyway. Then the woman turned around and left, saying that since he was not the Prince of Darkness, he had not bothered her much, and that you can't expect anything good from men anyway. Finally, she said that it was good that Cassandra didn't know about this. Moreover, no one should have known about it at all. However, Sebastian reminded her that Lucas also knew about this. Miranda turned her head to him and said that in that case she would go and kill him right now. At that moment, the main character realized how stupid he had just said. Meanwhile, Lucas himself, who had already knocked John out, suddenly sneezed. He didn't understand why it suddenly became so cold around him. Before Miranda left, the Eternal Flame stopped her and told her that he lost his memory due to the impact of the tears of the dual god. The woman said that, of course, that would be a better excuse, but she still didn't want to believe the lie. However, the hero said that, to be honest, he knows how to get out of this situation dry. At the same time, he did not want to hide the truth from Miranda. These words interested the woman, and she stopped to listen to him. The hero said that even though they rarely crossed paths after his appearance in this world, he still felt strength in her. He understood that this power could give peace. As he had already said, God sent him to this place, but did not say a word about what exactly he should do here. Sebastian didn't want to believe that he was here just to satisfy his desire, in which case all this would have to stop. Miranda understood that he was getting at the idea that he was here to save the world, but right now she didn't see any potential in him. However, the protagonist said that in any case he could lie to everyone, but for this, he needed Miranda's support. The woman clearly didn't like the plan in which he was supposed to win her trust with sweet talk. After that, she turned around again and said that he was very bad at it. Then she took the form of a bloody raven and flew away about her business. Finally, Sebastian shouted to her that Lucas was incredibly strong and had excellent abilities. However, the woman was already high in the sky and did not listen to this impostor. After a fairly short time, she landed right in the place where Lucas and John were now. The man looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing there. The first thing Miranda noticed was that John was very badly beaten. She declared that since Lucas dared to raise his hand against the commander of the Demon King's army, he must die. At that moment, both men were horrified, and John hastened to justify Lucas, saying that she had misunderstood everything. He claimed he was looking for him to learn sword fighting, but Lucas didn't lay a finger on him. However, Miranda was not going to believe this brazen lie, since the wounds on John's face were already clear. At that moment, Lucas himself took a step forward. He said he wanted to borrow John's gun for a while. He understood that Miranda was not joking now, and therefore he himself could not back down. John tried to stop him, reminding him how strong Miranda was and how easily she could kill him. However, Lucas stated that although she had defeated him, it was a matter of days gone by, and all this time he had been training. He also said that he had no ill will towards Miranda, but he also had no reason to give up before the fight. In response, the woman only smiled and told him to show her what he had achieved in 10 years. Hearing this, Lucas immediately activated his ability, causing the ground beneath his feet to collapse. John could only watch in horror at how powerful this guy was. However, he suddenly noticed something even more terrifying. When he looked at Miranda, he realized that she was in no way inferior in strength to Lucas. Their spiritual power spread throughout the city, and even the Master of Wood, who was watching Cassandra, felt it. Bella also noted how overwhelming Miranda's spiritual power was. However, she suddenly noticed that His Highness the Prince of Darkness flew right over her head. As he flew over the forest where the battle was taking place, he couldn't help but notice how amazing all this power was. However, he was very upset that they had again destroyed the garden for which he had recently paid. By this point, the spiritual strength of both fighters was already at its peak. Lucas asked Miranda to look at his stand and asked if she wanted it to be over quickly. Without waiting for an answer, he stated that he had no reason to delay this moment. John just continued to watch their fight in amazement. Meanwhile, Miranda also activated her skill and directed a whole stream of blood at the enemy. In response to this attack, Lucas held his weapon in front of him to protect himself from the flow of blood. As a result, their forces collided at one point, and neither was inferior to the other. John was surprised that Lucas was able to resist Miranda's power at all. The man himself shouted that he would now put an end to her life. At that moment, Miranda suddenly felt his attack begin to push through her blood flow. Before she could process anything, his attack passed right next to her and severed several of her fingers. When Lucas saw this, he immediately laughed with admiration and began to jokingly apologize to her. Meanwhile, streams of blood were creeping up on him from behind, but the man had already noticed it. He spun his weapon and asked Miranda if she really wanted to harm him with her tricks. Then he turned around abruptly and declared that she clearly underestimated him. He used a secret technique called Vortex Core to stop Miranda's attack and encase her in a ball. When John saw this, at first he couldn't even believe his eyes. Miranda's entire attack was now contained within one dense ball of blood and energy. Without ever reaching Lucas, the ball fell to the ground right next to his feet. Meanwhile, Miranda herself put her fingers back in place and noted that it all looked very good. She couldn't help but admit that Lucas had achieved a lot during this time. The man said that since he lost to her, he had thought a lot about what he should do with her. He realized that she wasn't using blood to attack, but was simply extracting moisture from the air, which meant she had no blind spots. However, if he could create a force field around himself, he would draw all the liquid into one ball, and her attack would come to nothing. Miranda knew it would ruin her punch, but she asked Lucas to stop showing off. In response, he asked her to stop being stubborn and honestly admit that she was now helpless. But before he could finish his sentence, Miranda disappeared from his sight. She attacked him with multiple bloody needles, and even the Big Dipper skill couldn't protect Lucas from these attacks. In literally an instant, the girl was right behind him, and Lucas was incredibly amazed by her speed. If he had been late even for a moment, he would have turned into a sieve, and with his wounds he would not have been able to stand against her. Miranda said that while his force field was able to repel her attack, the force of gravity also contributed to her acceleration. After that, she asked him whether he wanted to die from the bloody rain or be torn to pieces by her own hands. In response, Lucas only grinned and asked her if she was even worthy of falling by his hand. At that moment, a fight broke out between them again, and the man activated another layer of the skill. Looking down at her feet, Miranda noticed that someone had used the death technique, and then suddenly she felt herself being enveloped in energy chains. Right at that moment, Sebastian appeared above their heads and stopped their fight. Lucas was glad that help had arrived for him. Now he didn't have to worry about senseless clashes. When Sebastian came down to earth, Miranda asked him what he wanted and why he had chained her. The protagonist asked her not to waste her energy in vain, since she would not be able to free herself from his chains of destruction in any case. However, Miranda doubted this very much, since in reality, these chains were very weak. But, noticing the strange expression on Sebastian's face, she realized that he clearly wanted something from her. He said that they are now in Isidore, where their every move is being closely monitored. The girl began to think that he was threatening her, although she had no intention of touching him while the Demon King's army was here. Sebastian said that he clearly remembered one of the main laws of the Demon King's army, namely the prohibition of discord between comrades. Miranda replied that it was at the beginning, and then suddenly asked Sebastian why he had brought up their agreement. Instead of answering, the protagonist turned to Lucas. He asked the man if he wanted to join the ranks of the demonic army. Afterwards, they gathered and the hero asked if they had any suggestions on how to deal with Curtis. Miranda said that it would be enough for them if they chose a convenient opportunity to secretly kill him. Bella replied that if they were going to kill him secretly, they could entrust the job to her. John added that if they planned everything, everything should go well. However, he was more concerned about why Lucas was included in their plans. The man just said with a smile that it was all because he wanted it that way. John said it wasn't very convenient to have a 9th stage master as an assistant, but Sebastian said it was Lucas's wish. He asked John not to think that he was no good for anything. He planned everything this way because he recognized his strength. However, he told him not to stop trying. Hearing this, John declared that he would now definitely train even harder than before. Miranda reflected that the old Sebastian would never have encouraged his subordinates. John didn't notice this, which means he was an idiot, but he could be understood, unlike Siezi. He didn't have any strange expression on his face, which was completely unlike him. Then he turned to Sebastian and said that he would like to hear his opinion, which greatly surprised the protagonist. Miranda supported the master and said that she also wanted to know his opinion, and then Sebastian agreed. He said he wanted to exploit a weakness in Curtis's policy. These words struck everyone present in this office. Lucas noted that, although Curtis's evil deeds had reached their limits, the permanence of his rule was based on the support of the people. The elves were draining the moon mirror's power every day, and this is what will finish it off. Sebastian said he understood that, but still, like a child, something bad could happen during the election ceremony. But in order to strengthen his power, he sacrificed an entire nation of snow elves. Miranda responded that after years of incitement, snow elves had already become another target for hatred. Seiji added that the affairs of the moon mirror had always been managed by the snow elves, but they had betrayed their country by conspiring with the enemies. Then Curtis took revenge on the snow elves, stopped the moon mirror, and became the savior of the elves. That was the story everyone knew. However, Sebastian could not help but note that history is always written by the victors. Lucas said with a smile that he really liked those words. The hero added that this time he planned for them all to meet with Old Man Falloon, and he himself would not be idle either. He then asked Bella to tell him the results of her intelligence, and she said that she would start by secretly following Curtis. The elf said that she had discovered something extremely strange. During surveillance, she noted that his behavior was deliberately decent. If he was not preparing for some speech, he was busy with state affairs. He did not utter a word against the Prince of Darkness. Given his character, it was impossible for everything to actually be so perfect. She noted that he was only provoking her. Miranda guessed that Bella meant that Curtis knew she was there. Although she noted that her camouflage skills were so good that even from 10 meters away, she was difficult to detect. Bella also understood that Curtis couldn't do it, but someone from his circle could. As far as she knew, there were very few people in this world who could track her techniques. After that, she turned to Lucas and said that he should have formed an impression of the killers who possessed similar powers. However, this question made the man tense. He asked her why he had to do it, but still decided to tell her something. When he was a ruler, he had just such a person as his subordinate. He was one of his personal bodyguards. Not only was he a master swordsman, but he also possessed great abilities in camouflage and countering intelligence. In addition, there was a dark aura spreading around him, which Lucas did not like at all, so he soon ordered him to leave. However, he didn't know where exactly he went after that. Then Sebastian asked Lucas if he wanted to know, but the man didn't understand the meaning of the question. The protagonist said that this was the same man, and that he was their key to defeating Curtis. Miranda realized that Sebastian wanted to capture the man, but Bella doubted that with his skills, he would succeed. Sebastian said that to deal with such a master, they needed a strategy. At the moment, half of the demon army was concentrated in Isidel, but Curtis didn't seem nervous, which seemed strange. So Sebastian was going to write a letter for the demon army, and also draw some magical symbols on the dragon's body. Then he will draw the same symbols on his hand, and thus, even if the letter is intercepted, he will know where it is. He explained that it was a minor skill of the death system, but only a few could do it. Miranda realized he wanted to lull them into a false sense of security, but asked what would happen if the letter wasn't intercepted. After that, she asked the main character to let her see what exactly was written there. When she looked at the letter, she noted that she had never seen such symbols before. Sebastian whispered that these were symbols from his world, so if the letter was intercepted, no one would understand anything. That was his plan. He just wanted to create an effect of some mystery. However, before sending the dragon with the letter, he turned to Bella. He asked the girl to lend him invisible protection for his little dragon. When everything was ready, the creature, along with the letter, went to the right place. Under the influence of Bella's skill, it was almost unnoticeable. However, the skilled killer was still able to spot the dragon among the clouds. He noted that it was a rather clumsy, invisible defense technique, after which he immediately attacked the dragon. With one deft movement, he cut off its wing while it was in flight. At that moment, the main character suddenly felt that his palm began to burn intensely. But sensing this, he only grinned, realizing that they had finally found the man they needed. Then he turned to Lucas and Bella and said that it was their turn to act. However, Miranda did not understand what role she was to play in this plan. Sebastian just looked at her in surprise and said that he didn't dare command her, but she said that as the head of the team that came to complete this task, she cannot be calm. Sebastian replied that it was a secret task and the fewer people involved in it, the better. Miranda said that he shouldn't joke about her because he didn't have the same technique as Cassandra. Instead of unnecessary words, the main character decided to demonstrate his ability to remain stealthy. However, it didn't work out very well for him, apparently, since he was still visible. Miranda said that he wouldn't even hope that it would work, even Bella wouldn't be able to hide from her from such a close distance. However, he stated that, as the Prince of Darkness and the Master of the Four Systems, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Then he became serious again and asked Miranda to just trust him. Soon they arrived at the right place, and the main character said that it should be somewhere here. However, he couldn't help but notice that the closer they were to this tower, the more distinct the sensations in his hand were. He then asked Bella to go there and check everything, and she immediately complied. He then turned to Lucas when they were alone. Sebastian asked him if he knew why Miranda suddenly wanted to kill him. Lucas guessed that it was because of what Sebastian had told him back when they were in the center of the earth. He was very surprised that Miranda also knew the whole truth, but the main character asked him to speak more quietly. He said that only the three of them knew about it now, and if he let it slip, Miranda would definitely come after him. Lucas asked not to threaten him, because they drank together in the center of the earth, so he would not give him away in any case. Then the hero said that there, in the center of the earth, he agreed to help him restore his country, and perhaps now they would be able to do it. Meanwhile, Curtis had already received a letter written by the main character in Chinese. The elf didn't understand what was written there. He had never seen such a cipher, and his assassin assumed that they had simply invented a new one. But Curtis said that was impossible. During the battle in the Holy City, the demon army was still using the old code. The man then suggested that perhaps they had just intentionally sent nonsense in the letter. But Curtis didn't see why this should be done at such a crucial moment, when half the army's senior commanders were in the city. If they really want to send for troops to take Isidel, their military forces will not be able to resist. However, his assistant said that Curtis himself knew perfectly well that this was impossible. Although the demon army had taken the Holy City, their strength had been weakened, and they currently had no additional forces to send here. He then asked Curtis if he hadn't been planning for this situation for several years now, since everything was developing in the best possible way. At this point, Curtis seriously thought about his words. After this, he handed the assassin a letter with an incomprehensible cipher. He said that there was no need to give him anything with this code later, because he wouldn't understand anything anyway. But he should remember that he cannot allow his location to be revealed, so he needs to be very careful. After this, Curtis left the office, leaving the assassin alone. He was unhappy that the elf was trying to control him, because there was no one in this world who could cope with him. However, at that moment the man suddenly felt something strange. Suddenly he saw an object that looked like an eye rolling across the floor towards him. The assassin reacted instantly and immediately cut the small object in half. After this, he looked out the window and demanded that whoever was hiding here show himself immediately. He looked somewhere up to the very top of the tower, but saw no one there. Meanwhile, Sebastian, Bella, and Lucas watched everything that was happening closely. They were very surprised that this guy ended up being Curtis's subordinate. The protagonist said that he had written the same spell in the letter and that now the time had finally come. He then asked Lucas to look out the window on the top floor where the light was on, saying that that was where the man should be. He asked Lucas to grab him, but Lucas asked if he could swing what was on his back. In response, the protagonist said that he could break the windows on the floor where he was, but there was no need to break anything on the floor below. Meanwhile, the assassin decided to rest a little and enjoy some tea, and before that, he even took off his mask. However, he suddenly felt something strange and immediately looked out the window. The next moment, the wall of the room he was in collapsed from a powerful blow. Taking advantage of his confusion, Lucas immediately jumped on him and struck him from above. But at the last moment, the assassin managed to put out his weapon. He blocked Lucas's blow with his staff, preventing his weapon from touching his shoulder. Seeing the powerful explosion that caused the tower to collapse, Sebastian noted that Lucas had nevertheless broken the windows that were on the lower floor. After that, he turned to Bella and said that it was time for them to go. However, he warned her that with his obfuscation technique, they wouldn't be able to move too fast. Although he knew it was completely unnecessary, he had been training very hard lately. Then the girl looked at him in surprise and said that there was nothing wrong with it. After that, she herself cast a spell to make them invisible. At that moment, a sphere enveloped them, granting them invisibility, and Bella asked Sebastian to stay within the circle to protect her. She said that he didn't even need to spend a soul threshold to maintain his obfuscation technique. At this moment, the elven guards were in real shock. They hastened to inform the commander that the tower had somehow fallen. Meanwhile, Sebastian and Bella moved through their ranks, remaining completely unnoticed. Soon, they reached the door they needed, and no one even suspected their presence. Not wanting to waste time breaking it down, Bella simply smashed the door with her blades. As soon as the passage was open, the protagonist said that he should start searching. Meanwhile, Lucas and his old friend were at the very top of the tower. The man approached his former ally named Pei and asked him if he remembered him. At that moment, Pei, the shadow swordsman, realized that it was Lucas in front of him and asked how he got here in the first place. Lucas said he didn't expect that. After he chased him away, he suddenly became Curtis's little dog. Pei replied that he had been a mercenary from the very beginning and would give his life for the highest bidder. Lucas knew that was true, but he despised bastards like him, and then asked if Pei knew why he had driven him away back then. However, the man remained silent in response, not knowing what to answer. Memories of how they spent their time when they were young came flooding back to his mind. Even then, Lucas was incredibly strong and could not find a worthy opponent. He scolded the future knights, saying that with such skills they had no right to be considered the strongest in the state. The men quickly justified themselves by saying that they had already trained hard but could not reach Lucas's level. But the man told them not to dare contradict him, because if he could defeat them, then someone else would win too. Then suddenly the knights pointed to a strange guy in a mask who was standing near the columns. They said that he was very strong, and they could not cope with him. At this moment, Pei knelt before Lucas and said that he did not dare to say that he could match his strength. Then the man asked him to give it his all in front of him, and if he could defeat him, he would reward him with 1,000 gold pieces. This deal was very interesting to Pei, since he needed the money, but nevertheless he acted differently. He stated that his skills were so insignificant that he had no right to fight Lucas. Now he said that he never fought with the rulers because they were his breadwinners. Lucas replied that if that was the end of it, he wouldn't have punished him, but then something happened during the battle on the border. Pei single-handedly destroyed the entire military force of their enemies. It was an instant victory. And when the civilians on the enemy side surrendered, he brutally killed them too, not sparing even the babies. Pei said that those little people were forced to surrender. They would have caused big problems later, and besides, they were extra mouths to feed. However, Lucas said that he didn't care what his real motives were, because he despised people like him. In response, Pei asked him if he knew why he was exiled, and said that Lucas was not fit to be a ruler. At that moment, the man jumped up from his seat and jumped straight at the assassin. He stated that it was absolutely not for him to judge whether he was fit for the position or not. In response, Pei said that this was precisely why he had refused to fight on his side back then. Immediately after this, he struck Lucas multiple times, leaving deep cuts on his body. Dodging his next attack, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, the tower exploded again and crumbled into pieces after their collision. Pei managed to leave a very deep wound on Lucas's shoulder. Afterwards, he took a more advantageous position and said that in the end, the fear of failure killed them all. But Lucas was not going to give up and told him that in that case, he could feel free to check it out himself. Meanwhile, Sebastian felt the tower shake and immediately realized that it was the work of Lucas and Pei. Bella said that for such disobedience, it would be right to exile them, but Sebastian advised to continue the search. He looked at his palm and said that, judging by the feeling of the magical symbols, the letter was on this floor. And then suddenly an even sharper pain pierced his palm. The protagonist realized that the letter must be somewhere here. He then looked down at the fireplace, which stood near the wall, and said that what they were looking for was behind it. To extinguish the fire, he used the ice spear technique. After this, Sebastian asked Bella to break everything brick by brick so as not to damage the writing. Bella immediately began to carry out the order and carefully broke the fireplace into individual bricks. She acted very carefully so as not to damage the magical seal. Eventually, the passage was opened, and in the very center of the fireplace the boys saw a shining magical seal. However, they suddenly noticed that with each passing second, it was becoming larger and larger. Sebastian looked at the seal in surprise and asked what it was. And then he suddenly noticed the reaction of Bella, who was standing next to him. Judging by her reaction, it was something unusual. Then the girl said that this magic circle must be connected to the cipher. She asked Sebastian if he could solve it, but warned that if they made a mistake, an alarm would sound. The protagonist understood that he would not be able to do this, so he immediately turned to the Eternal Flame for help. He said that in the past his master was a master of puzzles, and now it would not be difficult to do this. In front of them was a castle with an elemental system. The owner had to hit the pentagram with fire magic. To do this, he needed to open the skill bar and get to it. Eternal Flame said it was the simplest flame magic, so Sebastian decided to give it a try. Eventually, he was able to find the ability he needed to use a first-level fire elemental. Immediately after that, he concentrated the energy in his finger. To his great surprise, he was able to summon the skill, and a small light appeared on his finger. Bella noted to herself that it had been a long time since she had seen His Majesty use simple magic. After this, the main character approached the seal and touched the center of the pentagram with his finger. At that moment, another image appeared there, a green skull. It was the death elemental. Then the Eternal Flame said that this was excellent, because its owner should be able to use death magic. As Sebastian cast the spell, Bella noted that it was 6th level death magic. Once everything was ready, a crescent moon symbol appeared on the seal. And at that moment, the main character froze in bewilderment. Bella realized it was a star elemental, but she thought Sebastian could handle it easily. Then the hero said that he wanted to take a closer look at this seal. In fact, he asked the Eternal Flame to show him the simplest incantations and attack spells of the star elementals. However, the Eternal Flame said that he would physically be unable to use star magic, as all types of magic require a different approach. The Eternal Flame itself was almost certain that its owner had already realized that it was not of this world. Moreover, he was not the real Sebastian, and therefore could not know what the real Prince of Darkness was capable of. Then he decided to try to control the moonlight and concentrate the power in his hands. Eventually, he found the required skill to control the moonlight of the 1st level of star elementals. Concentrating on this spell, the protagonist closed his eyes. He focused all his power into his palm and prepared to cast the spell. He then extended his hand out of the window to infuse it with lunar energy. When everything was ready, his palm glowed with a very bright light. He used it to refract light and directed the moonlight directly onto the center of the seal. At that moment, the entire room was illuminated by such a bright light that Bella had to cover her face with her hands. Soon after, the passage finally opened, and a long corridor awaited them ahead. The protagonist noted that it was very easy, and Bella said that he was simply amazing. She didn't expect that His Majesty had mastered star magic in addition to all his other skills. The protagonist replied that he could do simple magic, and there was nothing special about it. However, then he suddenly felt that the ground under his feet began to shake again. The thing is, the battle between Lucas and Pei was still in full swing. Lucas noted that his opponent's technique and speed were incredible, and the force of his punches simply left his hands numb. The situation was also aggravated by the fact that blood was blinding him. At some point, he realized that he could no longer open them completely. Then Pei took advantage of the moment and rushed at Lucas, intending to deliver the finishing blow. The man saw that his opponent's blade was already literally a centimeter from his face. However, he gathered his last strength and dodged his attack. Pei was surprised that his opponent still managed to dodge. Immediately after, Lucas used a skill called Heavenly Blade Dance and struck Pei. The assassin was unable to fully dodge the blow, and so his mask was cut in half. The force of the blow sent him flying backwards, and he nearly fell off the roof of the tower. However, at the last moment, he managed to use his stealth skill to avoid another attack. Lucas was literally a second late and hit the spot where Pei had just been. He immediately cursed when he realized that he had used stealth against him. But Lucas was still convinced that he would not be able to escape from him. Immediately after this, the man screamed and used a skill called Scorching Sun. In this way, he illuminated all moving objects and noticed a shining point somewhere far away in the sky. He immediately realized that it was his opponent, so he used Heavenly Blade Dance. However, before he could strike, he realized that his weapon was destroyed. Pei took advantage of his distraction to appear from behind and stab him in the neck. He began to hit him furiously with the back of his weapon. The blows were so strong that Lucas didn't know what to do against them. When he finally dropped to his knees, Pei just laughed at how he tried to hit him with divine light. Lucas wanted to hit him to determine his location, and apparently he had a lot of experience in combat. However, Pei said that his actions were very predictable, so immediately after the stealth technique, he threw away his sword. Even though Lucas had reached level 9 and was superior in strength, they were still independent components. However, the man did not let him finish and instead grabbed his former ally by the leg. Pei was surprised that his opponent still had the strength to do this. Then Lucas got up on one knee and said that Pei had been talking too much. The assassin was shocked that after such blows, Lucas could still speak. Then he realized that he had to finish what he had started and rushed to attack him again. He continually hit him on the back and head, causing Lucas to scream. However, he only smiled and said that he could withstand even Miranda's bloody claws, not to mention his damn sheath. When the assassin looked at his weapon, he realized that it had begun to smoke from so many attacks. At that moment, Lucas took advantage of his confusion and grabbed his leg. Lifting him off the ground, he stated that if he used the stealth technique again, he might have a chance to escape. He also stated that Pei was very much mistaken when he believed that he could kill him. Now Lucas was sure that the road to hell was only ahead of him. He spun around and slammed Pei into the stone floor with all his might. The tower exploded again from the force of the impact. Meanwhile, Bella and Sebastian continued to move along the tunnel. Sebastian moved behind the girl and could not help but notice the beauty of her figure. He tried not to think about it, but he couldn't get rid of the thought that all his subjects were real beauties. At that moment, Bella noticed the blood flowing from his nose and thought that it was internal heat or some kind of harmful magic. She had heard rumors that His Highness was completely different from his former self and felt completely different. Previously, he looked down on everyone, but to everyone's horror, he could calmly command an army of 10,000 during a campaign. But now the Prince of Darkness was crawling along the tunnel with her, and, what's more, he was doing it with an incredibly stupid face. The girl admitted to herself that this Prince of Darkness was not bad either, at least he didn't get angry over trifles. Soon after, they reached the end of the tunnel and found a large shelf of books there. The protagonist immediately declared that this was exactly what they needed. Among the many books and letters, they found the very secret letter he had sent. Moreover, he saw that there were various correspondences between Curtis and other people. Sebastian said that in order to maintain influence over people, Curtis needed to preserve evidence. Bella noted that he had hit the nail on the head, but in that amount of time, they wouldn't even have time to read half of the letters. Then suddenly Sebastian announced that they could still create many unusual spells from the main elements. So he decided to put this into practice and use the spell. As soon as he said it, all the letters from the shelves flew into his hands. After this, he sent the letters into the portal that opened right above their heads. Bella was surprised that the elemental system also had such magic. She had never heard of it. When everything was ready, the protagonist reduced the portal several times so that it could fit in his palm. He told Bella that they could go now and that they would read the letters when they returned. And then suddenly the girl said that perhaps they should look up and see how Uncle Lucas was doing. The protagonist agreed with her, and soon they left the tunnel and headed towards the exit of the tower. However, what they saw there shocked them to the depths of their souls. Right in front of them was a whole crowd of elves and dragons, with Curtis sitting at the head. He looked closely at the tower and seemed to be waiting for something. Bella immediately warned Sebastian that he shouldn't worry, as they couldn't spot them. And then suddenly something flew right up to the entrance of the tower from somewhere above. When the smoke cleared a little, everyone saw that it was Pei's body, which had been very badly beaten. Curtis looked at him silently for a moment, not saying a word. However, then he heard someone else approaching from above and immediately raised his head. As it turned out, it was Lucas, and as soon as he finished with Pei, he immediately rushed towards his next opponent. He shouted Curtis's name in rage before delivering a powerful blow to him. However, the giants who were standing nearby managed to put out their hands in time and protect their master. Their defense was so strong that Lucas had to jump back. He looked in surprise at the giant who stood in front of him and asked who he was. He was very surprised that he was able to repel his attack with his bare hands. However, the giant said that he would not answer him. These were demonic commanders whom he personally trained, and they listened only to him. When the protagonist looked at this monster, he noted that its soul threshold was 22,649 units. Sebastian thought it was even higher than the 8th step, and Bella was also surprised that Curtis had such strong subordinates. Sebastian remembered Miranda telling him that Curtis had found some kind of weapon in the Holy City. The power of these weapons was enough for even a common soldier to hold off Miranda for a long time, and Sebastian guessed that it was them. However, Lucas was not about to give up and challenged the huge monster to a duel, asking him to deflect his sword once again. Without thinking twice, the monster immediately ran towards his opponent. At that moment, Lucas concentrated all his strength into this blow. He jumped into the air and was about to strike the monster straight in the head. However, this time too, he managed to block the blow with his powerful hands. After that, he pushed Lucas's weapon with all his might with his muscular shoulder. The man was very surprised at how strong this strange creature was. He understood that there was a large army in front of him, but he could not help but cope with this monster. Lucas tried to convince himself that his opponent was not as scary as he imagined. Therefore, he also increased his physical strength and decided to fight him again. At that moment, the monster clenched its muscles with all its might from such monstrous pressure from Lucas. The man himself was glad that he had not yet lost. Meanwhile, all the elves watched the battle from the sidelines in surprise. When the dust settled, they saw that Lucas had managed to slam the monster into the stone floor with his power. Bella didn't even think that Uncle Lucas was so strong. Sebastian thought that Lucas was actually very strong, but he didn't understand how he managed to escape. At this moment, the monster seemed to be very unhappy that he had lost. However, Curtis remained calm and simply ordered him to return to his place. He then turned directly to Lucas and asked him why he had come to Isidel in the first place. The man said he had come there to kill him, and then Curtis asked him how he had found this place. He also asked Lucas whether he had come alone or with a group. The man said that since he had killed him, he had been alone in the whole world. He explained that he simply saw his old subordinate and simply followed him and ended up here. Sebastian realized that Lucas was covering for him, but he himself did not know how to save him. And then suddenly Bella turned to him in a whisper and said that she had discovered that there were no more than 100 subordinates around Curtis. Therefore, in her opinion, with the strength of the protagonist, he could easily deal with them. Sebastian thought that if he could do it, he would not have stolen the correspondence. So he said that Curtis had committed terrible crimes and that killing him like that would be getting off too easy. Besides, the air bubble wouldn't last long, so they had to retreat now. Bella did not contradict him and agreed, deciding that Sebastian wanted to sacrifice Uncle Lucas for the sake of these letters. However, suddenly the main character stopped her. He himself didn't understand why he was smiling, and he wondered if he was really going to leave Uncle Lucas. Meanwhile, Lucas declared that he was responsible for his actions, after which he told Curtis to prepare for death. However, he only grinned, called him an idiot, and told him to look at his feet. The thing is, while Lucas was fighting, Curtis used the withering technique on his legs. The man was very surprised that the elf knew how to use death system spells. At that moment, Curtis walked somewhere in the direction where our heroes were standing, suspecting something was wrong. At first, Bella and Sebastian thought it was just a coincidence, since he couldn't see them. But apparently, Curtis could see them perfectly well all this time, and finally decided to show it.